going to cover this trial here of 5-year-old Mercedes. How do you say her last name again? Losoya? Losoya? Something like that. Anyways, it is Jose Ruiz. He is the mom's boyfriend. The mom made a plea deal, but his trial just started. But I'm going to show a couple clips before we start watching the trial. Hold on. Here we go. This is about the mom.
Mercedes Losoya died because of the horrific actions of her mother and her boyfriend. San Antonio police say the 5-year-old had visible bruises, scratches, cuts, and swelling on almost every visible part of her body. Today, her mother, Katrina Mendoza, in court to accept a plea deal. According to that deal, she won't be sentenced to more than 45 years in prison. Before a judge, she pleaded guilty to assault, to intentionally or knowingly causing serious bodily injury to a child, her own daughter. It happened last year. Back in February, Mendoza took her daughter Mercedes to a hospital after she became unresponsive. Hospital staff tried to revive her, but she died. Homicide detectives then launched an investigation and found evidence that linked Mendoza to her injuries. SAPD's investigation also led to Mendoza's boyfriend, Jose Angel Ruiz, being arrested and charged as well in his case. Now, that's slated to go to trial in October. She's expected to be sentenced after that trial is completed.
Keep up to date with all of San Antonio's top news.
All right. And here is like the clip notes to it.
Year-old daughter, 5 years old.
Yeah, it's just amazing when you think about it. San Antonio police also arrested the child's mother and her boyfriend.
It's one of the most horrific and extreme child abuse cases ever seen in Bexar County. 5-year-old Mercedes Losoya killed by what investigators say was extreme physical abuse and torture. One of the suspects in the case, her mother's boyfriend, is now heading for trial. This is open court, the Jose Ruiz trial. At 7:02 p.m., Katrina Mendoza walked into Southwest General Hospital with her daughter Mercedes Losoya unresponsive. Doctors and nurses immediately started performing life-saving measures, but at 7:18, just 16 minutes later, Mercedes was pronounced dead. Police were immediately called in to investigate, and what investigators saw when they arrived has been described as extreme physical abuse. The affidavit in the case lists in detail the injuries to Mercedes, the detective saying, quote, had visible bruises, scratches, cuts, and swelling on almost every visible portion of her body. Her head, ears, neck, throat, torso, back, arms, elbows, wrists, ankles, feet, and toes all had some sort of injury. The investigation immediately began, and what police learned was horrendous. Katrina was detained, and Jose Ruiz, her boyfriend, was found outside the hospital sitting in his vehicle. After a brief conversation, he was detained as well. Katrina was interviewed first, and she told police that about 3 weeks prior, she called her boyfriend and told him she needed help punishing Mercedes. He came over, picked her up, and took her back to his place. A few days later, when she sees Mercedes again at Jose's place, she says she saw bruising on her face and moaned in pain when she tried to pick her up. Katrina says her and her other daughter eventually moved in with Jose, and the alleged abuse would continue. She says in some instances, Jose would make Mercedes eat dog feces, would wear rings on his fingers, and then hit her in her face and body. When Jose was questioned about the abuse, he says he did punish her by spanking her or putting her in the corner, but that it was Katrina who was abusing her, and her 6-year-old sister would pull her hair out. Jose eventually stopped talking to investigators and requested a lawyer. Later, investigators would question Mercedes' 6-year-old sister, who would go on to provide details that were consistent to what Katrina said. Other things the little girl did mention was that Jose would allegedly beat Mercedes with the buckle part of a belt, or would take thumbtacks from the wall and push them into the bottom of her feet. A couple days later, both Katrina Mendoza and Jose Ruiz were arrested and charged with injury to a child, serious bodily injury, intentionally and knowingly, a first-degree felony. Several months later, they were both indicted on 13 counts of injury to a child. The legal process now began in the 187th District Court. Eventually, Ruiz would not accept a plea deal and would be headed for trial. As for Mendoza, she did accept a plea deal in exchange for her testimony against Ruiz. Per that deal, her sentence cannot be more than 45 years. Last year, after a hearing, Mercedes' great-grandmother spoke to us about wanting justice for her.
I mean, there was no reason for them to do this to her. No reason at all. You know, she was a loving, 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 loving great granddaughter. She would not even hurt a fly. She would always helpful. They sit there like nothing. Jose, Angel Ruiz, and Katrina Mendoza, her mother. They sit there like not even to say, hey, I'm sorry, not even a tear in their eyes. But they're pleading for less sentence. Come on, you know, after what they did to my great granddaughter, torture her, you know, they hurt her and they hurt us, you know, day by day. I wish she was here with us. And I hope that they sit there in jail and pay for everything they did to Mercedes. I am going to be here for Mercedes. I'm going to fight to the end. I'm going to sit there and I want him to know. And every time Katrina, their mother comes to court, I'm going to sit there and I want to see the pain that they caused us. I want justice. I want them to sit in jail for life in prison.
And we will see if justice will be served as Jose Ruiz's trial will begin this week. KSAT 12 will be live streaming this case gavel to gavel. You can watch it on ksat.com, KSAT Plus.
Here we go. We're gonna just start from the beginning. This is day 3 today. But the mom testified today. Here we go. I don't understand how people can do this kind of stuff. I don't get it.
Versus Jose Angel Ruiz. You will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God. All right, you may lower your hand. State.
True bill of indictment. In the name and by authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Bexar County, state of Texas, duly organized and handled and sworn as such at the May term AD 2022 of the 186th Judicial District Court of said county in said court at said term, do present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and interior to the presentment of this indictment, count 1, paragraph A. On or about the 7th day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury. Paragraph B. On or about the 7th day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly, by omission, cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, and the defendant had assumed care, custody, and control of Mercedes Losoya and failed to do so, and that the defendant failed to seek adequate medical treatment for Mercedes Losoya. Count 2. On or about the 28th day of January 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, namely hands, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and defendant did intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by covering the mouth and nose of Mercedes Losoya with the hand of the defendant. Count 3. On or about the 21st day of January 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Losoya with the hand of the defendant. Count 4. On or about the 23rd day of January 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by pinching Mercedes Losoya with the hand of the defendant. Count 5. On or about the first day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by inserting tacks into the feet of Mercedes Losoya. Count 6. On or about the second day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Losoya with a belt. Count 7. On or about the third day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who is 14 years of age or younger, by pulling the hair of Mercedes Losoya with the hand of the defendant. Count 8. On or about the fifth day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who is 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Losoya with a cell phone. Against the peace and dignity of the state, signed the foreman of the grand jury.
To those charges, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
If you've been waiting to apply for disability benefits, don't. Hi, I'm Sarah, and I'm a lawyer at Atticus. Applying as soon as you're struggling to work.
Any opening statements from the state?
Yes, Judge.
You may proceed.
Open counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In our career, the things we see are things people don't want to see. We see a lot of horrible things working in criminal law. Sometimes those things are even extra horrible to us. In this case, you're going to have to see things that nobody should ever have to see. Let alone things that a child at the age of 5 should have to endure. We apologize in advance for having to show you these awful things, but unfortunately we have to. We have to show you things that this man, Jose Ruiz, and Mercedes Losoya, who's the 5-year-old, her mother, Katrina Mendoza, did to Mercedes. You're going to hear that Katrina had 2 young children at a very young age, Mercedes and Jordan. Jordan is about 9 months older than Mercedes. You're going to hear that, according to Jose and Katrina, Mercedes was the child that just wouldn't listen. She was the bad kid. You're going to hear that Katrina and Jose were dating. And at some point in their relationship, they weren't living together. You're going to hear from the evidence that at some point in the relationship, Katrina's talking to Jose about Mercedes and how she just won't listen. And Jose says, "Let me have her. She'll listen to me." Jose takes custody of Mercedes. He takes her to his apartment. Katrina and Jordan don't go. You're going to hear from the evidence that they join them later, that Katrina and Jordan join them later, and they live at Jose's apartment for about 2 weeks. You're going to hear that those 2 weeks were the last 2 weeks of Mercedes' life. You're going to hear about the torture that Mercedes endured. You're going to hear from a lot of witnesses in this case. You're going to hear from police. You're going to hear from medical personnel. You're going to hear from neighbors that could hear this man beating Mercedes through the walls. And they could hear her crying out for help. You're going to hear from Katrina Mendoza. We want you to know that we don't think she's a good mother, if I haven't made that clear at this point. But she accepted a plea bargain in this case. She was also a defendant in this case. And she accepted a plea bargain, and she is here to testify about what Jose Ruiz did in this case. Because she's accepted responsibility for her part. You're going to hear that Katrina and Jose pointed fingers at each other this whole time. But like I've said, Katrina's accepted responsibility. She has taken a plea bargain in this case. You're going to hear, or you're going to see the evidence, and it's going to show you that both Katrina and Jose are guilty of abusing 5-year-old Mercedes. And you're going to have more than enough evidence at the end of this trial to find this man guilty of all counts.
You ready? You treat me like an outsider. I'm about to cry. What?
Sorry for the hold up, guys. Police court, opposing counsel, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I have this difficulty. Excuse me. I also took notes because I'm covering quite a bit. Precious little Mercedes Losoya was killed on February 7th of 2022, excuse me. Under Texas law, we recognize killing a person as murder. There's no murder charge.
I'm going to object that she's violating her own motion in limine.
The murder, I'm just reciting what the law is. Crime.
Can we approach Judge?
No, the objection is sustained.
Okay.
Murder of someone 10 years of age or younger.
Excuse me.
That's,
The objection has been sustained, counsel.
So I can't mention murder.
objection.
Jose didn't save Mercedes. Didn't save her life. He was the hookup boyfriend of Katrina, the mother. He hadn't adopted the children, didn't live with the children, let them stay there for a couple of weeks, but that was it. CBS had investigated Katrina for years. They have pages and pages of records against Katrina.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. I'm just going to object to argumentative.
Right, that'll be a roll.
San Antonio police didn't save Katrina, Mercedes. There were piles of reports against Katrina. SAP didn't save her life, right? This case is not charged as a word I'm not allowed to say, homicide. He was charged as abuse. Now, the evidence that the state provided to me, and almost everything I received from the state. There's first, the fact is, Mercedes had asthma. Mercedes' 6-year-old sister, Jordan, had a front row seat for everything that happened to her sister and to her. They were living at the time, on February 7th, at the apartment of a friend, Jeanette. I believe she's going to be one of the state witnesses. They didn't have any place to live because she had been thrown out of everywhere. Jordan said that day that her mother was, Jordan's word, jamming food down Mercedes' mouth. Mercedes kept spitting it up. She was being gorged, she kept spitting it up. Katrina got mad, according to Jordan's statement. I wasn't there. And she said she jammed the spoon down her throat. At that point, Mercedes, who had been on a chair, fell off the chair. According to Jordan, she had no breath. Katrina went down to the floor and tried to give her breath, at least twice. but Mercedes had no more breath. According to Jordan, at that point, Mercedes was picked up by her mother, and they didn't go to 911 call. They didn't do anything. They ran to Jose Angel's apartment, which was in the same complex. Apparently, he tried to resuscitate her too. He tried, according to Jordan, tried to give her breath. She didn't have any more breath. After that, Jose took Katrina and Mercedes' body to the hospital. Now, they were all the way up by Hayden Road. I'm assuming you all know that general location up by 10. They went to a hospital on the far south side, which is now closed. It was the Texas Vista Hospital. According to the reports from the ER, Katrina came running inside holding Mercedes' dead body. They didn't pronounce her dead right away, but they acknowledged that her body was lifeless and cold. Katrina told Jose to stay in the parking lot because her father didn't like him, and the father was at the hospital when they got there. She was screaming, "Help my child, help my baby." The ER people attempted resuscitation at least 3 times, which they're required to do, but there was never any hope. The charge nurse testified, or rather made a statement, that he actually pulled food out of Mercedes' mouth. Jordan was brought to the hospital by the police or somebody after Mercedes was taken there. And when she was interviewed, she said, "I'm the good child." They took her to the morgue. Mercedes' battered little body. The medical examiner did an autopsy. His basic cause of death was murder by muscle collapse. I'm sorry, I took that word. Take that word back. I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
Homicide.
Excuse me. All right, the objection will be sustained. Defense, this is what you all requested, that that term not be used. So you're not allowed to use that term, counsel.
Thank you, Art. The ME said there was muscle collapse, and that was the cause of the child's death. But he didn't rule out asphyxia. And that's something I've been working on because I believe it was a matter of asphyxia that caused her death, based on the testimony of Jordan, the 6-year-old child.
I'm going to object to argument then.
Sustained.
Now, Jose has been charged with various counts, as they were just read to you. The state's main witness is Katrina Mendoza. She pled guilty to 1 count of serious bodily injury, but not that she did anything, that she failed by omission.
Object to argument.
Sustained.
Not that she did anything but omission.
Again, I'm going to object to argument. It's the same statement.
Sustained.
She was tried. There were many charges, but ultimately pled to omission. Now, judge records and publishes everything that goes on in this courtroom. Normally, you don't have to.
Object to relative.
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you step outside the courtroom briefly, and I will bring it back. You're not allowed to discuss it.
Isn't that crazy, you guys? There's been a lot going on and off in this trial. I watch bits and pieces. So, which is nice. There's so many breaks that they take, like in the Young Thug trial, that we can just speed it up. I want to see what the judge says here, though. I don't understand people. Okay, for that mother saying her daughter isn't listening, but call her boyfriend to do something when that dad would have taken her, the grandma would have taken her. I don't understand.
A couple years ago, my hair was falling out like nobody's business, and it was totally screwing with my acting gigs. I had to bite the bullet, cut off.
There we go.
And
8.5 active and 6 in the reserves.
From what years?
1994 to 2002 active duty, 2002 to 2008 reserves.
And did you serve as an LVN in the Army?
In the reserves. And active duty, I was infantry.
Okay. So you're infantry, and then you got your LVN certification in the Army.
In the reserves.
And in the reserves.
Yeah.
And you served in that.
Correct.
So then in let's see, 2008, that's when you left the military?
Correct.
And you went to work for the ER in downtown Baptist.
Correct.
How is working in an ER different than working in another part of the hospital?
The pace, you don't know what to expect. You're getting everybody fresh after injury or when the disease is going, so you have to figure everything out. Other parts of the floor, you know what's going on with the patient. You have a general idea. All the testing's done. With us, it's more finding out a process, and a lot of times just acute care. So you're getting them fresh. You might be trying to save their life. You might be just trying to find out what's wrong with them in general.
Okay. And is it safe to say that, I mean, you said the words, you never know what you're going to get. Is it safe to say that the individuals who are working in the ER have to have a more broad knowledge?
Jack of all trades.
Okay. Yeah. So you first worked in the ER in 2008 in downtown Baptist, and then in 2015 you got your associates and became an RN.
Correct.
Nurse. Where did you go in 2015?
2015, I stayed there at downtown Baptist, and then I went and did a liaison work for a rehab hospital for about a year, and then went back to the ER where I wanted to be.
Okay. And the liaison work, was that still with downtown Baptist?
No, that was a different company. Warm Springs Rehab.
What was it?
Warm Springs Rehab.
Warm Springs. And how long were you doing that?
I did it for about a year, but it wasn't.
And then you went back to an ER.
Correct. Northeast Baptist.
Okay, you went to Northeast Baptist. And so that would have been what, 2016, 2017?
Around that, yes.
Okay. And you worked in the ER there?
Correct.
Were you just were you a staff nurse?
Staff nurse, yes.
Okay. And then how long did you stay at Northeast Baptist?
I stayed there for 2 years, and then I went to work as a post-op nurse for a small surgical hospital, Heaton Ambulatory Surgical Hospital, for about 2 years.
All right. And then after the post-op nurse, where did you work?
That's when COVID came around.
Okay.
So I went to work as a contract nurse, going to the most needed hospitals in Houston and here, just doing COVID nursing.
Okay, and is that similar to an ER?
It was still in the ER.
Yeah.
It was still the ER.
Did you eventually stop being a contract nurse?
Once everything settled down and they started opening back up, I actually finished my COVID nursing. That's how I got to Southwest General.
Okay.
And they asked me to stay on as a charge nurse there once it was over.
Okay. So, do you remember what year you went to Southwest General?
That would have been in 2021. I believe. Yeah, I think I'm at.
And at some point, did Southwest General change names? Or?
They did. They changed names to Texas Vista Medical Center.
Okay. Now you said you became a charge nurse there.
Correct.
How is that different than a staff nurse?
You're responsible for the entire ER for your shift, as far as assignments, being an in-between with the nurses and doctors, making sure the nurses are doing their job, basically.
Head nurse.
Correct.
Okay. And were you in the ER at Southwest General?
Yes.
Okay. Texas Vista.
Yes.
As So at this point, you know, we're up to, you started Southwest General in 2021. Do you remember when it turned to Texas Keystone?
Sometime in 22. I don't remember exactly.
Okay. So you're there in 2022, and when did it shut down? Right.
Correct.
When did it shut down?
May of last year.
Okay. Were you there?
I was there on the very last day.
Okay. Now, that is, let's see, do my math. So you've been working in an ER type of environment for about 20 years. Is that safe to say?
16.
16?
2008.
Okay. 16 years. Have you seen children come into the ER?
Many times.
Many times?
Many times.
Can you estimate like more than 100?
Oh, sure.
Okay. Have you seen people who came in who maybe had exercised too hard and hurt themselves?
Right.
Have you seen people that come in that have been beaten?
Yes.
In February of 2022, actually, I'm going to pause for a second. Yeah. Okay. May I, Coach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I have marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 1. Can you please do an X where Southwest General Texas Keystone was located?
I go down here. Honestly, it's further down.
Sir, I know this-
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying
I
to.
think he's thinking out loud.
Yeah, I'm trying to find exactly.
If y'all are thinking out loud, the court reporter puts that on the record.
Okay.
And if you're going to think out loud, then you need to speak up so she can.
I apologize. Yes. It was further towards the south.
Okay.
It was sorry about this. It was generally, golly, this map isn't as detailed.
Okay, so the map doesn't show it.
No,
Okay, let me see if I can get it better.
sorry.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local
Okay. So, February 7th of 2022, were you working as the charge nurse at Texas Keystone Hospital on that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall a patient by the name of Mercedes Losoya?
Yes.
You just testified that you have probably seen over 100 children that come in and numerous people who have been beaten or overworked. So what is it about Mercedes Losoya that you remember so well?
All of it, just the way she was presented to us, and just the condition.
Okay. You said how she was presented to you. First of all, do you recall how old Mercedes Losoya was?
5 years old.
Who brought her to the hospital?
My initial understanding was mom ran in with her, yelling for help. And that's when my triage nurse grabbed her from mom and brought her down to the main ER where we were at.
And mom was screaming for help, you said?
That's what I was told by the triage nurse.
Did you hear her?
Once they came out of the triage area near the front entrance, I could hear them down the hallway.
Okay, and what did you hear?
Save my baby. Some other things. I really, at that point, I just focused on the child.
And so who brought you Mercedes?
My triage nurse grabbed her from mom, I guess, at the front, and came running down the hallway, also yelling that she wasn't breathing.
And did you at any time take over the care?
I did. I took her from the triage nurse and carried her into the room that was right behind us, put her on the bed, and that's when we started working.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first. What?
So, you're on a man first witness? Yes. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been labeled State's Exhibit number 2.
Okay.
What is that?
This is the chart for Mercedes. It's her medical record.
Okay. And who authored this?
That would be me.
Okay. So you authored this report?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what was the purpose of making these records?
To record the care of the patient, what was given, what was done, to maintain the record. Just
Okay.
record maintenance.
And is this something you do for all patients?
Every
who come in?
patient, every patient has a medical record.
Okay. And is it important for medical history to make a
Right.
record of everything?
Right. Everything needs to be recorded for the patient's health, for future visits, and also for legal reasons, of course, to make sure that everything that we do for the patient is recorded and it's correct and it's.
Okay. So when we're looking at this, what kind of information did you record here?
You always have the time of arrival, her triage level, the condition they came in, include the initial assessment, which is their mental status, their consciousness, weight, medical history, allergies, all that good things.
What is medical history?
Any previous medical conditions, surgeries that the patient may have had.
Okay, and obviously Mercedes came in injured and needing help. So who did you get that history from? Who would that history have come from?
In a normal situation, it would have been the parent.
Okay. What is the Glasgow Coma scale?
That's a scale we use to determine the patient's their consciousness. Basically, it grades the vision, the eye response, verbal response, and motor response of the patient. It goes from 3 to 15, 15 being completely alert and awake, normal, and 3 is completely unresponsive.
Is that part of the triage process?
Correct.
What was Mercedes?
She was a 3.
And again, that meant she was
Completely unresponsive.
completely unresponsive.
Correct.
What else is done in triage?
Triage is basically gathering the complaint, why they're there, and allergies, history, weight, and we take into account why they're there to determine what their acuity level is.
Okay. And so were you doing the triage?
Yeah, so normally it's done at the front by the triage nurse who assigns them a acuity level depending on how serious their condition is. and it tells us how fast we need to get them back or whether they can wait. In a situation like that, she was a level 1, meaning the life is at risk. They bring them straight back, and it's all done. We're basically doing it all at the same time. The triage. Well, not initially. Initially, no, we're not typing in everything in. We're working on the patient, and after the fact, we complete the appropriate charting.
Okay. So, as part of your care of Mercedes, did you have to she was unresponsive.
Correct.
So what treatment did you provide for Mercedes?
We took her into the room immediately. First thing is checking for ABCs, airway, breathing, circulation. Notice there was no chest rise. Assumed she wasn't breathing. Checked her pulses. And there were about 2 of us checking pulses. Usually when there's a patient in that condition, there was no pulse. So we started chest compressions immediately. And then in the process of trying to get circulatory access, IV access.
So you checked her levels, right? And you didn't feel pulse.
Correct.
Did you do any kind of medical intervention?
Right. The CPR. We were trying to establish airway. She had mashed bananas in her mouth, which we had to take out. I digitally removed it so we could actually get access to her airway. Start giving her ventilations with a BVM. Try to establish IV access, which was nearly impossible. We ended up attempting.
I'm sorry, IV access. You said was nearly impossible.
Yeah, there was the veins weren't giving us any return. So
can you explain that to the jury? What does it mean that the veins weren't giving a return?
So with a IV catheter, it has a chamber in it that gives, when you hit the vein, it gives you a blood return. So you know you're in the vein and you can advance. My nurses were putting it in and there was no blood return. When there's lack of circulation, that can happen. There's nothing coming back, and it's the pressure from the vein that pushes the blood in.
Let me stop you there. You said a lack of circulation can cause that.
Right.
Was there anything else about Mercedes that led you to believe that her blood wasn't circulating?
In the initial moment when you're working on the patient, you're not noticing every condition of the patient. You're concentrating on trying to get them breathing and get the pulse back. However, notice her skin was already ashen.
Object to the narrative, Your Honor.
This is Shane. You said her skin was ashy. Why is that relevant to you in your assessment?
Pallor and ashiness is a sign of poor blood perfusion. So when there's a pulse is lost, the patient's skin color changes because of the lack of blood perfusion.
Okay. How does the appearance of blood change?
Depending on the time that they've been pulseless, the blood will darken because of the lack of oxygen.
Okay, so the blood will darken. Did you?
You ready?
Let's get it.
It's our world and we run it. Life doesn't get any better than this. It's gonna be a vibe.
Now streaming on All Black.
File your Fed and state taxes 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. 1040 and limited credits only. Get the app now.
Ask your next question.
Okay, I'm so sorry. How did Mercedes blood appear that day?
So after they were failing to get proper IV access, we actually got access with an IO, which is an intraosseous. So it's a needle we push into the bone of the below the knee, which is similar. Not the best, but it's similar to start trying to get fluids, medications. We didn't get any real blood return there. I finally got IV access on the side of her neck, and the blood return was dark. It was very dark. It's unoxygenated blood.
It's not oxygenated.
Correct.
And for us lay people, what does that mean?
So bright red blood is going to be in the arteries. That's going to be your oxygenated blood coming from the heart, going to the body. When it goes back in the veins, whenever you got a cut on your finger or anything, it's a little darker than oxygenated blood, but it's still red. The darker it is, the less oxygen is in it.
So does that have something to do with her heart function?
Right. If there hadn't been any circulation going, that means that none of the blood is passing through the lungs to pick up oxygen. So the body is using up whatever oxygen is there, and it's depleting it, so the blood is going to get darker.
You said you had worked at Northeast Baptist Hospital. How far? You worked at Northeast Baptist,
correct?
Right. How far away is that from where Texas Vista was?
At the time I lived about probably 10 minutes or 7-8 minutes a little northeast of even Northeast Baptist, and it would take me about anywhere from 25 to 30 minutes to get to work.
Were there other hospitals in the area?
You have Northeast Methodist, you have Northeast Baptist. I'm trying to think. On the way there, there's also several urgent cares, and they might not be open, but you have the standalone emergency rooms all the way through.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 3. What is this?
It's Mercedes Losoya.
It's Mercedes. Is it a photo?
Correct.
Okay. Is this the little girl that you saw that day?
Correct.
Was that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 3.
No objection, Your Honor. All right, State's Exhibit 3 is admitted without objection.
At this time, I would also offer State's Exhibit number 2.
Just number 2. No objection, Your Honor. State's Exhibit number 2 is admitted without objection.
So at this time, your report is evidence. Can you please read the narrative that you wrote?
On 2/8/22 at 112, the child was brought in by mother at 1904. I took the child from the mother's hands, and that was my mistake. That my memory was of the situation. It didn't happen so fast. I actually took it from my triage nurse's hands.
Okay.
And I placed her in the room 12 directly behind them where they had come in. Child was pulseless. CPR begun immediately. Several rounds of high quality CPR and BVM assisted ventilations were given. Patient never regained.
Excuse me, if you could slow down.
I apologize. Okay. I placed her in room 12 directly behind them. Child was pulseless. CPR begun immediately. Several rounds of high quality CPR and BVM assisted ventilations were given. Patient never regained ROSC, which is return of spontaneous circulation when you get a pulse back. And the code was called, meaning time of death was called. Dr. Newton called time of death at 1918, 7:18. Child was noticed to have generalized bruising over body, posteriorly and anteriorly, along with scratches, missing areas of hair on head, wounds to her feet, and toenails missing on 2 toes of the left foot. Child had food still in her mouth on arrival. Per mom's statement, she had been feeding the child when she passed out and hit her head on a lamp. Mom stated she propped up child and continued trying to feed her. SAPD was called during CPR due to appearance of the patient's body. CPS also involved, investigations being conducted by SAPD and CPS, postmortem completed, ME en route for child's body.
Now, on the next page, the ED triage assessment. Can you please read what the ED triage note says?
Mother yelling for help in ER, child taken straight into room. No pulse, CPR started. Child had chunks of food in mouth and generalized bruising was noticed on patient's body. Bruising in different stages of healing. Noticed several wounds to child's feet with toenails missing from 2 toes on left foot.
There's a note that says that bruising was in various stages of healing.
Correct.
What does that indicate?
That the bruises were caused at different days, weeks, maybe. I mean,
Did you observe, if you remember, did you observe any injuries that looked like they had just occurred?
there were newer bruises on her. I don't recall exactly whether, but there were some that were darker than others.
Are you able to determine timeline of bruises?
Not exact timeline, but
Object to this crime.
Overruled. You can answer the
Um,
question, but just answer the question that's asked.
correct. You cannot exactly determine when, but you can differentiate between newer and older bruises.
Okay. And newer could be within the last
Day a week, yeah.
Do you know what rhabdomyolysis is?
Yes, that's I do.
What is that?
It's when muscle in the body starts to break down for there can be several reasons. It breaks down and it can cause myoglobin, which is what muscles are made of. It can go to the kidneys and cause kidney failure, and it can increase your lactic acid in your blood, making your blood more acidic. It can cause nausea, vomiting, lethargy, malaise, and up to death.
So it can cause fatigue.
Correct.
It can cause nausea.
Correct.
And is malaise just another way to say fatigue?
Correct.
Okay. And is that something that will immediately lead to a coma, or is it something that takes time?
It's progressive. If it goes untreated, it's progressive.
I mean, it takes a few days or longer.
It can, depending on the damage to the muscle. How much is there?
And you said Mercedes had bruises all over her body.
Correct.
Is trauma like that something that can cause rhabdomyolysis?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor, to the qualification of the witness to make the statement of what causes it.
All right, do you want to lay the foundation?
What is trauma? When you say trauma can cause it, what do you mean?
Trauma is any injury to the body from an outside force.
And have you seen, is rhabdomyolysis something that you have seen diagnosed while you're in the ER?
Many times, and I even had it mildly myself at one point.
Okay. And so you've seen cases where you knew that trauma.
Objection to the waiting on sustained.
Have you seen cases of rhabdomyolysis for trauma was a contributing factor?
Many times.
What else can be a factor for rhabdomyolysis?
I mean, what else can cause it?
Yes.
Extreme amounts of exercise without proper hydration, dehydration, infection, metabolic issues, somebody with defective liver.
And if rhabdomyolysis is left untreated, what organs of the body does it hurt?
Objection, Your Honor. False speculation. That'll be overruled. It's not established that it has the expertise to answer that, Your Honor. That'll be overruled. You can answer the question.
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
What happens to the body if rhabdomyolysis is not treated?
So the release of the breakdown of muscle, the myoglobin, can affect the kidneys. That's what they call it, tea-colored urine. Your urine gets very dark, decreasing urine production. It can cause lactic acid release into the blood, making the blood more acidic. And then all the symptoms we already mentioned. And eventually it can cause the heart to be unable to contract properly. Reduces there. The high level of acidity can cause multiple organ failure.
Would you say that someone that has rhabdomyolysis left untreated may have a substantial risk of death?
Objection, Your Honor. Down to witness's expertise. That'll be overruled.
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to try this again. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
No living being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life.
Okay, hopefully this is better. I've labeled this state's exhibit number 4. This is a new map.
Okay.
Does this show where Southwest General would be?
Yes, it's going to be down to the south.
Okay, can you mark that with an X for me?
Approximately. Sorry. It's going to be approximately here in this area.
Okay. And I guess go ahead and circle it for me. Okay. Now, what other hospitals did you say were in the? What other hospitals did you say were in the area from Northeast Baptist to Southwest General?
You have Northeast Baptist a little further.
And this map indicates Northeast Baptist.
Correct.
Is that a correct location?
Correct.
Okay.
A little further east, you have Northeast Methodist.
Can you mark maybe with?
It's generally near the Live Oak area around there.
Okay, you got a circle. Can you put maybe a line through it? That's Northeast Methodist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If you keep going further down, SAMC, the military medical hospital, is there.
Okay.
That's another one that they would not refuse a patient.
Okay.
Actually, near Northeast, there's a standalone emergency room that I actually did part-time there.
You put a circle there?
Around
there.
And I'm trying to think. You're also passing by the medical center.
Okay.
Which has countless hospitals.
Can you maybe just do a square around where the medical center would be?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
What about on the south side? Is there anything else? Any other medical center or hospitals you could think of on the south side?
South side, Mission Trail
Okay.
Hospital, which is here by Brook City Base.
Okay.
And there's also in the vicinity, there's two Baptist standalone hospitals,
Okay.
hospitals as well.
Okay.
I don't remember the approximation of those.
That's okay. And it was your testimony that there was urgent care centers.
Urgent at that time of the night, maybe not, but definitely there's San Antonio's opened up a ton of small standalone ERs.
Okay, and you brought up a good point. What time of night was it?
I believe it was 7. Yes. Yeah, it was 7 p.m.
Okay. And this map, is this a true and accurate depiction of San Antonio?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would offer State's Exhibit number 4.
No objection, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 4 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay, so just to review, so this circle with an X is Southwest General.
Approximately, yeah.
Or Texas East, right? This
Mhm.
general area. And then we have the Fort Sam, you have the medical center over here, you have Northeast Baptist, you have Northeast Methodist, or no, this was Northeast Methodist. Which one was this?
It was a standalone emergency room.
Okay, it was just a standalone ER.
Mhm.
So, is it a fair assessment to say that there are more hospitals in the Northeast area than there are on the South side?
Correct.
And based on the condition of this child, how urgent did she need medical care?
She needed to go to the nearest facility.
If you're not making $158,000 per year, but you'd like to, I strongly encourage you to start a bookkeeping business.
Based on your observations of the child, do you have an opinion whether she was had trauma on her body?
Yes, most definitely.
How much?
Literally from head to toe, there was trauma, front and back.
Did you check for her mouth, her facial area as part of your exam?
Right. Initially to remove the food that was still in her mouth. And then after the fact, during assessing the body.
Did you see anything in her mouth area, if you remember?
In her mouth area, I don't remember exactly, but there was bruising in the general area.
Was there bruising on her face?
I believe so.
Did you notice anything about her hair?
She had an area of her head that was missing hair. It looked like it was missing.
Did you ever speak to the mother, Katrina Mendoza?
I did not.
Did you stay with Mercedes?
I did.
What happened after Mercedes was declared deceased?
Afterwards, we had called SAPD and CPS who were on scene, and the investigator for CPS was there, and he needed to take pictures for investigation. So it was my patient, and as a charge nurse, was in there, and I was helping turn the body. I was training the body so they could take the appropriate pictures. And then again for SAPD's investigator.
Did she have bruises? You said you turned her over. Did she have bruises on her backside?
All the way down, yes.
All the way down. Were they patchy, like one bruise and then another one? How continuous was the bruising?
They were all pretty approximated, different conditions of healing.
What would you refer to it as widespread?
Correct.
They covered her.
Right.
I'll pass the question.
Thanks. Good morning, sir. My name is Teresa Connolly.
Good morning.
Thank you, sir. Did you know Mercedes had asthma? Was there anything about that in the admitting mindset?
No,
Didn't write it down.
did not.
You were first alerted to this, as I understand, by the sound of the mother yelling, "Save my baby."
The mother was yelling, and my triage nurse was yelling.
She was yelling too, the nurse?
Right, that she had a child that wasn't breathing.
I'm sorry, what?
That she had a child that wasn't breathing, to let us know what she was bringing.
Her first response, that the child was not breathing. Is that correct?
Yes, along those lines, yes.
When you touched the child, was she breathing?
When initially when I grabbed her, I wasn't assessing. I was taking her to the room so we could lay her down and start working and make that assessment.
In your report, you stated that she was cold.
Right.
What did that indicate to you?
That initially it just indicates that she's cold, but there was no way for me to know why until we started the assessment.
Now, you said that, as I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, that you tried to take blood or put an IV in the child. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as I understand it, you said that the blood that you took out was very dark.
Correct.
And where were you able to take that blood from? What part of Mercedes' body?
We finally got access on the right side of her neck.
Right side of the neck? There was some comment in here about you had to get in her shin.
Right. That was another attempt to gain access. That's intraosseous access. It's a drill we put into the bone.
Actually, a drill. And this was for the IV, wasn't it?
Right. Especially with children, it's something we use commonly.
Was she given any anesthesia before you drilled into her leg?
No,
Why not?
because it's the type of emergency situation it is. It's not required.
Because she wasn't breathing, right?
It's because of we were doing CPR.
But she wasn't breathing.
Correct.
If she had been alive, would you have given her an anesthesia before you put a drill on her leg?
Not necessarily.
That's relevant. Overruled.
Not necessarily. There are situations, especially when there's respiratory issues, that by protocol we can start an intraosseous on a child.
What does that mean? I'm sorry.
Intraosseous into the bone, the drill into the bone. That because of the situation and why they're coming in, we can start it, and we don't generally use anesthesia when we start them. But the majority of the time when we start them, the patient is not awake.
My next notes say different stages of healing. Is that in regard to all the bruises?
Correct.
Any idea, can you estimate at all how old the oldest bruise might have been?
There's no way to tell exactly when or when it could have happened, but you can differentiate between older and newer by their color.
Were there black and blue traces, or yellow traces, or red? Remember any
All
of
of the
that?
all of the above.
All of the above. Now, you said that you examined her various eyes, nose, whatnot. Did you notice anything particular about her eyes, where you could open them and take a look?
Unresponsive. They were. Sorry, not unresponsive. Yes, unresponsive to light.
Did they have any red specks in them?
Not that I recall. I don't recall. If it's one of those things that's obvious when you look, but
I'm sorry, I didn't understand
it's one of those things that can, if you see, you see it. When we open the eyes, we're looking for the responses of the people.
You weren't looking to see if the eye itself manifested anything, just whether it was.
Not necessarily, not in that moment, no.
Now, there was spirit in her mouth, and you said, if I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, that you had to pull it out to open her airways. Is that right?
Correct.
Did that make a difference for an asthmatic to have blocked airways?
If she was having an asthma attack, definitely would make it harder for them to try to take in air.
But you have no information that she was having an asthma attack, do you?
Right.
And the problem with an asthma attack is that the blood doesn't get oxygen. Is that correct?
That can happen. Correct. The airways close down and they can't take air in.
Did you wonder why a mother was feeding a 5-year-old child?
Of course, we try to. I mean, it's something that was stated and thought about, but I didn't think about that deeply. It was other things we were doing.
Did anybody ask her why she was feeding a 5-year-old child?
Speculation. Overruled.
Did I recall? No, not that I heard or that I recall.
You mentioned with rhabdomyolysis that you actually had it yourself.
A mild form case of
You
it.
lived.
Right.
Good.
I appreciate that.
When you had CPS in the room, do you recall any of the conversation?
With the CPS.
Object, closer hearsay. Overruled. Just answer the question, not what anybody said.
I did.
Did they, as a result of your conversation with CPS, did you understand that they were familiar with this case?
Object to hearsay.
They didn't ask for hearsay.
All right, so everyone, stop talking over each other. Everyone make your legal objection and I'll make a ruling. And your objection is hearsay? It calls for hearsay. All right, and what is your response, counsel?
All right, I didn't answer hearsay. I said as a result of the conversation, what did he observe?
You may answer that question.
Can you be more specific? What did I observe as far?
Any indication that they had been familiar with it?
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that
After the fact, after
Object. All right, so counsel, re-ask your question.
As a result of your conversation with CPS, do you recall that they indicated a familiarity with Mercedes' case?
not initially.
But at some point.
Correct.
Thank you. Anybody else? No further questions. Ask the witness.
One final question, if you can answer it. How quickly, once the heart stops circulating, how quickly does it take for the blood to become dark like that? What kind of time frame?
It's not easy to say, but it can take a little bit of time because there's still going to be oxygen in the blood for.
I'm going to object because of speculation on his part.
Is there a minimum time? Not necessarily in how far it can possibly go, but a minimum. Is it going to be more than 5 minutes?
More than 5 minutes, correct.
Is it going to be more than 10 minutes?
Most likely.
Ranquez, the cause of death that you have on your records there indicates cardiac arrest. Is that correct?
That's not, we're not determining cause of death. We're determining her state when she comes in,
I'm sorry.
her condition when she comes in.
Cardiac arrest is on there. What is the title of the place where cardiac arrest is written on that report?
What page are we on? Unable to respond reason, is that what we're talking about? So there's a part here where during the triage where it's asking questions, different kinds of questions, general questions we ask all the patients, and when we say that they're unable to respond, we have to ask why. We have to state why. And
The answer was
cardiac arrest.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Saunders. No other questions? Yes, sir.
Just one clarification question. If someone came in with a head trauma, say a subdural hematoma, and then they stopped having a pulse, but before you knew it was a hematoma, is it safe that you would probably put cardiac arrest?
Correct.
So it just means the heart's not pumping.
It means the heart stopped.
It's not a cause of death.
Right.
No further questions.
But it could be.
What's that?
Cardiac arrest could be.
That objection will be overruled. You can remain seated when you ask your question. Ask your question, and if you can answer it, answer it.
Cardiac arrest can be and determine, and there could be but you have to, it's the ME's job to determine what caused the cardiac arrest. Mhm.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
He's excused from the stage.
No. Is excused from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is that you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. You're not allowed to view anything about this case. Do you understand?
Correct. Yes.
All right, you may step down. State, call your next witness.
State called Brian Cahill.
If you'll leave the exhibits, please.
Oh, no problem.
No problem. All right, you'll take a seat here, please. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand, have a seat. Make sure you keep your voice up so members of the jury and the court reporter can hear.
Yes, ma'am.
You'll state your name for the record.
Ryan Cahill.
State.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cahill, did you used to be called something different than Mr. Cahill?
Yes, I was formerly Officer Cahill with the San Antonio Police Department.
Thank you. And you no longer work for San Antonio Police Department, is that correct?
Correct.
When did you stop working for San Antonio Police Department?
About the middle of 2022.
Okay. Like summer? What?
Yes.
And when did you start your career with San Antonio Police Department?
About the summer of 2017.
Okay. So, that's, if my math is correct and better than Brittany's, it was what, 6 years?
A little under 5 years, I believe.
Okay. So we're both better. Tell the jury, well, I'm sorry. Prior to working with San Antonio Police Department, did you have any previous law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was with the U.S. Army for about 8 years as a military police K-9 officer.
Okay. And well, so after the military, that's when you joined SAP. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, I was released early from the military to be able to join SAPD.
And can you tell the jury about your career with SAPD?
Yes, I was with SAP for a little under 5 years. I worked on South Patrol as a patrol officer. About a year before I left, I was certified as a field training officer, and I performed as a field training officer for that final year of my service there.
Okay, I'm going to back you up a little bit. You mentioned South Patrol. What is South Patrol?
So basically, we patrol the southern part of San Antonio. Kind of goes all the way from the west to pretty much the east side, but that whole southern section, basically below the median line of San Antonio.
Okay, and what shift did you typically work?
It was T shift.
What does that mean?
We went in at 5 p.m. and we would get out at about 3 in the morning. It was they called it like a power shift that would overlap the busiest times of the day to assist the other shifts. It's kind of the more active times of the day.
And you talked about being a field training officer. What duties do you have as a field training officer?
So as an FTO, my primary duty is to assist the probationary officers with their training and their transitions to becoming a full-time independent officer on their own. What I do is I primarily review their reports, watch them while they're at the calls. If there's anything that they need assistance with or they're struggling with, that's when I'll kind of step in, kind of make sure that nothing goes anywhere it shouldn't go. If there's something that they haven't experienced before, they're not struggling with it, and kind of assist them through the calls with whatever who were there to help needs and any questions that they have.
So basically, you're training new officers.
Correct.
Okay. So I want to kind of talk about that a little bit more. Just in general, what training does an officer go through when becoming a full-fledged officer with San Antonio Police Department?
So after you go through the academy, which is several months long, then you're going to have a 3-month period where you'll spend in the FTO program as a probationary officer. You're rotated through 3 FTOs. You'll spend 1 month with each FTO. You'll be at different substations around the city, so that way you kind of get exposure to all different environments and different types of calls and things like that. At the end of your 3-month period, you'll spend 2 weeks in evaluations with 2 other officers that you have no experience with, who are also FTOs, and they'll evaluate you over those 2 weeks based off of a rating scale, and then you have to pass that. If you pass that, you'll be certified as a full officer to be able to work independently on your own. If you don't pass it, you'll go back into remedial training. You'll basically do another month or whatever is needed with additional FTOs until you're able to pass your certification.
Oh, these are amazing.
Wow. Wow. That's good.
Wow, these are good.
That's delicious. What if I told you that you could get
And so specifically focusing on the FTO portion that you talked about, where they are with 3 different field training officers, are there different phases and levels to that training to go through?
Yes, there is. There's 3 phases, and kind of the point of the 3 phases is to give them more responsibility as time goes on, being that they just got out of the academy. They have a lot of the textbook experience, but they don't have a lot of the interactive real world experience because it's hard to train that in the academy. So we're kind of, it's almost a handoff, if you will, as far as giving them more and more responsibility as they go.
And are you, or were you, a certified peace officer?
Yes.
Okay, so are you currently still, or?
Yes, currently for this year, my certification will lapse if I don't complete the required TCOL courses by the end of the year.
Okay, and just why did you leave San Antonio Police Department?
There are objective elements.
How's this relevant?
I mean, but I want to make sure he left on good terms.
All right, the objection is the same.
Were you working as a San Antonio police officer on February 7th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
At that point in time, were you training anyone?
Yes, I was.
Who were you training?
Officer Losoya.
What phase of her training was she in?
I believe she was in 3rd phase.
And a little bit more than we've already talked about, what does 3rd phase fully mean?
So the 3rd phase, what I typically do and most FTOs do in 3rd phase is we're mostly giving the probationary officer the full independence at the calls, and we're kind of just a secondary kind of, we fill more of a cover officer role unless there's just something that we need to step in for or something they haven't encountered in their previous phases. But pretty much at that phase, they're mostly operating on their own.
On February 7th, Were you dispatched to a case involving a Mercedes Losoya?
Yes, I was.
Where were you dispatched to?
At the time, it's called Texas Vista Hospital.
Okay. Why do you say at the time?
It changed its name several times, and then now it's currently, as far as I know, no longer in operation.
Why were you dispatched to Texas Vista?
We were dispatched for a DOA of a child.
What does DOA mean?
Basically means that the individual was brought in unresponsive or was found unresponsive at some point and is basically believed to be or has been pronounced deceased.
Okay. In fact, what does DOA stand for?
Dead on arrival.
And so, tell me, when you have a field training officer, how does that look? Do you ride together? Do you ride separately?
Yes, we ride together, and as I said, I kind of perform as a cover officer, kind of doing what she needs and just kind of he or she, and then kind of helping them out with whatever they may need or stepping in if needed. But we're pretty much always attached because it is my responsibility as the FTO to make sure that nothing does happen that shouldn't happen and make sure that I'm watching over that officer as well.
Okay, so is it fair to say that everything that you're saying you did that day, you did with Officer Losoya?
Correct.
What happened when you arrived at Texas Vista?
Immediately upon arrival, we got a briefing from the staff there who told us that there was...
I'm going to stop you real quick. You're not allowed to talk about what people told you.
Okay.
So you got a briefing, and without saying what they told you, what did you do next?
Okay, I got a briefing. From that, we went to the room where Mercedes' mother was located. We made contact with her, and then...
I'm going to stop you real quick, okay? You said Mercedes' mother. Do you remember her name?
Yes, Katrina.
Do you remember her last name?
Katrina Mendoza.
Okay. And so, while talking to her, just what was her demeanor?
So her demeanor was, she was, in my opinion, in my experience, with talking to a lot of individuals and a lot of interviews, she was attempting to appear very upset. But I do not feel, based off my experience, that she was legitimately upset. That it appeared that she was, by my experience, it appeared that she was more forcing the emotions rather than truly feeling the emotions.
How long did you talk to Katrina Mendoza?
There were several times that we kind of went in and out of the room with different things. If I had to put a time total, maybe a total time about an hour or so, broken up over different time periods.
Okay, so this initial time that you're talking to her, who was all in the room?
At the time, it was just me, Officer Losoya, and Katrina. And there, at one point in the beginning, the doctor that pronounced the deceased was in the room. That was just at the beginning.
And in course of your investigation, did you learn that Katrina has any other children?
Yes, I did.
And how many other children does she have?
At the time, I was aware of one.
Do you know that other child's name?
Jordan?
Okay. Did this cause you any concerns?
Yes, definitely.
And what were your concerns?
My concerns was, at that time, I had observed Mercedes' body at that point and saw the extent of the injuries and the condition of her. And based off that, it immediately caused a high concern for me that if there's any other children involved, that we needed to immediately get them into custody, because if they were in any potential danger to what it appeared Mercedes had gone through, then we needed to try and get them to safety as soon as possible.
My new book, Keyboard Rich: How Anyone Can Earn Six Figures from Home with a Simple Bookkeeping Business, has just hit the Wall Street Journal bestseller list.
Okay, Officer Cahill, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 3. Is this the condition you saw Mercedes in that night?
Yes, it is.
Can you take a minute and just, in your own words, describe what you saw Mercedes looking like?
Yes. When I went in, saw Mercedes, she at the time was covered with an apron. When I pulled back the apron, the injuries that she had sustained were clearly not something that under any circumstances could have ever been perceived as accidental. It was extensive injuries that were over multiple lengthy periods of time. She was covered from head to toe, her whole body in bruises, significant bruising. A large majority of her hair had been removed from her head. She had what appeared to be burn marks on her feet. I was informed that she had a soft spot in her skull, and it was basically there was no possibility that this wasn't a long. Yes.
Okay. You already expressed that you had concerns for Jordan's well-being. Were your concerns due to the extreme amount of injuries you saw on Mercedes?
Yes.
Due to that concern, what did you do?
At that time, we went and I talked with Katrina and was able to gain information that her, at the time, she said boyfriend was in custody of the other child. And due to the extensive injuries that I observed on Mercedes and the possibility of, we didn't know who at that time had caused these injuries, I wanted to try and get both her boyfriend and the child to the hospital so we can make contact with them and take custody of the child. And then Katrina called. Sorry.
So you said boyfriend. Did you learn who her boyfriend was?
Yes.
Who was that?
Jose Ruiz.
Did you have an opportunity at some point in the night to make contact with Jose Ruiz?
Yes, I did.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you identify him by an article of his clothing?
Yes, he's wearing a blue jacket.
Let the record reflect that he has identified the defendant. Okay. I believe you mentioned asking Katrina about Jordan.
Yes.
Correct. About saying what she says. What do you observe her to do?
She used her phone and made a phone call.
On this phone call, what was her demeanor?
At first, she was trying to coordinate with the other individual on the end of the phone. Then she became extremely agitated and irate, began yelling and screaming.
And did that continue for the remainder of the phone call?
Yes, it did. And after.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you said and after?
Yes.
In your work as a San Antonio police officer, do you wear a body camera?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and we talked about Officer Losoya. Was she also wearing a body-worn camera?
Yes, she was.
Are those in use when you are at call?
Yes.
Are they constantly recording?
Yes, it's required by our policy that the moment we get the call or we're going to make contact with any individual of the public, that the body-worn cam is activated and remains activated until we complete that interaction.
How do body-worn cameras get logged?
So when we activate them, we deactivate them. At the end of the day, we put the body-worn cameras into their charging docks. They're automatically uploaded into the servers and they're stored in the servers.
How are they connected to a case?
I'm sorry, say that again?
How are they connected to a case?
So they're usually connected to the case by time frame. It's basically the system tries to say this officer, which is your body cam, is basically attached to you as the officer. This officer was on these calls during this time, and that camera would be attached to the calls that you were on during that time.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you don't have to attach it, the system does it automatically?
Yes.
May I approach, Judge? Mr. Cahill, I'm showing you what I've marked as States Exhibit 5 and 6. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
Through these are my initials and the date that I wrote on them.
Okay. Have you had opportunity to watch both of these prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I have.
And are they portions of your body-worn camera from February 7th, 2022?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of the events that occurred that day?
Yes, they are.
And I'm sorry, Officer Cahill, may I approach you, Judge? Are both of these from your body-worn camera?
One of them is from mine, and then the other one is from Loseria's when we're standing together.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you already said that. So I'm going to clarify. States Exhibit 5 is that whose body camera is that from?
That is from Officer Loseria's.
Okay, and you already testified you've watched this in its entirety before coming to court today.
Yes, I have.
Were you present for the entirety of this video?
Yes.
May we approach, Judge?
honestly don't want to get involved just because, like, honestly.
I understand that. Yeah, I understand you want to be involved. I mean, that's.
I have to step out.
Yeah, just because I just want to talk to you out here. Obviously, I don't know you or anything. You don't know me or anything like that. We're just gonna talk here, just like I'm talking with everyone here. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on right now. Okay. You just leave it here, son. Hey, you can leave it here, son. Hey, no, it's alright. You can leave it here. We gotta block your phone.
The other voice besides Jose that we are hearing but not seeing on the video, whose voice is that?
That is my voice. Yeah, I'll turn it off in a second. All right, so tell me what happened with everything.
Well, she was having problems breathing, I guess, because the mom fed her or something. Like, she threw up with soup and other shit. I don't know. But anyways, she was having a hard time breathing, Like, I already knew what it was from. I was telling her to the hospital. She had taken it, you know. And it was from the food in her lungs. Like, that's what I'm guessing. She was having a hard time breathing, and every time I threw her on my back, and I got a baby, she was like that. And then I don't know, she was fine. After that all passed, she was fine. And then out of nowhere, she's laying on her side and she's just throwing up constantly.
Right.
And I guess like
what was she throwing up?
Like liquid, like what she ate.
Was it clear?
No, it was what she ate. It was soup, like she ate noodles, the animal cup, and the fucking applesauce.
Okay. How long was she not feeling good that she was throwing up?
Honestly, don't know because I wasn't there. I was just there to everything else, to the last part. You know,
Okay.
She was over there at her house.
Okay. You know who stays over there with her?
No.
Is it just her by herself?
I don't know.
You're not sure?
I got my partner, maybe like not even a year.
Not even a year. Okay. It's like on and off a year, or
Yeah, it's on and off.
Okay. Has she ever lived with you or anything like that?
Yeah, one time.
One time. How long was that?
Not maybe like a month ago.
A month ago? Yeah. Okay. So I know you said that you're not really sure because you weren't, I guess, in the picture with what went out for childcare and everything like that. Are you frequently around the kids, or is it normal for you not to see them for a couple of days?
Yeah, it's normal for not to see, like, because we get in a little arguments or whatever.
Yeah. Like, how often do you think you see the kids you're around?
Ask me again, sorry.
How often do you think you see the kids you're around?
Oh, whenever she used to live with me, I saw them all the day because they're always with her.
And what was that?
Like a month ago.
So a month ago she moved down?
Yeah.
Like 3 weeks or like a month?
About
4 weeks?
I said about a month. Because I just got my apartment, I didn't want her to live with me. So I had to go.
Okay. So you only see the kids for a few days now. When was the last time you saw them prior to today?
Maybe like
3 days ago? Okay. And how were they doing?
They were doing good. Like 2 days ago, she was doing good too. I saw her
They weren't sick at all or anything like that?
She wasn't sick, but she was like fatigued. Getting sick. Like, you could tell she was like getting sick. I guess.
Did she have like an injury or anything?
Not that I know this one. She was walking fine, talking fine, everything. Like you can match her. She was. We were talking. She told me yesterday. She was fine. She was eating, talking, everything. Okay. And then I'm guessing the shit out of her.
Just give me 1 second. Okay. So 3 days ago or something like that. I guess the last time you saw her. Right?
Yeah, like 2 days ago.
Okay. And then.
And she was telling me she saw her last night, yesterday. And she was fine. Like she was walking fine, eating fine, good. Everything was good.
Yeah. So then today, what changed? Like, how did it?
I don't know. She was calling, telling me you need to come when I went. She just said you need to come. I haven't come again. I saw it when I showed up.
You were like, what do you mean? When
No. But she was like, she sounds scared, you know, so I didn't even ask her.
So where was she at?
I was in the She was at her house.
At the friend's house? Okay. So she was at the friend's house and she was like, you need to come here. And the friend lives in an apartment, the same apartment complex?
Yeah.
Okay. So, same apartment complex. You walked over there with Sue?
No, I was on the street. I was at the village actually.
Oh, okay. So you drove back to the apartment complex?
I drove over there.
Okay, and when you pulled up to the apartment complex, what was going on?
She was like having trouble breathing, like just laying there. Like, she was conscious and everything. She was having trouble breathing.
Okay.
And she was fine. We got her fine. Like I was over in the bed, patting her, like everything, and she was fine.
And what was her mother saying?
Nothing. We were just handling the situation. Like she was fine.
Can you just stand out here? You give me 1 second. I just gotta talk to you. Hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going, sir? What's your?
All right, Officer Cahill, was that the extent of you talking about Jose that evening?
No. The full extent of us talking?
Okay, let me be clear. Did you talk to Jose about what happened to Mercedes any further?
I mean, I believe we did have more conversations throughout the night. For the remainder of the night, we were in contact with Jose, and then eventually when we were transporting him as well.
Okay. With what we just heard, Jose told you, and based on your training and experience, was what he told you consistent with Mercedes' condition and how you saw her?
No, it was not.
And why do you say that?
A lot of the descriptions that he was using, as far as her being fine, multiple times saying she was fine, the injuries that I saw, were not something that had happened within a 3-day period, where he had said the last time that he was with her was 3 days ago. These were injuries that were far beyond 3 days, and the condition that she was in and those injuries, which were very apparent to be much farther past 3 days. Myself, I would never be able to look at a child in that condition and ever describe them as fine.
And going back to what Jose had told you, did he in fact describe an illness or something of the sorts that he had seen within those last 3 days?
Yes, he described her as fatigued.
How long did Jose say had been since Katrina and Mercedes and Jordan had lived with him, if you remember?
He said approximately a month.
Based on your training and experience, did you find that his answers were consistent to you? I checked.
Based on my training experience, no, I did not feel like his answers were consistent.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're instructed to disregard the last answer.
That's what it is.
Defense.
Also, can you know, we all just saw that video, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that Jose was cooperative with you, correct?
Yes, he was being cooperative.
And he responded to your questions, correct?
Yes, he did.
And there was no, you had no difficulty with him in that interaction, correct? I mean,
Not
from what we saw, was there any?
from what you saw, no.
Okay. And what you observed with Katrina, with her, I believe you said that she did not appear authentic. Is that what you said?
Yes.
That she appeared to sort of be trying to feign emotion that she didn't really have.
Yes.
And the way she responded, you would agree, would be a way that no mother, real mother, would respond.
Judge, I'm gonna object to opinion.
Sustain.
Okay. Her response was she crying when you were interacting with her?
She was trying to give the appearance that she was crying.
But in fact, her demeanor was sort of. Did you see anger? And was she angry? Did she have a hot temper? Did it appear to you?
The anger I saw was in her conversation with Jose
She was aggressive, correct?
when they were interacting. Yes.
And based on your interaction with her, she was evasive in the information she was giving you, right?
I wouldn't say evasive, answering the question, but I would say I didn't believe that she was giving me the whole story. I believe she was telling me.
Oh my God! What
Her
is
version
going
of something
on?
that yes, but she was.
Self-serving? Would you agree? Self-serving?
Jeez.
That'll be sustained.
Her demeanor was it surprised you a little bit.
I'm not objecting relevant.
Overruled.
I don't know if I could say it surprised me. As an officer, we kind of have to be ready to encounter whatever we're going to encounter in the situation. I guess as opposed to surprising me, it raised flags that I needed to investigate this situation a lot more.
So based upon your interaction with her, Katrina's response and the way she's acting raised red flags to you, right?
Yes, about the situation.
But you had never met Katrina before that night, correct?
Correct.
Nor had you ever met Jose before, correct?
Correct.
I'll pass the witness this time.
Officer Cahill, you just talked about Katrina and how you did believe she was being authentic. Did you believe that Jose was being authentic?
No, I believe they were both lying.
Your Honor, I would object to opinion and hearsay. And ask for a ruling on my objection and the jury be instructed to disregard.
Because I believe she opened the door.
All right, parties approach.
You certainly present. That was weird. I'm so sorry about Mama Fox. It's sad when your parents get
All right,
sick.
objection is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, you're to disregard that last answer. All right, state.
Officer Cahill, did Jose show any concern for Mercedes?
I don't believe so.
We've been asking you questions about Katrina having a conversation with Jose. I believe you've already answered this, but what was Katrina's demeanor during that phone conversation?
So she started off by basically trying to follow what I was asking her to do, to have the child brought to the hospital. There was a discussion about the phone, and as soon as the discussion about
Your Honor, I would object to the hearsay. Suspend.
at one point, okay.
Once an objection is made, if you don't understand my ruling, just let me know. I sustain the objection, so if you're going to ask you another question. No. Ask your next question.
Well, Judge, at this time, I believe defense, by talking about the phone conversation between Katrina and Jose, has opened the door. If you'd like to reoffer State's Exhibit 5, I'm very excited.
All right, that objection will be, well, I'm sorry, do you have an objection to that?
Yes, I do have an objection to that because I don't believe that door's been open. I don't believe that kind of thing that could open the door.
All right, outside of the door not being open, which is what you're saying, what are your other objections, or do you have other objections?
Yes, I have other objections. First of all, I didn't ask about the contents of the conversation, just her demeanor. So I want to be clear about that. And I believe it's hearsay, irrelevant, and prejudicial.
All right, the objection to hearsay will be sustained.
I'll pass the witness.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused or subject to recall?
She's excused from the seat, subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. You're not allowed to do anything. One of the parties may call you back, so make sure you're available.
And Judge, he was out of state.
All right, so one of the parties may call you back. Make sure you're available. All right, thank you. Call your next witness.
State calls Julie Romo.
All right, he'll take a seat here, please. Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. State your name for the record, please.
Julie Romo.
All right, make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury report before you come here.
Yes,
State.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Romo. Can you please spell your last name for the book?
Rummel. I'm employed with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice as captain.
What do you do?
I run a shift, run a unit in Hondo, Texas.
How long have you been doing that?
I started in 2011, left for Child Protective Services, and then came back in August of 2022.
So you said you left for Child Protective Services.
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you work at Child Protective Services?
I believe 2.5 years.
Were you working with Child Protective Services in February?
Yes, ma'am.
What were your duties back then?
I would investigate all cases. I was on the night unit. We'd be working from Tuesday through Friday from 1 p.m. to midnight, and I would investigate all the cases that came in that I was assigned by my supervisor.
How do those cases, like how does the case come into CPS before you're going to send an investigator?
It depends. The hospital would call in the case, law enforcement, or concerned citizens.
What kind of steps did you, or what things do you do as a CPS investigator?
As a CPS investigator, I would investigate all types of cases from neglect all the way up to child fatalities.
How would you go about investigating kind of like police officers do? Like what steps do you take to?
First, I would interview family members, friends close to the family, collaterals which our friend contacts of the family would give us, and also make sure the children were safe.
And during your time as an investigator, you said that you worked kind of like a shift that lasted like all kind of like afternoon and evening up to midnight.
That's correct, ma'am.
Back on February 7th, 2022, were you sent anywhere regarding a child by the name of Mercedes Losoya?
I was sent to a hospital. I can't remember the name of the hospital though.
Texas Pizza sound familiar?
Yes.
And is that here in San Antonio?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if that hospital is still operating?
I'm not sure.
So when you were dispatched, were you told what kind of call it was, or
I was informed it was a child fatality.
what happened when you first got to the hospital? Who did you first make contact with?
I first made contact with, I believe, the officer and that was watching over Jordan, the sibling of Mercedes, and then I made contact with the medical personnel as well to find out the logistics of everything that occurred. That way, I can contact my supervisor.
And kind of what's the purpose of getting all that initial information from people?
In a case like that, it was to meet with the district attorney so we could file for a removal of Jordan from the mother.
So at that night, did you also see Mercedes?
I did.
Did you see her before or after you spoke with her sister Jordan?
After.
So when you came in, do you know about what time you got to the hospital? Was it late at night?
I know it was evening time and it was already dark, but I don't know exactly what time.
What was your primary purpose for being at the hospital that night?
My primary purpose was to ensure that Jordan was safe that night.
When you made contact with Jordan, was she there at the hospital?
She was.
What types of things do you do when talking to a child, like Jordan, to make sure they're okay?
I talk to them. I get down on their level to make sure that they're feel safe and secure with me first before we take any further steps. Because if they don't feel safe and secure with us, then they might be more hesitant to go with us. I ensured that she was doing okay and she was seen by medical personnel as well.
How long were you able to talk to Jordan that night?
I don't recall.
Do you recall how old she was?
I want to say about 6, if I recall correctly.
What was her demeanor at that point when you talked to her?
She was still her happy self. She wasn't aware of anything that occurred yet. So she was still happy, very talkative. We made sure we got her some food and made sure she ate that evening, and then, got her in a safe place that night.
Did you or the medical personnel inspect her for injuries?
Yes.
Did she have any injuries?
No, not that I observed.
How did she present in terms of clothing and appearance?
She appeared clean from what I remember. I believe the hospital gave her a stuffed animal, if I remember correctly. But as far as her demeanor, she was well nourished and clean.
And you said that at some point then that you also viewed the same spot, correct?
I did.
May I approach her? Yes. I'll show you it's already been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 3. Is this Mercedes in that photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is this how she appeared when you were viewing her in the hospital that night?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 7. Do you recognize the two girls in this photograph?
Yes, that's Mercedes and Jordan.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of what Jordan especially looked like back then?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recognize both children?
Yes, ma'am.
They would offer State's Exhibit 7.
No, objection, all right. State's Exhibit number 7 is admitted.
Which color, Charlie? Red. So the girl on the left, who's that?
That's Jordan.
Okay. And then the girl in the middle, who's that?
That's Mercedes.
Is Jordan older or younger than Mercedes?
She's older.
She's older. Do you know by how much?
I want to say give or take 2 years.
And you said that she at that point did not know what had happened to her sister.
That's correct.
When you went in and saw Mercedes, what was the condition of her body?
It was very bruised, teeth missing, toenails missing. There were little like thumbtack wounds on the bottom of her feet as well. Clumps of hair missing. It was very, very bad.
Would it be safe to say those were extensive injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anybody else from CPS with you that night?
There was. It was Special Investigator Anthony Adame.
And was he doing the investigation with you?
Yes, we were running it together.
And which one of you ended up being the primary investigator on the case?
I guess I was the one that would have to close out the case and everything.
But you two worked together.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
And was he also in the room with you when you interviewed Jordan?
I don't recall.
Was he in the room with you when you observed Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you guys have to take photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you in the room when those photographs?
I was the one taking the photographs. Yes.
Do you remember? Did you speak to anybody else that night about what had happened? Did you speak to Katrina or anyone else that night?
I believe I spoke to her dad, if I remember correctly, and her stepmom outside of the hospital.
Katrina's dad and stepmom?
Yes.
Okay. What's the next step in the investigation you guys did?
We filed for the removal of Jordan. I placed her in a home and then set Jordan up for a forensic interview.
So tell the jury what a forensic interview is.
A forensic interview is conducted at Child Safe, where there's special interviewers that know exactly what questions to ask regarding severe cases, one similar like this.
So it's conducted by a different person, the one who does the interview.
That's correct, ma'am.
Are you guys in the room when they did the interview?
No, ma'am.
Okay, what did you guys do?
We're watching over a video, kind of like a Zoom, but it's just a video from one room to the other.
And what is Child Safe?
Child Safe is a place where they conduct interviews with anywhere from ranging from a sexual abuse case to child fatality case, more severe cases where an investigator with CPS would not be conducting the interview.
To your knowledge, is Child Safe an investigative entity or is it more neutral?
It's neutral.
And so you said that you've got Jordan scheduled for a forensic, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Do you recall when that interview took place?
I do not.
Okay. Would it have been in the next day or so after this?
That's correct.
After you arrived at the hospital and spoke to Jordan, did Jordan have any further contact with her mother or with Jose Ruiz?
She did not.
So she was removed immediately that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And immediately placed in CPS's care?
That's correct, ma'am.
After the forensic interview, you said you watched it, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, ma'am.
Okay. What is the next step that you took?
We were trying to find family members that would have been suitable to place Jordan in and continue to ensure that she was safe in where she was placed.
Do you recall if you went anywhere else as part of your investigation? To anyone's house or apartment?
I did go to a couple family members' house and then where she was placed with her, I want to say her great aunt. I went to her house and conducted interviews with her and her mother, I believe, to ensure that was going to be safe. Took pictures of the home, and then we got that process so we could place Jordan with a family member.
At any point in time, did you go to someone's house by the name of Jeanette?
Yes, that's correct.
Who was Jeanette?
Jeanette was the friend of Katrina in the same apartment complex where they end up rushing Mercedes to the hospital from that apartment, stating that she fell in that apartment.
What's the purpose of going to Jeanette's apartment?
Trying to locate an additional source of who last saw Mercedes alive.
Were you ever able to speak to Katrina?
We spoke to her, Mr. Adame and I both spoke to her briefly before she was arrested, I believe, at SAPD headquarters.
When you spoke to her, what was her demeanor?
She was still calm and asking when she could see Jordan.
Did she seem more concerned with Jordan than Mercedes?
That's correct, ma'am.
Did you ever speak to Jose at all?
I did not.
Do you know if your partner Mr. Adame did?
I believe he did.
After this situation and Jordan got removed, did you follow Jordan and kind of like her whereabouts after this?
I did all the way, I believe, for another 3 or 4 months afterwards.
Were you invested, or is that normal to kind of keep up with?
I think I was personally invested as well to make sure she was doing safe, especially after that traumatic incident. Because me and Mr. Adami did have to inform her that her sister passed.
So you and Mr. Dami were the ones that had to tell her that Mercedes had passed.
Yes, ma'am. We did that right before her child safe interview.
Did you observe her emotional state after?
I did. She came and gave me a big hug and, mentioned something that her sissy was no longer in pain and walking the golden streets. So she knew.
Sorry, I didn't understand that. What did you say?
Jordan stated that her sissy's no longer in pain and walking the golden streets.
Pass away.
My name is Ruiz. I believe you said you were called dispatched, is the word the state used, dispatched for a child fatality.
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, what was your result of that? Indeed, there was a child fatality. Is that correct?
Yes, there was a child fatality, ma'am.
Do you make any recommendations as to charging
As far as charging,
the crime?
no, ma'am.
Had you ever met Mercedes before this incident?
No, ma'am.
Were you familiar with the situation there?
No, I was not.
You made a comment, I believe, that Jordan, subsequent to the visit at the hospital, was her happy self.
Yes, ma'am.
How would you know it's her happy self?
Just because afterwards, from what I observed of her demeanor throughout the whole investigation, the next 3 or 4 months.
So it was a retrospective analysis rather than at the time.
Correct, ma'am.
I believe you said that Jordan was 3 years older, in your opinion?
2.
2?
Yes.
Now, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I can make mistakes right here. You said that she did not know what happened.
That's correct.
Why did she not know? Did you ask her at the time what happened?
Just speculation.
I could not disclose any of the incident yet because she had to be interviewed by Child Safe.
So, but at that particular night at the hospital, you did not interview Jordan.
That's correct. I did not.
I'm sorry, because you had said that you interviewed Jordan. So,
That's the steps we take in an interview process. But regarding a severe case like this, we weren't allowed to interview.
you did take photos, though,
Correct.
and you spoke with the dad and stepmom of Katrina.
Yes, I believe so, if I recall correctly.
And was that probably to find out if they could take Jordan?
Yes, ma'am.
And you set up the forensic interview at Child Safe. Were you the one who took her to Child Safe?
I was.
And did you watch the interview?
I did.
And how did she begin the interview with what happened that day?
I'm gonna object to hearsay.
I'd like to see the video. Yeah, Nora, I'd like to introduce the video of the Child Safe interview.
Is there gonna be any objection?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Then if you mark it as an exhibit.
So I guess it would be defense exhibit 1, but we're not allowed to have it, right?
No, the state was saying that they're not objecting.
But we're not allowed to have a copy of it.
Well, it'll be in the court's possession.
Should I have it marked as C1 or States 1? That's one. Okay.
All right, so here's my question. Defense is offering defense exhibit number 1 into evidence. Any objections to defense exhibit number 1?
No, Your Honor.
And are both parties saying that defense exhibit number 1 is the child safe statement of Jordan?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then defense exhibit number 1 is admitted without objection.
Please.
makes me mad.
This goes on for about 10 minutes before they actually get to the child sits in the chair, talks about further interviews where she is.
I mean, I objected to you putting back that.
Sustain.
Microphone. And so the cameras are here to help us remember the things that you and I. And how old are you, Jordan? 6. 6 years old? When's your birthday?
June the 2nd.
June the 2nd? Do you know what year you were born in? That's okay. Today, if I ask you something that you don't know, it's okay for you to tell me that you don't know by using your words. Okay? And that way I can understand. Now, you and I, we've never met before. Tell me some things about yourself, Jordan.
I love coloring.
Okay?
I love painting.
Okay?
And I love coloring, painting, and drawing.
Okay?
I love to color with different color markers.
Okay?
And I love cake.
You love cake? Okay.
And I love the park.
You said the pie?
The park.
The park, okay.
Because you can slide and there's monkey bars.
Tell me all about what the park looks like.
There's a monkey bars and a slide and a swing.
Okay.
And there's a slide.
There's a slide. Tell me about what shape the slide is.
It could be triangle.
Okay.
Or straight.
Okay.
This way, or this way, or this way, or this way.
Okay. Now you said that you like to color and you like to draw. Tell me about the things that you like to draw.
I love unicorns.
Okay.
And I love princess drawing.
Okay.
And unicorns. A lot of unicorns.
Unicorns. So what do you like most about the unicorns?
They have legs.
Okay. Do you know what that's called? That's okay. All right. And you said that you like to paint.
Yeah.
Tell me about the things that you like to paint.
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs. Tell me about the last thing that you painted.
And pumpkin.
A
The
pumpkin.
big pumpkin.
Tell me all about what the pumpkin looks like.
It looked like orange, and it had a brown stick.
Okay.
And I colored it, I painted it all orange and all brown.
Okay. And where were you at when you painted the pumpkin?
At Hatchet.
At Hatchet? Help me understand what that place is.
It's school.
School, okay. And what grade are you in?
That's good.
First grade? Tell me more about Hatchet.
You get to go to STEM and art class, and you get to go to the park.
Okay. Now, when you say STEM, help me understand what that means.
That means you could do activities.
Tell me about the activities you can do.
You could play with, you could make little mouses and you could chase them.
Make little mouses and you teach it. Tell me all about the way you can make the mouses.
Like you put a machine in it,
Okay.
and then it goes this way or this way or that way.
Okay. Well, thank you for telling me some things about yourself, okay? And some of the things that you like to do for fun. And also about your school, okay? Now, I want to know a little bit about your day today, okay? So tell me everything that you did today, from the time that you woke up this morning up to the time that you got here to this place, okay? Just everything you remember, step by step.
I ate today.
You ate today? Okay. Well, what's the first thing you did after you woke up?
Went to the restroom and took a shower and brushed my teeth.
Okay. Went to the restroom, took a shower, you brushed your teeth, and then what happened?
And then I got my clothes on, and then I put in my shoes on.
And
And
then
then I went to go eat again. And then I went to go color.
tell me everything you had to eat before you went to go color.
I ate cereal.
Okay.
And then I ate corn dogs and some French fries.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then I come here.
Okay. Now tell me about the place that you were at earlier today when you had the breakfast and you had the corn dogs there.
The friend's house.
The friend's house? Help me understand what you mean by friend's house.
Like, you know that lady that brought me here?
Mm-hmm.
That's friend's house.
Her friend's house? Okay. Do you know the name of the lady that brought you here today?
No.
Okay. And tell me everyone that came with you here today.
Only that lady.
The lady. Tell me everything about the way that the lady brought you here today.
With the car.
Tell me all about the car looks like.
It looks like gray, the top looks gray. And the bottom looks black.
Okay.
And then the seats are like this color.
Okay. Now tell me everything that you did on the drive here today.
Played with my stuffed animals.
Okay. Tell me everything that you could see on the drive here today.
The sky and trees and
Okay.
grass.
Tell me everything that you could hear on the drive here today.
Like roads
Like roads?
and cars.
Could you hear anything else besides the roads and the cars?
And the music.
What kind of music could you hear?
Disney music.
Disney music, okay. Now what's the first thing that happened when you got here to this place?
I went over there in that room.
Okay. Well, thank you for telling me about your day and about you coming here today, okay? Today I'm going to ask a lot of important questions, okay? And I'm going to need you to answer them just like you did right now, okay? Just everything that you remember, step by step, from start to finish, okay? Now today, if I ask something that you don't understand, it's okay for you to tell me that there's something you don't understand, okay? And that way I can ask it in a different way or in a better way, okay? Now also, if I get something wrong or I make a mistake, it's very important that you tell me, that way I can fix it, okay? Now also too, if I ask for something that you don't know or that you don't remember, it's okay for you to tell me if there's something that you don't know or something you don't remember, okay? I don't want you to guess, but if there's something that you do know and that you do remember, it's very important that we do talk about it, okay? Because here in this place, we talk about things that have happened, we talk about things that are real, and we talk about the truth, okay? What does it mean to tell the truth?
I don't know.
And what does it mean to tell a lie?
I don't know.
Okay, now what color is this paper here?
What?
What color is the table?
Brown.
Now what color is my mask?
Black.
Okay. If someone were to say that this paper here is black, would that be the truth or a lie?
No.
And how many chairs are in this room?
2.
If someone were to say there's 2 chairs in this room, would that be the truth or a lie?
The truth.
What can happen to people that tell the truth?
They make good decisions.
What can happen to people that tell a lie?
They make bad decisions.
Okay. Now, while you and I talk today, you promise to talk only about the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Jordan, tell me the reason that you're here today.
To talk to you.
To talk to me? Tell me more about it.
To tell you about my sister.
Tell me more about that. Okay. I talk to boys. Yes, I talk to boys and girls. I talk to kids about things that have happened. Okay? Has something happened that you're here today?
No.
Okay. Are you worried about something that might happen?
My sister.
Your sister, tell me everything you're worried about.
I miss my sister.
Tell me more about that. Tell me more about your sister.
She ate a lot of food.
Okay.
And then that's how she got sick.
Tell me everything about the way that she got sick.
She got sick from eating yogurt, 3 yogurts. And she ate bananas, smushed up, and soup.
Okay.
And then she only drank water.
Well, what helps you know that she got sick?
Because my mom was feeding her, and then she stuffed the spoon in her mouth, and then she accidentally stuffed it right here, and then my mom pulled it out, and then she fell on the floor and hit her head on the metal thing.
Now, is this something that you saw, something that you heard, or something else?
Something that I saw.
Okay. Tell me, you said your mom was feeding her?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tell me everything that happened, step by step. Just how we practiced earlier about you coming here and your day, okay? Tell me everything that happened.
My mom was feeding her, and then she hit her head on the light bulb, and it was metal.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then she fell on the floor, and then she hit her head. And then she went to the hospital, and then her friend took me to the house.
Okay. You said her friend took you to her house, and then what happened?
And then I stayed there, and then I went to the hospital with my mom, and I never saw my mom again.
What's her mom's name?
Katrina Mendoza.
Oh.
Just for the record, I have stopped video. This phone, is that how you call it when you just saw?
The interview?
Yes.
Yes.
Was anything done about the fact that she said the mother was shoving her spoon down the child's throat? Was anything done about speculation?
Oh, Lord, you can answer if you know. All right, so here's the thing. When an objection is made, I will respond to the objection. That's what I'm here for. No sidebars. You can answer the question if you know the answer.
I didn't. She was already. My main goal was to remove Jordan at that night.
Her main goal was what?
To remove Jordan that night to make sure she was safe.
But she said in this interview that an action was taken against Mercedes by her mother. Did you do anything about that?
I'm not the one to charge any parents.
The answer is no.
That's correct.
Did you report it to anybody?
Yes, it was in my investigation.
Do you have it there with you?
No, I don't.
Prior to this interview that you took Jordan to, did you interview files sworn to this family?
I believed I looked at some of the history before going out.
What do you recall about some of the history?
There was an open investigation because they could not locate the family.
You couldn't locate.
The family.
Who was in charge of that investigation?
I don't recall, ma'am.
That wasn't your role.
That was not.
Did you check on any history of your department about Jose on how Ruiz?
We run history on both involved parties prior to going out to a call.
It's true there was nothing on Jose on how in relation to this family. Is that correct?
I don't recall, ma'am.
Was there anything in your recollection about Jose on how Ruiz anywhere in your records?
I don't recall.
Did you look?
Yes, we look into every involved family member, or that would be the case of being called on. I just don't recall.
You did know you were coming here today, and that Jose on how Ruiz is the person at the defense table.
Can object to argument.
It's the same. You didn't make any effort then to look into Jose on how before you came here today.
Objection to argument.
Overruled.
Uh,
Answer that question.
No, ma'am, because I'm no longer employed with CPS. So I have no
Oh, I'm sorry.
factors.
Thank you. I'm sorry, what did you say you're doing now?
I work for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. I'm a captain at the Torres Unit in Hondo.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Judge. So I'm going to play the rest of this interview. It's already been admitted, but before I do, just a few questions. CPS, that's not an arresting agency, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, whose job in this case would that have been?
The San Antonio Police Department.
Okay, and they also observed the interview with Jordan.
Correct, I believe so.
I'm just going to play the rest of the interview now.
Now, you said, tell me your sister's name.
Mercedes.
Mercedes? How old is sister Mercedes?
5.
5? Okay. I want to go back to when you said that your mom was feeding her, okay? Tell me everything that happened before that.
And then they did bread, and my mom did a bread, and my sister's mom.
You said they did a bread? They did a right or wrong?
Right.
Tell me more about that.
And I started doing this on her stomach so that way she could like laugh because she was not feeling good.
Okay.
and she was 4 already.
Tell me about the place that you were at the time when that was happening.
And my mom's friend's house.
Do you know that person's name?
No, I don't know.
Tell me everyone that was at your mom's friend's house.
Her little son and her, that's it.
Okay. Tell me everything you were doing at the time when they gave her the breath.
Eating my food.
Okay. Help me understand who gave her breath.
My mom.
Your mom? Okay. Tell me everything about the way she gave her breath.
Like she put her mouth in her mouth, and then she gave her breath.
Okay. Now tell me all about what your sister looked like when your mom was feeding her.
She was on a chair.
Okay. Tell me all about what her face looked like.
There was a little bit of scratches right here and right here.
Tell me all about the scratches.
Like last time she scratched herself too hard, and then this kind of knocked.
Okay.
Like the skin, one little skin.
Okay. All right. Tell me everything that your mom's friend was doing when your mom was giving your sister a breath.
Going upstairs.
Going upstairs? Tell me more about it.
Because she didn't want to see Mercedes.
Okay.
Because my mom didn't want her to see Mercedes.
Okay. You said she didn't want to see Mercedes because your mom didn't want her to see Mercedes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What was the very next thing that happened after your mom gave her a breath?
They took her to my mom's boyfriend's house.
Tell me all about that.
And then my sister threw it up, and then she didn't come back to that.
Okay. Tell me everything about the way that she threw up.
Like all the food.
Okay. Tell me everything you can see when that happened. Okay. You said they took her to your mom's boyfriend's house. Did I hear that right or wrong?
Really?
What's that person's name?
Okay.
Jose? Okay. Tell me everyone that took her to your mom's boyfriend's house.
Only me and my mom.
Okay. And how did your mom take her to her boyfriend's house?
Because he lived right next to us.
Okay.
Because he moved in.
You moved in? Okay. Do you know his last name?
No.
That's okay. Now, what's the first thing that happened when you got to your mom's boyfriend's house?
Jose started patting her back, and then she was throwing up, and she wanted me to live with him.
Okay. Who was he patting on the back?
Mercedes.
Okay. And who was throwing up?
Mercedes.
Okay. Tell me everything you were doing when she was throwing up.
Holding him.
Holding her?
Yeah.
Tell me more about it.
Like I was hugging him.
Okay. Tell me how her body was positioned when you said that she was throwing up.
She was laying down.
She was laying down? Tell me everything she was laying down on.
On the bed.
Here you go. Take your time, okay? And if you want to put your mask down or take it off, you can take it off, okay? All right. And you can put that here. I'll throw it away later, okay? Since she was laying down on the bed. Okay, was the bed in the hallway, in the living room, or something else?
In the room.
In the room? In whose room?
Her boyfriend.
Tell me everyone that was in the room at the time.
Jose and my mom.
Okay.
And my sister.
Okay, tell me everything that Jose and your mom were doing when she was coming up.
My mom started crying. And then Jose started patting her back more, and then he started giving her cream.
And then what happened?
And then they took her to the doctor.
Okay. When you say they, who's they?
My mom and Jose.
Okay. Tell me everything about them taking her to the doctor.
My mom left me at her friend. And then I started playing with the boys, and then my mom said, I need to take her, and then my mom left me there.
Okay. And then tell me everything you did after that.
I went to the hospital.
You went to the hospital? Tell me all about that.
I ate a little bit of snack. And then I watched Frozen.
Okay. And then tell me everything you did after that.
And then the doctor took pictures of my bones.
Tell me everything about that.
Like, I was standing, like, this was a wall,
Okay.
and then there was a picture, and they took pictures.
Okay. Help me understand who took you to the doctors.
that friend that my mom left me with.
Oh, okay, okay.
And then my mom's boyfriend got arrested.
Tell me everything that helps you know that he got arrested.
Because he had a gun.
Tell me more about the gun.
I don't know.
Okay, have you ever seen a gun? Okay. Did he got arrested because he had a gun? Now tell me all about what Jose looks like.
He has long hair like this, and he got some sweatpants like that on his legs, and then he got a shirt.
You a shirt? Okay.
And then he was driving so fast that he got arrested.
Okay. Tell me everything you remember about when it was that that happened, that they took your sister to the hospital.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. That's okay. Now, tell me everyone that you live with.
My mom and my grandpa.
Your mom and your grandpa.
My grandpa's name is Ruiz.
Okay. So you live with your mom and your grandpa Homer. Do you live with anyone else there? Your mom and your grandpa?
My uncle Rodney Elwood. And Jemima Beltran. And then Jesse Beltran.
Okay. Did anyone?
And Angelica. It's Angelica.
Okay.
I call her Nana.
Nana? Okay. And who understand who Angelica is?
Rodney Elwood is her boyfriend. He got married.
Okay. Have you ever lived with anybody else?
No.
Okay. Tell me all about who Jose lives with.
His brother and his sister. 2 brothers and 1 sister.
Okay. Tell me his brother's name.
Ruben and Rocco.
Ruben and Rocco? Okay. Do you know his sister's name?
Missing.
Okay. Okay. Was there ever a time where you lived anywhere else besides with Homer?
No.
Okay. Now tell me everything about the rules there at Homer.
We can't go outside and we can't get no candy.
And who's we?
My sister and if we get in trouble.
Okay. Tell me everything that happens in summer break or goes on.
We can't go outside and we can't play.
You can't go outside, you can't play. Okay.
And then we sit on the couches and go to sleep.
Okay. Okay, so you sit down on the couches? Help me understand what you mean by that.
We lay down on the couches. Me and my uncles and my sister.
Okay. Jordan, has someone ever hit your body?
No.
Has someone ever hurt your body?
Only sometimes when my mom gets mad at me, she slaps me.
Tell me all about the way she slaps you.
Like in the face, or in the butt with the belt.
Okay. Tell me everything she slaps you with.
The belt, and that's it.
Okay. And tell me everywhere that she slaps you. The belt in the hand. And tell me everywhere that she slaps the belt in the hand.
Right here and on the face.
Okay. Tell me everything you could feel when that happens.
I feel a little bit safe.
Okay. Was there ever a time where you had any marks or bruises on your body from her stabbing you with her hand in the belt?
No, only a hand mark right here.
Tell me all about the hand mark.
Like it was big.
Okay, now tell me everything that happened that time, okay? Step by step, just how we practice.
Like my mom was hitting me because I asked for some socks to leave because I was going to a birthday party.
And then what happened?
And then my mom slapped me in my face because she was doing something with Jose and my sister, and they didn't want me to come in.
Okay, tell me everything you could feel when she slapped you.
The red mark.
Red mark? Tell me everything your body felt when she slapped you.
I felt hard.
Felt hard? Okay. Tell me everything that you could see when that happened.
The red mark, like a hand mark.
Okay, a
Okay.
And then I watched the TV in the living room, and then I started crying.
And tell me everything that your mom did when you started crying.
She was still in the room
Okay. And tell me everything about the place that you were at the time when that happened.
at Jose's apartment
At Jose's apartment?
when he just moved in.
You said at Jose's apartment when he just moved in. Help me understand what you mean by that.
Like he got another apartment, but his bill was too high,
Okay.
and the water started getting cold, so my sister had to take a cold shower.
Tell me everything that helped you know she had to take cold showers.
Like they put her in the water, and she started rinsing herself.
Then what happened?
And then my mom would have to hold her under the water sometimes.
Okay. Is that something that you saw with your eyes, something that someone told you, or something else?
With my aunt.
Tell me everything that you that happened.
My mom was holding her on the water, and you know the little thing on the floor?
Help me understand what you mean.
Like the water thing, not the shower head.
Okay.
The little thing on the floor, and we took a shower there, and then the water was running in her face.
And then what happened?
And then her toes were looking bad.
Okay. Tell me everything about her toes.
Like this one was hurting, and this one was bruised.
Well, what else do you know that it was hurting and bruised?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. How do you know that it was bruised?
Because last time when I was going to my birthday party, she put her some shoes on, and then I said, come in, and then she come in, and then I accidentally stepped on her toe, and then she went out, and then I looked at her feet.
Tell me everything you can see when you look at her feet.
Bruises.
Tell me everything that happened to her feet.
Like they were bruised all right here.
Okay. All right. Help me understand how she got the bruises.
Because my mom started stepping on her feet, and then she got a little tiny thing right here, and then she hurt herself, and then Jose and Matt started putting thumbtacks in her feet.
Okay. Is that something that you saw, something that you heard, or something else?
Something that I saw.
Okay. Tell me everything you remember about that time, okay?
I don't know what you mean.
Okay. Well, tell me everything that happened that time, step by step.
She was in the closet.
Okay.
And then she peed on herself, and then Jose said, lick the pee, and then keep licking it and sneaked it. And then she smelled like pee, and then Jose started putting thumbtacks.
Okay. Who was in the closet?
My sister Mercedes.
Okay. All right. And tell me more about the place that you were at the time.
Jose's appointment.
Okay. And where in Jose's apartment were you at the time?
In his room.
And tell me everyone that was in the room when that happened.
My mom and me and Mercedes and Jose.
Okay. Tell me everything that your mom was doing when Mercedes was in the closet.
Watching Jose, and my mom told Jose to stop.
Okay. Tell me everything that he was doing when your mom told him to stop.
He was getting thumbtacks, more thumbtacks, and putting them in her feet again.
Tell me all about the way that he was putting thumbtacks in her feet.
He was pushing them into her skin.
Okay. Tell me all about what the thumbtacks look like.
Like, they were round, and then, like, circled, and then a pointy thing at the bottom.
A pointy thing at the bottom? Tell me all about the way that Mercedes' body was positioned when he did that.
On the floor.
Okay, was she sitting down? Was she laying down or something else at the time?
Laying down.
Laying down? Tell me more about it.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay. You said she was laying down. And earlier you said that she peed. And that Jose told her to lick the pee. Did I hear that right or wrong?
Right.
Tell me more about that.
He said to put your face in it.
Okay. And then what was the very next thing that happened after you said that?
She took a shower. And then she put some wind clothes on.
Okay. Now tell me everything that you could hear
while that was happening?
I heard her screaming.
Tell me more about the screaming.
I don't know what you mean.
Tell me everything that. Tell me everything who was screaming.
My sister was screaming.
Okay. Tell me everything that you could see while that was happening.
I was in the living room, so I didn't really see much.
Tell me everything that you remember that you could see.
My sister laying down on the floor, in the back. Laying down, and my sister saying no.
Okay. And then tell me everything that happened after that.
She started splashing her feet.
Okay.
And then, I don't know what you mean.
Okay. You said she was splashing her feet, and then what happened?
And then I went to the living room, and I got some shoes on because I was about to.
Okay. How old were you at the time when that happened?
I was 5, and my sister was 4. And then she started turning 5, and then I was 2.
Okay. Tell me everything that Losoya was doing when he told her to lift the feet.
I don't know what she was doing.
Okay. Was there ever a time where you saw something else happen to your sister besides that?
She was in the doctor, and there was cops anyway.
Okay.
And then one of the cops took me into the room, and then they gave me medicine because the back of my neck was hurting.
Okay. You said the back of your neck was hurting?
Yeah.
Tell me everything about how come it was hurting.
I couldn't swallow stuff.
Okay. Now, has someone else ever hit you besides your mom?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been hit with anything else besides the belt and a head?
A chancla.
Tell me more about that.
There was a blue big chancla and a little big belt, like the small belt that I have now.
Okay. Tell me all about the chocolate look like.
It looks like blue and light blue.
Okay. Earlier you said that your mom, that your mom spanked you with the belt.
Mm-hmm.
What part of the belt did she spank you?
Like the first part, she put it in half, and then she started walking.
You put it on half and she started, okay. Tell me all about where the belt came from.
From my mom, from me, because I have my belt laying on the floor, because they were little belts, so that way I could put like right here.
Okay. Okay. And earlier when you said that, Losoya put the thumbtacks on your sister's foot. Tell me all about where the thumbtacks are kept.
I don't know what you mean.
Tell me all about where they came from.
From the wall.
The wall. Tell me more about that.
He went to the living room and got some thumbtacks, and he said that this hair, and he put it right here, and I said no, because I was scared.
Okay. Help me understand who he did that to?
Me.
Okay. Tell me everything you felt when he did that.
Like a little needle, like right there, and then he took it out. He didn't put it all the way in my face, he just touched me.
And then what was the next thing he did after that?
He put it in my sister's arm, and then touched her.
Okay. And then what happened?
Nothing else.
Okay. Okay. Do you know if he has done something else to your sister besides putting the thumbtack in her foot?
No.
Okay. All right. Sorry for taking me a little bit of time. I just want to make sure I don't forget anything, okay? Because everything that you tell me is very important, okay? Okay. Tell me everything that your mom does if someone misbehaves.
She doesn't let us get any candy. She doesn't let us get any, she doesn't let us go play with a friend outside.
Okay.
And she doesn't let us watch TV.
Okay. Tell me everything that was said does if someone misbehaves.
Put that in time out in the corner.
Okay. You said put them down around the corner?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to go back to the earlier, you talked about your sister being in the closet and that she peed, okay? Tell me everything that happened before that.
She watched the TV, and then she put some more clothes on and some more pants on.
Okay. So she watched TV and she put on some more clothes on, some more pants, and then what happened?
And then she kept watching TV, and then at the end of the day, she started being bad, but she was good at first.
When you said she started being bad, I don't understand. What do you mean by that?
Like she started running around in the house.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then, her friend said, get back in time out.
Okay, and then what happened after that?
Nothing.
Okay. Was there ever a time where you saw, well, I want to go back to earlier, okay? You said that you saw bruises on your sister's feet. Was there a time where you saw bruises on any other part of her body?
Only on her face, and her face was bloody, like right here, and right here, and on her cheeks, and on her mouth.
Okay. Tell me everything that happened.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. You said she had bruises on her face. Tell me everything that caused the bruises.
Spanking.
Tell me all about it.
She kept moving, and she didn't want to get one whooping, so my mom gave her 2 whoopings.
Okay. Tell me everything about your mom giving her whoopings.
Like, she started whooping her with the belt and the chancla, and my little belt, and nothing else.
Tell me everything about the way that she whooped her with the belt.
I don't know what you mean.
How did she whoop her?
Like she swings it, and then she throws the shoe at her.
Okay. And tell me everywhere that she whipped her on.
On her butt.
Okay. Have you ever seen anyone else whip your sister besides your mom?
Only Jose.
Tell me everything about Jose whipping your sister.
He has a metal belt, and it right his head, and he put it, and he whipped her with the plastic, with the golden part.
Is that something you saw, something you heard, or something different?
Something that I saw.
Tell me everything that you could see that time.
Jose whooping her.
Okay.
And I heard screaming.
You heard screaming? Okay. Tell me more about the screaming you could hear.
Like crying screaming.
Tell me everything that was happening at the time when you whooped her with the belt.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Tell me everything that your sister was doing at the time.
Running around and going around the house playing with the dogs.
Okay, she was running around the house playing with the dog. Then what happened?
And then she wouldn't come out.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then Jose put her in timeout, and my mom said, let her out, she was being good. And Jose started saying no.
Then what happened?
And then Jose put her in timeout again.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then, I don't know what you mean.
Okay. I want to go back to earlier. You said that he whipped her with the belt. Okay. Tell me everything that you could see when that happened.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Tell me everywhere that he whipped her on.
On her butt. When he kept hitting her, and she got a big bruise.
Okay. Tell me how her body was positioned when he whipped her with the belt.
Like her hands were on the bed, and then she went like this, and then she put her hands right here again, and then he whooped her again with the metal part.
Okay. When you say the metal part, help me understand what you mean by metal.
Like it's really golden, and he whooped her with it.
And tell me all about where that belt came from.
From him.
From him? Tell me understand what you mean by that.
Like, I don't know what you mean.
Okay. And tell me how his body was positioned when he whipped her with the belt.
Straight.
Straight? And tell me everyone that was there at the time.
My mom and Jose and my sister.
Tell Tell me everything your mom was doing when he whooped her to go.
Sitting on the bed watching TV.
Okay. And tell me again, where on her body he whipped her on?
On her butt.
Okay. Did he whip her on any other part of her body besides her butt?
Right here.
I'm sorry?
Right here.
Okay. And what was did he say anything at the time when he did that?
No.
Okay. What was the very next thing that happened after he whipped?
I don't know what you mean.
Was there ever a time where you saw him whip her in a different way? Okay. Was there ever a time where you saw let's say whip your sister with something different besides that?
Chocolate when my mom was in bed.
Tell me about that.
My mom was in bed and she was at work and her sister started whooping her.
Okay. Tell me all about the way he was whipping her that time.
I don't really know. That's all I know because I said I was with my mom at the meeting.
You're with your mom at the meeting? Help me understand what meeting?
In like the job force computer.
The job for computers? Okay. And what?
Yes, and say the phone.
And what else you know that Jose whipped your sister with the jump?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I know it was a big chunk of.
Okay. Was there ever a time where he whipped her with anything else besides the something?
No.
Was there ever a time where you saw him do something different to your sister besides whoop her and putting the thumbtacks in her feet?
No.
Okay. Do you know if he had done something to someone else?
No.
Okay. All right. Have you ever seen someone else get whooped?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen someone else whoop your sister?
Only her family. That's it.
Okay. And tell me everything about the place where that happened when you said that they whooped your sister.
At Jose Field. We've been living there.
Okay.
Because we don't have a house.
Okay. Was there ever a time where it happened at a different place?
No.
Was there ever a time where someone else saw it happen besides you?
My mom's doctor.
Tell me all about that.
Like my grandpa and my uncle and my nana.
Okay.
And my uncle's object.
Okay. Tell me everything else.
Can I ask you to stop this? Talk about stop joking. We'll pause it. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard some evidence in this case. You're not allowed to start deliberating internally with yourself or each other. You're not allowed to do any investigation on this case. You're not allowed to do anything about this case. Everything that you need to know about this case has come from inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand? I'm going to give you all a break. We'll be back at 2:45.
All right for the jury?
Okay.
He's still really like my mom.
Okay. Okay.
Because she called CPS.
Okay. And who's she?
Priscilla.
Priscilla? Okay. Jordan, I'm going to go ahead and step out of the room real quick, okay? To see if I have any more questions to ask you. I'll be right back. It won't take me long, okay? Now, I do have some markers right here underneath the table, okay? They're right here. Would you like to color on paper? Okay. All the markers are right here. You can take them out if you want, okay? You can color. I'll be right back.
What are they doing?
I do have a couple more questions to ask. You can continue coloring if you want. Okay. I'm gonna put them here, okay? All right. I just have a couple more questions to ask, okay? I want to go back to earlier, Jordan, when you said that you said your sister was sick and your mom was feeding your sister, okay? You said that your mom put the spoon in your sister's mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Was there ever a time where you saw someone else put something in your sister's mouth?
No.
Okay. Was there ever a time where your mom put something else in your sister's mouth besides the spoon?
No. But my mom did shove the spoon up to my head.
Tell me more about that.
She ate noodles and she kept spitting it out because she didn't like them, and my mom kept pushing it in, and these two teeth were gone already.
Okay. Okay. You said the teeth were gone. Tell me more about the teeth being gone.
Last time Jose hit in my sister's mouth and slapped her, and these two teeth came out.
Tell me all about the way he slapped her.
Like this.
Okay. What helps you know that he slapped her?
Because I saw.
Tell me everything you can see on that hand.
Emily slapped.
Okay. Tell me everything he slapped her with.
I don't really know.
Okay. What did he use to slap her?
His hand.
And
And he has rings, golden rings. And he has a golden chain.
Okay. And tell me how his hand was when he slapped her.
Like this.
And tell me everywhere that he slapped.
Right here and
Okay. And okay. Tell me everything that you could hear when he slapped her.
nothing.
And tell me everything that was happening at the time when he slapped her.
She was crying.
Okay. Tell me everyone that was there.
My mom and Jose.
Okay.
They're always there.
You said your mom was there, always there? Tell me what your mom was doing when he slapped her.
I don't know because my mom saw it and I only saw it.
You said you only saw a little bit, your mom saw it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What helps you know that your mom saw it?
Last time I was in there and she was watching Jose.
Okay. And
Jose and my sister started biting him. And my sister Mercedes always bites me. And she bites my mom.
okay. Where were you at the time when you said that he slapped her?
In the room.
In the room? Which room were you at?
Jose's room.
Okay. And tell me all about what your sister looked like when he slapped her.
She was on the bed, lay down, and he always scares her when it's nighttime with that camera.
With the camera?
He has a little camera.
Tell me all about the way he scares her.
He goes high, and he scares her.
Tell me what the camera looks like.
It's like long and then square and then square.
Okay. And help me understand where the camera is located at.
Everywhere.
Everywhere?
Like in the room, if it's in the living room, he could still see. Because sometimes she likes to get snacks when they're not there.
Okay. Tell me more about that.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay. You said you like to get snacks when they're not there? Tell me more about it.
Like she goes in the kitchen when the camera's right here and she doesn't know and she gets milk. But her lip is all messed up, like it's this fat.
Okay. Tell me everything that happened to her lip.
It got popped.
Okay. Was there ever a time where you slapped her anywhere else on her run? Okay. Okay. And tell me everyone that cooks at home.
Only my mom.
Tell me everything that your mom cooks.
Last time she sister and me.
Okay. Tell me everyone that eats the food.
If Jose doesn't make share any food, then my mom will start getting mad.
Okay. Was there ever a time where someone wasn't allowed to eat the food?
My sister.
Tell me all about that.
She only ate sandwiches.
Okay. Tell me more about that.
When punishment, that's what we get.
Okay. You say when punishment, that's what y'all get? Help me understand what you mean by that.
Like we only get sandwiches.
Tell me all about what kind of sandwiches.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay. Okay. Well, Jordan, I asked you a lot of questions today, okay? Do you have any questions for me from the things that we talked about today?
No.
We all have safe people in our lives. Safe people are people that we can talk to and people that we trust, okay? Who are your safe people?
My mom.
Okay.
And my dad.
Okay.
No, not my dad, because that time he took me away from my mom.
Okay.
So I don't really have a dad.
What's your dad's name?
Alfred.
Alfred? Tell me more about him taking you away from your mom.
He called CPS on my mom, and then they took me away from my mom, and then he kept me.
Okay. I want to let you know that you can always talk to like a teacher at school or safe people to talk to, or someone from CPS, okay? You can also talk to someone like me or a police officer. We're all safe people that you can talk to also, okay? Is there anything that you're going to do later today after we're done talking here?
Color.
What color? Okay, do you want to go back to the lobby and finish your coloring? Okay, now I need your help with putting these markers back here, okay? All right. Thank you, Jordan.
Yeah.
Did you want to take this around with you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm going to put this away. Okay, and we're going to tear this off gently, okay? I'll show you how. You hold it down. There we go. Now, I'm going to pull this part so it's easier to carry. There you go. You can follow me this way, okay? It was nice meeting you.
Oh, is he crying now? Oh, boo-hoo.
But when Jordan was asked to show what his hand looked like when he hit Mercedes, were you able to see it?
Yeah, she had an open palm.
How long, Ms. Arnold, how long after this incident did you leave CPS? Months, weeks?
That was February.
It was in February 2022.
I went on leave in May of 22.
The same year.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, up until that time, what actions did you take in regard to what you just seen?
I continue to investigate the case and let SAPD.
I'm sorry, did you say cleared the case?
I continue to investigate the case and I let SAPD take over the criminal side of the case.
Okay, now, apparently we heard a couple of comments about CPS being called. Did you ever find out how many times CPS was called on Katrina?
I know it was a handful, but I don't know the exact amount from looking into the case.
And since you had the time to look, how many cases were called on Jose Angel?
That I don't remember, ma'am.
You don't remember?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever bother to look?
Like I said previously, we do look into the cases before we go out on both parties involved.
You're saying we. Who is we?
All of investigators. Before you go out to a case, you look at both parties involved.
So many people at CPS looked into this matter.
Not into this matter.
I'm sorry?
Not into this matter. I'm saying in general, on any case we get called out on, the investigator will look into the parties involved.
Specifically with this case, because that's why we're here. How many people looked into this case, if you know?
I don't know. I know I did.
You didn't?
I did.
You did, but
Yes,
you
ma'am.
didn't check on Jose.
Yes, I ran both backgrounds prior to going out to the case, but I don't remember in relevance to him.
Isn't it true that you don't remember because there weren't any?
I can't recall, ma'am.
What did you look at before coming here today?
I didn't really look at anything prior to coming here.
Who did you speak with?
I spoke with the district attorneys.
District attorney, yes. Was it this district attorneys that you see in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
When you took Jordan from that child safe place, where did you take her?
I don't recall, but if I would have to say back to the foster home where she was at.
Was this a family member in this foster home or someone else?
It was somebody else that night. The first night we removed her, she got placed in a group foster home and then placed her in a foster home, I believe, within the next week, and then cleared the family of the following week.
So, what did you say about the family?
Cleared a family member the following week.
Do you remember which family member?
I don't remember. I want to say it's Guadalupe.
Excuse me?
Guadalupe.
Was
She's
she
a
the
great
grandmother
aunt.
Excuse me. You cannot speak over each other. If you speak over each other, the court reporter cannot take it down. All right, ask your question.
Guadalupe, do you remember her last name?
I do not.
Do you recall if it was the grandmother?
No, she's a great. I want to say another great aunt.
A great aunt. It wasn't in the same house as the homework people, was it?
No, ma'am.
And you know if she's still there?
I do not know.
Because you're not there anymore. But the last time we were at CPS, was she back home with that particular aunt? Guadalupe?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else you want to add to this that you found out from your interviews that you didn't cover?
No, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Yes, the witness.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse me. Excuse your honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. That means you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone or do anything. Only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of defense. Thank you. State, call your next witness.
The state calls Anthony Adame.
Would you take a seat here, please? All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Anthony Adami.
All right, you'll make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury can hear and the court reporter can hear.
Yes, Your Honor.
State.
Good afternoon, Mr. Adame. How are you presently employed?
I'm presently employed with the Department of Family and Protective Services, Child Protective Services.
Okay, and what is your title there?
I am a special investigator for the department.
So we just heard from Ms. Julie Rummel, who is no longer with the department. How does your role differ from the role that she had?
So my role is slightly different than what we would call investigators. Special investigators are a specialized unit within the department. Our role consists of assisting investigations with high media cases, child death investigations, any investigation involving serious injuries such as skull fractures, broken bones, severe burns, anything complex with that happens within the department. They assign us to these cases to include cases such as labor trafficking, sex trafficking. We conduct investigations on our own employees. We conduct investigations with law enforcement, and we act as liaisons for law enforcement and all local law enforcement as well.
What kind of background do you have? Do you have any background in law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am. I have approximately 6 years in law enforcement. I was a police officer at Belton Police Department, located just north of Austin, Texas. During my time frame with Belton Police Department, I was a patrol officer. Then I became a detective. While my tenure of being a detective, I investigated crimes such as high up as capital murder. I conducted several crimes against children, those types of investigations. And then I also conducted investigations involving child pornography. I also conducted investigations involving felony type cases such as theft, any kind of aggravated assault, any kind of sexual assault type cases. And then I kind of ended there shortly with investigations into drug enforcement as well, also narcotics agent.
So up until February, how long have you been with DFPS as a special investigator?
I've been with the department for approximately 4 years and just over 2 months.
And And where were you?
At the Belton Police Department.
Okay, so you went straight from law enforcement to be a special investigator.
Yes, ma'am.
And you stated earlier that as a special investigator, you work with law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the case involving 5-year-old Mercedes Losoya?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you first become aware of the case?
I was on call during this investigation, this particular investigation. I was called out by my supervisor to respond to this child death investigation.
And do you recall the date?
I believe it was on February 7th, 2022.
And where were you called out?
I was called out to the Texas Vista Medical Center. It's kind of south of town, south of downtown, off of Military Drive.
Do you recall who was there when you arrived?
When I arrived on scene, I observed Officer Cahill. I observed Detective Saez, the coworker that I was working with at that time, Investigator Julie Rommel. And then I also went directly to where the child Mercedes Losoya was at. And I briefly recall seeing Jordan Losoya, her sister, and then several medical personnel as well.
What was kind of the first step you did in your investigation?
My focus was geared towards the child death. When I first made contact, it was to make contact with the homicide detective primarily involved in the case. I made contact with Detective Saez. After making contact with him, we entered the room where Mercedes Losoya was lying on a bed.
Now, as a special investigator, you said that you do respond to children who have been severely abused.
Yes, ma'am.
Including children who are deceased.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the first step that you do? You go to the scene and you see a deceased child.
The first step that I would do is make contact with law enforcement. If they are not already there, we are contacting them there, but most of the time they are already there before we show up. First is having that communication with law enforcement, because at times that we want to maintain that integrity of their investigation. So after making contact with Detective Saez this particular night, I looked over to him. We're standing right there next to Mercedes Losoya, and I asked, can I go ahead and work towards seeing the entire body of this child? And I was conducting a body check for injuries and anything that indicated abuse or neglect.
And why is it important to check for this?
Because anytime in a child death, we want to look for all those injuries so that we can kind of list them and see the intensity of each injury and what kind of led to that. And it kind of helps towards the investigative part. What happened? How did these injuries occur? For later on, whenever I'm going to interview the parents or individuals involved in that investigation.
So, did you conduct the body check on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe the injuries that you saw?
Yes, ma'am. Starting from the bottom of her feet. At the bottom of her feet, she had red small dots. I would call them like pinpoints at the bottom of her feet. There were several of them. I counted more than 10 of them. On the bottom of her left toe, there was some kind of abrasion of some sort. On her left toe, particularly between her big toe and the toe right next to that, the toes in the middle, so her third and fourth one had no toenail there, and it appeared to be like there was some severe injury to that area and some abrasion of some sort. I don't know if that toe was ripped off or anything of that nature. Going up on her right foot and left ankle, there was bruising. Going up her leg on the left side on her left leg and her thigh, she had a pattern of markings. They looked kind of straight, and going down her left thigh, and they looked some kind of bruising pattern. She had severe bruises on both sides of her hips. I would say about the size of my hand. She had severe bruising on her buttock area. She had severe bruising kind of near her lower back area. Towards the center of her chest, there appeared to be some bruising there as well. Her left nipple appeared to have been really red and discolored. It was very different from her right nipple. Her neck had some cuts and bruising as well. Her mouth, when I looked into her mouth, her teeth were discolored, and I observed it looked like maybe a tooth was missing. She had something underneath her chin, kind of like the skin of her underneath her, like kind of underneath her lip, looked like something was there. I don't know how to describe it other than like it was just markings all over the bottom of her lip. She had some cuts throughout her face, on her nose, kind of towards her forehead, on her cheeks. Her hair on both sides of her hair, on the top of her hair, she had some length of hair, and it was in a ponytail. However, on the side of her hair was thinned out as if it had fallen, or it was missing. It wasn't like a haircut type, like as you see on myself. It was more like bits and pieces kind of throughout her hair. And I believe that's pretty much all the injuries that I seen, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Oh, and I forgot to mention on her arms. She had bruising on her arms, and particularly where her her hands were at in this area right here, there was some pretty severe bruising as well.
I'm going to show you what's been labeled at this point for identification purposes. States Exhibits 10 through 38. Can you look at those and let me know if those are fair and accurate depictions of what you saw that night?
Yes, ma'am. These are the photographs.
Do you know who took these photos?
Yes, ma'am. I had instructed investigator Julie Rummel to take photographs. Some of these pictures, I can see my own hands in them. I was present, and I instructed her to take photographs while I was helping maneuver the body with medical personnel.
Number 5 offer States Exhibits 10 through 38.
No objection. All right, States Exhibits number 10 through 38 are admitted without objection.
And why is it important for CBS to take photos?
During our investigations, we have to collect evidence for our own investigations, and it proves that element of abuse and physical abuse, neglect, those sort of things, so we can prove those later on in court if need be.
So after these photos were taken, what was your next step?
Next step was to assist Julie Rummel, investigator Julie Rummel, in securing safety for the surviving sibling, which was Jordan Losoya. We kind of parted ways in the investigation. Detective Sias had informed me that he would be conducting an interview on Katrina Mendoza and Jose Ruiz at the police department downtown at headquarters. And I asked him if may I be present during that investigation, and he granted me permission to do so. So I followed law enforcement to headquarters at San Antonio Police Department, and Julie Rummel continued on with securing safety for Jordan Losoya. I briefly saw her there at the hospital, but if I made I did not make any direct interaction with Jordan Losoya at the hospital.
So, were you present when Jose gave a statement to
Yes, ma'am.
did you at any time? Were you in the room or were you in the room?
No, ma'am. I was in a different room, in a viewing room, while he was being interviewed by law enforcement.
Did you at any time speak to Katrina Mendoza?
I would speak to Katrina Mendoza later on that evening after she was done conducting her interview with law enforcement.
When you met with Katrina, without going into what she said, was she forthcoming with information?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you speak with her?
I spoke to her approximately 2.5 hours to 3 hours.
Now, the next day, did you continue an investigation the following day?
I would continue the investigation, yes, ma'am.
So, what did you do next?
The next step, I believe, was to assist with conducting a forensic interview for Jordan Losoya. The forensic interview is a process for anytime that there is a major event that occurs. It is a place that we take children so they can conduct an interview with experts for forensic interviewers. And it's in a setting that's safe for the children. And that's where we conduct those investigations. So it was in the process of making that happen.
The interviewers, are they do they have any kind of certification? Or,
Yes, ma'am. They're accredited.
are you familiar with the interviewer in Jordan's case?
Yes, ma'am.
What was his name?
His first name is Sam. His last name, I may mess this up, Abrigo. But I know Sam. We've met each other and had several interviews together.
And why is it important to put a child with a forensic interviewer as opposed to just interviewing them?
It's the point of it is so that we don't re-victimize that children over and over. They don't have to tell their story or the event to me, law enforcement, to the next person, to the next person, to the next person. They go to one place, they tell their story. It's recorded, it's audio recorded and video recorded. So it's one time they tell their story instead of telling it several times. But overall, to prevent re-victimization.
Okay. So other than, you said you went to headquarters, and
Yes.
you went to the forensic interview. Did you go to any other locations as part of this investigation?
Yes, ma'am. I learned that that they had resided, that Katrina Mendoza and her children, Mercedes Losoya and Jordan Losoya, had resided for a small period of time at the Henry B Apartments off of Vance Jackson. So one of the steps that I was taking was going back to that apartment to make contact with apartment management.
And how recently did they reside?
Very recent. I mean, I would say days, or within that week, they resided at Henry B apartment, the week of Mercedes Losoya's death.
So if there had been some evidence before that it had been a month since the day had seen the children, or had lived with them, would that make sense with the evidence that you got?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find out was Jose still living in that apartment?
When I went to apartment management, I was advised that he was in the process of moving out, and I learned that he had moved to a different apartment. But I don't believe they had completely cleared out of that apartment just yet.
Do you know whose apartment it was?
I believe, according to the apartment manager, the apartment was listed under Mr. Jose Ruiz.
And when you were there, did you see evidence that children lived there?
When I went upstairs, I looked inside and it looked like it had been cleaned, or there was a lot of stuff that was taken out. There was a couple of trash bags outside. And when I go back, I don't recall anything that I seen, such as toys or small clothing to indicate that children had been there.
When you had gone there, and to be clear, did you go there on your own, or did you go with anyone else?
I went there initially on my own, following up on the information that was provided to me by Katrina Mendoza during her interview. When I made contact with apartment management there, they were like, yes, Mr. Jose Ruiz resided here. And then that's when they provided me additional information. At that time, when I found out that they did reside there at some point in time, I did contact Homicide Detective Saez in reference to that newfound information.
Did you do any other investigation around the fact that they lived in this apartment?
Yes, ma'am. I conducted what we call name surveys, and basically what that is, name and address surveys. It's getting more information about what is happening in a particular location. I conducted this survey with San Antonio Police Department, and basically it is a list of events or calls for service to that particular location. And I also got in contact with a neighbor as well.
Did you see any concerning calls that were made out to the apartment?
Yes, ma'am. There was several disturbance calls and loud music calls, particularly the ones that were listed as disturbance. I believe one of them indicated that they heard some screaming.
Which neighbor?
The couple's name is Gabriel and Gabriella. I might mess up this last name. Uturbi. I had them come to one of our offices located on Nacogdoches Street up in the north side of town, and I conducted an interview with them.
Without saying what they said, were they familiar with Katrina Mendoza and Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
And Jose Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we talked about how you went up to the apartment and then you told size. Did you ever actually gain entry into the apartment?
No, ma'am. I looked, the window shades were all the way up. I kind of looked inside, and then I called him, and he advised that he's coming from downtown and he'll make his way to the apartment. And he told me to kind of hang tight there, don't move, don't leave. And then he showed up at the apartment.
Did you go inside the apartment with him?
No, ma'am. He indicated that he would be obtaining a search warrant.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been labeled states 8 and 9. These were left out of the group that I showed you earlier. Is that from the night that you saw Mercedes Losoya at the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of what she looked like?
Yes, ma'am.
Or may I publish these as well? Or, I'm sorry, I'm going to offer states exhibit 8 and 9. 8 and 9. I had skipped them earlier. No objection. 8 and 9 are admitted without objection. May I publish? Yes. Next question, please. Yes, sorry. When you were, okay, so we have used a forensic interview with Jordan. In that interview, she referred to thumbtacks. Was that something that was then deemed important in an investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you went to the Henry Gonzalez apartments, did you observe, you didn't go inside, but did you observe any thumbtacks?
Yes, ma'am. When I went towards the front door, outside of the front door, kind of on the wall to the left of the front door, there was a single thumbtack kind of eye level. I'm possibly about 5'6" or so. So I'd say just a little bit taller than me. So that's where I observed it.
Did you see anywhere else outside?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Colonel Manager? Yes. Okay, I'm going to show you what's my labeling as state exhibit 39. What is this a photo of?
Thumbtack. Two thumbtacks.
Were these the two thumbtacks that you observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, I would offer state exhibit 39. Any objection? No, state exhibit 39 is admitted without objection. Madam Mayor, yes. this point, you have spoken to the chair, and like you have observed today is a statement from the witnesses, and you went out to the Henry and Lois apartments. What else did you do in the investigation?
Yes, ma'am. We went back to the original location where Mercedes Losoya, Jordan Losoya, and Katrina Mendoza were residing at a new apartment with a friend, Jeanette Menendolia. Another last name that's difficult to pronounce.
And did you speak to Jeanette?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there anything troubling about Jeanette?
Yes, ma'am.
What was troubling about her?
The troubling nature was that she had observed some of these injuries to Mercedes Losoya, and that she did not report that to law enforcement or Child Protective Services or any other adult for that matter.
And so what did you do with that?
I instructed investigator Julie Rummel that we should open up another investigation primarily on Jeanette. After we spoke with her supervisor, we called in a new intake and conducted an investigation on Jeanette as well for alleged abuse and neglect.
And did that investigation end in any kind of removal?
I cannot recall at this time, ma'am.
That's fair. Okay. So at the end of this investigation, what do you do with your findings?
I take my findings and I present that information to the investigator. The investigator at this will take that information and will make a disposition with. They'll also discuss that with their supervision and make an overall disposition, whether that's reason to believe that neglect or abuse have occurred, and there's other dispositions as well.
As part of your investigation, did you consult with other caseworkers that are knowledgeable of Mercedes Losoya?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were they?
I consulted with Julie Rummel's supervisor at that time, Jeanette Salazar. I consulted with my supervisor, Robert Ruiz.
What about Heather Bryant?
I did consult with Heather Bryant. Well, she was, yes, briefly. She was in one of our staffings.
Are you aware which one of them was the last one?
Yes, Heather Bryant was the last one to see Mercedes
And at that
for the
time-
department.
At that time, did Heather file any consent about?
I don't recall that.
And by last time, I mean alive.
Yes, ma'am, alive.
Do you know how recently that was?
I believe Heather had seen her in early or mid-January. So I would say it was within a couple of weeks or so from her passing.
Ask your questions. Ask your questions.
I'm going to go backwards here. With all these, you're saying that Miss Heather Bryant saw her a couple weeks before she died.
I would say it's in that January timeframe.
She didn't observe bruises or anything?
I can't recall what she wrote on her observations, ma'am.
Can't recall.
I can't recall what she wrote on her observations.
Well, we have old bruises from February 7th and hair pulled out. So what does CPS do about it then?
If she would have made those observations, she would have made some kind of safety plan or safety intervention, ma'am.
What did CPS do about the bruises that were there prior to February 7th? What did you do to save this child?
Ma'am,
Objects, speculation, lack of personal knowledge.
yeah.
All right, Council lay the foundation for his ability to answer that question.
So January of 2021, somebody from your department, Ms. Heather Bryant, interviewed Mercedes. To your knowledge, did she do anything to protect Mercedes?
I know that she was actively trying to locate Katrina Mendoza, who left that residence.
Where did she interview them?
She interviewed him at Homer Beltran's residence off of Caspin Point, I believe it is,
They're saying in January of 2021.
in that December-January timeframe. But I was not present, ma'am, at those interviews.
You were the investigator in charge of all this, right?
No, ma'am. I was the investigator assigned to the death investigation when the death occurred on February 7th. So anything before that, I was not actively involved in that investigation, ma'am.
But did you look into what was done before Mercedes' death?
I briefly looked into it, yes, ma'am.
And what is your recollection, if you have one, of when the last time CPS had an interest or interview or contact?
Again, ma'am, that January timeframe.
And to your knowledge, what was done to protect Mercedes from that point?
I do not recall at this time, ma'am.
I think it's important.
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, but why don't you recall? We're talking about the death of a child.
I'm not arguing about it.
Sustained.
Okay, from the beginning of your cross-examination, you did general police work in North Belton PD, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You said in the course of your description of your activities there, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I could make a mistake there, but you said you deal with high media cases.
Yes, ma'am.
So media involvement directs your attention, is that correct?
That's one aspect, yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to do this if only one. What do you do particularly in media cases?
Same as all investigations, ma'am. We conduct thorough investigations.
Excuse me. There can only be one person speaking at a time. You may answer the question.
Sorry. Same as all investigations, ma'am.
But this specifically was Belton when you referred to the media.
No, ma'am. I was referring to my duties at the Department of Family and Protective Services.
We're calling this interchangeably CPS and Department of Family and what is it, Family and
Protective Services, ma'am.
Protective Services, but it's basically the same place.
Yes, ma'am.
Commonly called CPS.
And commonly called the department as well, ma'am.
And you've been with them for 4 years, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And you first learned of Mercedes when?
On February 7th.
Not before that.
Not before that, no, ma'am.
Even though in January, Ms. Ryan apparently interviewed the family, including Mercedes, at Homer's house. Is that correct?
That'll be overruled. She can answer the question.
That is the history, yes, ma'am.
Most recent history.
It's history, ma'am.
Once again, I'm old, I don't remember everything. Do you recall any follow-up of CPS after that investigation in January of 2021, 2022, right before she died?
I recall that investigator Heather Bryant at the time was trying to locate Katrina Mendoza, and there was some disconnect in communication for a period of time. Towards the end of her, or towards her investigation and the beginning of our death investigation.
Do you have any recollection of what Heather did as a result of the January 22 interview?
No, ma'am.
You said there was a disconnect.
Objection, lack of personal knowledge was there.
I was.
Excuse me. You can answer the question if you can answer it, but if you're not present, then the objection will be sustained.
I was not present, ma'am.
You weren't present, but is that just isolated? Does CPS have isolated interviews here and then investigators later don't know what happens? Is there any connection within your department as to what is done to protect the child?
Yes, ma'am. We do go back and look at some of that history, but in the beginning of a death investigation, there's a lot of things occurring right at the beginning of that death investigation. So we do go back to that historical information, but initial on that day one, I'm kind of working all those steps that I was talking about earlier, ma'am.
What could have been done to stop this death investigation by CPS?
Object to speculation.
Speculation for, ma'am?
Yes, you want to respond to her objection?
In regard to speculation, how could it be speculation if you're the investigator in charge of this incident?
No, your objection is overruled.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
The objection is overruled.
You can answer that, sir.
Can you ask the question again, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Ma'am, would you read it back for the court, please?
defendant stopped his death investigation out of dash objection citation. That's what happened.
What could have been done?
Is there any other objection besides speculation?
Argumentative.
That will be overruled.
As not being the primary investigator in that previous investigation, I cannot respond for that investigation. I was only working on the investigation that I was assigned to, ma'am.
You have basic procedures, sir, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when somebody has an investigation and things were not perfect because there was a follow-up, exactly what is done to save the children who are being supposedly protected by your agency?
Okay, counsel testifying. Argumentative, lack of knowledge of what happened before.
All right, that'll be overruled unless there's another objection.
So to answer your question, ma'am, when I came into this death investigation, we did just that. We removed Jordan Losoya, the surviving child. So we conducted a removal to keep her safe from additional abuse and neglect.
As a rule, when somebody is investigating, they can't find somebody that interview needs a follow-up. What, as a rule, does your company do to protect the children out there?
We continue to try to strive towards engaging that communication. Maybe there's a miscommunication with that family, but we continue to try to engage that family. But each case is different, ma'am.
This case, again, I'm asking you, what could your company, your CPS, have done to protect Mercedes from being killed by whatever?
So they protect the asked and answered. He wasn't involved in the previous investigation.
All right, that objection will be overruled.
Again, ma'am, I wasn't involved in the investigation previous to me. So I can't account for what happened before me. I can only account for what we did during the course of our investigation. And we did conduct a removal of Jordan Losoya.
It's not dead. Prior to this investigation, I asked you, generally, what does CPS do to protect the children that are in danger?
Generally speaking, there's probably different plans, such as a safety plan. Maybe we have a family member that will come in and kind of assist with that supervision of the children. Sometimes we do what's called family team meetings, where we bring several family members and collaterals or professionals in and try to talk about the issue, all the way up to removing a child from a home and probably placing with family members. Or, go ahead, ma'am.
Was Mercedes removed from the home?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Again, I cannot answer the questions for an investigation that was previous to me, ma'am. I started the investigation on February 7th when I was notified about the death of Mercedes Losoya. And I've never done a investigation with Mercedes Losoya alive in all my years of being with the department.
Realize that's an investigator at the point of, at least at the point of her death. Did you look at
Let me hear the question.
at least at the point of her death? Did you do any investigation to find out what had been done to try to prevent the death?
Sustained.
To your knowledge, what, if anything, did CPS do to try to prevent Mercedes' death?
Object asked and answered. Object relevance.
Sustained.
Who is in charge to follow through on cases that are being investigated?
Object relevance.
Sustained.
I'd like a ruling on that.
I said sustained.
Could I have one and why?
It's not relevant.
It's
The
not
objection
relevant?
to the state's objection was objection relevance. I sustained it. Now, if you want to address as how it's relevant, the court will hear that.
I'm asking, Your Honor, how is it relevant?
The objection has been made. The court has sustained it. You may ask your next question, counsel.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't understand why you ruled that it was irrelevant. We're talking about the death of a child and the follow-up of CPS.
All right, the court has made its ruling. The objection from the state was relevance. If you want to respond to their relevance objection, I will hear it. Otherwise, their objection to relevance is sustained, and you can ask your next question.
Can you check Mercedes' body in the hospital? You said you looked under the clothes, I believe, or the blanket or whatever was on her.
The only thing that she had on was a pair of orange underwear. Orange color.
But you did check the body,
Yes, ma'am.
and you said there were bruises of varying degrees of age, severity, etc.
I did not mention anything about bruising and age. I indicated that there was bruises, but I didn't indicate the age of any bruises.
You did say that some were earlier or some were more recent, that there were various.
I don't recall that, ma'am.
You did say that?
I don't recall saying anything about age because I can't. As an investigator, I would elect to utilize medical professionals to indicate those kind of injuries.
But you looked at Mercedes' body,
Yes, ma'am.
and you did see bruises. We've all seen them now with the pictures. Some
Yes,
of them
ma'am.
were recent.
Again, I'm going to elect to have a medical personnel answer that type of question, ma'am, as I am not medical personnel.
Did you notice the color of the bruises? Were some yellow or some blue or some faded?
I observed that some of them appeared to look like a darker than her hue. I would say kind of like a dark grayish, black, bluish type color.
Black and blue.
Yes, ma'am.
And with your observation, was there anything that appeared to be very recent?
Object to asking if you want.
All right, that will be overruled. You can answer if you can answer.
Object to ask for it.
That'll be overruled. If you can answer.
No, ma'am, I can't answer that question because I don't know. I didn't know exactly what was real recent.
You couldn't say there was recent. Didn't you say that you saw blood on her face or mouth? Their teeth were out?
I observed like abrasions where you can kind of see like the red blood on top of those abrasions. Yes.
Okay, and you testified that some teeth were missing. Is that right?
I observed like a tooth kind of near the front that looked like it was missing a piece of it or something in the front. It's
The
kind of,
child was 5 years old. Yes.
yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar that children lose their first teeth, their baby teeth, around that age?
Yes, ma'am.
Could that have been the reason why her teeth were missing?
If you can answer.
You mentioned too, the teeth were decayed or
There was some discoloration, ma'am.
discoloration.
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of discoloration?
It just looked more yellow, more, there was like a yellowish tint than some of the others.
Was it about hygiene that you were saying, or was it actual wounds?
I would say most likely hygiene or something of that nature, ma'am.
And you were present at this child safe interview throughout the whole time, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result of that, what action did you take?
As a result of the forensic interview, I went to the apartments to try to backtrack where it happened at.
You had never been there prior to
No,
the
ma'am.
Henry D apartment.
No, ma'am.
Is there any record that your company, or excuse me, CPS, had been to the Henry D apartment prior to the incident of her death?
Object to relevance.
All right, that will be sustained.
Was there any indication in your records that Heather Bryant had been to the Henry D apartment prior to the death of Mercedes?
I don't believe so, ma'am.
When you had your interviews with neighbors and people at Henry D, they indicated that they had made reports about loud noise and disturbances. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As a result of the disturbances, was CPS contacted?
No, ma'am.
Why was it relevant for you to testify that reports had been made?
Sustained.
What specific steps did CPS take to follow up on Katrina, who was under investigation?
Sustained.
Your Honor, it wasn't relevant that there was a follow-up on somebody who was a known abuser?
Sustained.
Have you, if you recall, any investigation on Jose prior to the death on February 7th?
I have had no personal investigation with Jose Ruiz prior to the death of Mercedes Losoya.
Was there any investigation that you know of into Jose Angel Ruiz regarding this family?
Not that I recall, ma'am.
Is it true that your actual last interview with Heather Bryant was in January of 2021, not January of 2022?
Objects,
That'd be overruled. You can answer the question.
January of 2021?
Yes, January of 2021. Did you reference it came back that it was January 2021, not 2022?
I don't recall that, ma'am.
Yes, the witness.
See?
you got her answers.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit number 40. Does CPS have a system of keeping notes recorded by the different caseworkers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is State's Exhibit number 40?
It appears to be some contact narratives, several contact narratives involving Heather Bryant, Tiffany Garland, and Adrienne House.
Okay. Is there an entry from January 19th of 2020, January 19th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there an entry by Heather Bryant from January 19th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this documenting the encounter that has been at issue that Heather Bryant had with Mercedes Losoya?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Heather Bryant notate that there were any injuries on Mercedes Losoya on January 19th, 2022?
This one right here, ma'am, is for Jordan Losoya. And she doesn't notate that there's no observed marks or bruises on her.
What is a family team meeting?
Family team meeting is basically bringing together parents, grandparents at times, various family members, aunts, uncles. Sometimes we even include medical professionals sometimes, and it's addressing the issue. The issue, for example, deals with some kind of physical abuse or some kind of narcotic usage in the home. We'll address those out in the open with the family and talk with the family. It's kind of like bringing the whole family together and saying, this is the issue that we have at hand. What can we do to remedy this issue? What needs to be in place to kind of remedy that issue and having an extra set of eyes for that particular issue.
When CPS is about to close a case, would it be normal for them to have a family team?
It is a common practice, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and why would you have a family team?
Before departing the case, we like to bring everyone together to say, okay, before we depart this case, these are our concerns. How, making sure that everybody understands those concerns and that we move forward after that.
How many family team meetings are there typically in the CPS investigation?
About one or so, yes, ma'am. Probably two if they want to add another family member that maybe did not show the first one.
On State's Exhibit number 40 that I just showed you, it looks like there's contact with the family on that January 19th, 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
If a caseworker goes up to the house, are they going to just talk to one child or will they talk to
If both children are present, they're going to see both children.
did Heather Bryant initiate a removal of Mercedes on that?
No, ma'am.
In fact, she was scheduling a family team meeting. for the following week.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach the witness one more time? Yeah, let's just-
Excuse me, the party's approach now.
I don't mean to laugh, but this judge is so done with these two attorneys.
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that?
Because it's one of those steps that we take in investigations to bring all the family together to address a concern.
What was the concern at that point for the bruises?
Objection, Your Honor.
That'll be overruled.
The question one more time, ma'am.
Excuse me, would you please do that and stand and read it back?
What was the concern at this point that there were no bruises?
A family team meeting is to address the initial concern that occurred in that particular investigation. Why we got called out to that investigation.
Why was that?
That'll be overruled.
In any particular investigation, we're going to address that initial concern. Now, if other concerns present themselves, we'll address those concerns as well. In this particular situation, it appears that she was happy and healthy and didn't appear to have any bruises. So it probably, I'm speculating, she was trying to address that first concern. However, I was not involved in that investigation with Heather Bryant. I came later on February 7th when I was called out to the death investigation of Mercedes Losoya.
This happy and healthy child was dead 3 weeks after that interview. CPS did nothing to stop the death of Mercedes Losoya.
Object to compound question, argumentative.
Sustained.
In your opinion, did CPS do enough to try to save the life of Mercedes Losoya?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Did CPS do anything other than what we've discussed to try to save the life of Mercedes Losoya?
Objection made. Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Was the proper protocol used by CPS in this investigation to save Mercedes?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Could CPS have done anything more to save the life of Mercedes Losoya?
Object to speculation and object to relevance.
Sustained.
As an investigator, is it your requirement to be able to know things like I've been asking?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Is it your job to close the case, or is it your job to help the children?
Object to made. Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Pass the witness.
No further questions.
Is this witness excused?
Excuse witness.
Defense?
Subject to recall.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. You cannot do anything. Only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense. Do you understand? Make sure that you're available in case you recall.
Okay, they're going to go on break, so we're going to go to part 2. These old ladies, these little ladies, older ladies, they are a riot. One's in a walker and one's in a wheelchair. And every witness but one so far, they want them to be, or still be under subpoena. Unreal. Okay, hold on. What a horrible case. And what's sad, nobody's talking about this. This little girl deserves justice and acknowledgement. All right, here we go. Oh, jeez, I hate these commercials. So sick of it. All right.
It's a 10-hour shift. I've been on this shift probably around 5 years, 6 years.
Were you working that shift back in February of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And were you assigned to a case involving a Jose Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you go to any crime scene involving this case?
Yes, went to an apartment location for a crime scene.
Recall the address of the apartment?
It was on Vance Jackson, somewhere on Vance Jackson.
When you're going to crime scenes, do you make reports?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
And with looking at did you make a report in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And with referring to your report, help you refresh your memory.
Yes, ma'am.
Pardon me, Albert? Yes. Showing you what's been marked for identification purposes at State's Exhibit number 73. You want to go ahead and look through this. Does this appear to be your report?
This is my report, yes.
Or is
ma'am.
it a complete report?
It is?
So I ask that you look at this to refresh your memory. Just please don't read directly from
Yes,
this.
ma'am.
So you said it was on Vance Jackson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that in Bear County?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did this house or apartment belong to?
When I got to the scene, the lead CSI, Joe Rodriguez, he briefed me on it, and he just gave me incident details, saying that it was a possible crime scene.
How many CSIs were there at the scene when you got there?
One, and then we had 2 assists, including myself.
Is it normal to have multiple CSIs working at the scene?
This was a pretty large scene from the initial report, so it more than likely we do at least 3 or 4 on a case this big.
What's the purpose of having multiple CSIs?
Just to make sure that we're thorough, and then we have multiple tasks. So so we won't get bogged down, one of us, with a whole bunch of duties. We can prioritize and concentrate on each duty. So that's why they assign multiple.
You mentioned when you were talking about the duties of the CSI, one of them is videography, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Explain that to me.
No, basically, it's just another form of documentation, and we either scan the scene, we photograph it, and we videotape it at times. But a case like this, where there's a death of a person, we're gonna videotape it.
And are these videotapes silent or do they have audio?
We plug them out. So yes, so they're yes, just for visual.
Excuse me. With documentation, one person talks at a time, so wait till the question is finished to answer because it makes it difficult for a court reporter to take down two people talking at once.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, and I'll kind of stop us both if we start doing that, okay? Was there a video taken of this crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach? Showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit number 65. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what is on this?
The video of the crime scene.
Okay. And is it a full and complete copy of the crime scene video?
Yes, it is, but I didn't, we mentioned before, I did not take the video.
But you did view it?
Yes, I
and
did
you
view
were
it.
present at this crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's a fair and accurate representation of what the crime scene looked like when you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know that you've seen this video?
Well, I've seen it and I initialed it, and then I put my badge number and date.
This time I obviously Exhibit number 65.
State Exhibit number 65 is in without objection.
Permission to comment, Your Honor?
Granted.
It's a short video. What did that first video show?
Just showing overall the exterior location.
So as this plays, you can see that there's already evidence markers. Do you CSIs do that, or does someone else do that?
We do that.
What was your duty or your assignment that day when you were at the department?
After getting with the other CSIs, I was tasked with collecting the evidence.
So everything that's marked.
Yes, ma'am. And that was a joint evidentiary search, all of us included.
What was the state of the apartment as you guys walked through the search?
Well, there was a lot of personal effects left, a lot of trash. Obviously, somebody had vacated the premises.
What are some of the things that are standing out to you as you're going through and watching this video again?
Just possible evidentiary items, DNA, cleansers and cleaners and liner gloves and things and such.
Can you kind of just talk to Jury as we're watching? What projects are you guys zooming in on? So what's with this number 8 view?
Number 8 would be a used Band-Aid.
And this would be number 9, correct?
That's correct.
What are you observing there?
Clothing and child's panties.
And then here at number 10.
Liners, glove liners.
Have we already seen several pairs of gloves on this video so far?
Yes, throughout the apartment there was.
You'll need to ask questions. And what's here at number 11?
The sock and the Band-Aid.
What's being zoomed in on right now?
Thumbtacks.
What about here at number 12?
Looks like a 7.62 long gun. Yes, ma'am. It looks like a 7.62 long gun ammo.
And then here at number 13?
Some type of case, some type of, I'm not too sure what you call it.
What's your number 14?
Receipt.
Okay, 15.
Another sock.
What's your number 20? Or 28, rather.
Yeah, it was some type of stain that was checked for apparent blood.
Number 17.
More hair strands.
Number 27. What is that?
27 was the sandals.
What are you seeing at number 21?
21 was looked like it was a soiled puppy pad.
Attention retirees, if you're willing to be at your computer from 9 a.m. to 10:45 a.m. on most
And number 18.
The sock. Matted hair. Also matted hair.
Number 22. If you zoom in, it's on marked here.
Some type of substance.
What's your number 23?
I believe it was a upper garment.
Like a top.
Like a top, yes.
24.
Thumbtack.
And what's your number 25? Written down.
Yes, it looked like the package for a bandage. Or partial, a partial.
Officer Cotto, how many clumps of hair were collected in the crime scene?
I would have to refer to my report, but yeah.
Want to start a business? I can show you how easy it is to form one in just a few steps. First up, starting your LLC.
I counted 6.
And how many thumbtacks were collected?
Multiple. Yeah, multiple.
Your Honor, may I approach? Yes. I'm showing you photos that have been marked as State's Exhibits 42 through 64, and then 66 through 72. I apologize, I had this in the middle of them. Can you please flip through these? And do you recognize what's in these photographs?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And what's in these photographs?
The crime scene.
The same crime scene that we just viewed the videotape of.
That's correct.
And are these photos fair and accurate depiction of how the crime scene looked that day?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time we would offer State's Exhibits 42 through 64 and 66 through 72.
No objection. All right, State's Exhibit 42 through 64 and 66 through 72 are admitted without objection.
Overall, how many items of evidence were collected for that crime scene?
I'll refer to my report.
Yes.
Looks like 38 items of evidence.
So when you collect these items of evidence, are they labeled?
In chronological order.
And who does the labeling? Well, kind of talk the jury through how you collect and label.
The actual marking of the items of evidence was done joint with all the CSIs. If somebody spots something that's evidentiary, they bring it to my attention, which I want to be the person collecting it. So it was a joint effort, and we do it chronologically.
So we saw the numbers from 1 to when you collect and label them, that reflect what they're labeled as.
That's correct.
Let's talk specifically. So this is showing what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 43. What item of evidence is depicted in State's Exhibit 43?
So there was multiple items of evidence, and they were all entangled. So it was a clump of hair, a thumbtack, in between. Basically a wipe that was wrapped around those items.
She's different from the others. She's a witch.
And this is collected by you, correct?
Yes, I collected them all together.
When you label and collect evidence, what do you do with the evidence afterwards?
Once the report is done and everything is verified chronologically, then everything's packaged, marked, and then we put a barcode on it.
Is that barcode unique to the state?
Yes, it is.
And what's done after you collected and labeled and barcoded the evidence?
Everything is turned into the property room.
Were you the one who turned everything to property room?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Did you bring any item of evidence with you?
Yes,
Which item of evidence did you bring with you?
I brought E5, which is the one we're looking at right now.
Your Honor, may I? Yes. So is this what you were referring to? You brought,
Yes, ma'am.
and how do you know this is the same E5 that you collected?
Well, I know because that's my handwriting, and we turn it around, and those are my initials and my badge number.
And is there a case number on this?
There is.
What's that case number?
Case number is 22026527 SAPD.
And does that match the case number assigned to this case?
It does.
You can go ahead.
Really small.
If you just want to cut it open and then just look inside, please, without without dumping anything out. So just you look inside. Is that the E5 that you collected?
It is.
And is it in the same or substantial condition as when you collected it?
It is.
Your Honor, I would like to mark this as State Exhibit number 74 and offer into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. State Exhibit 74 is admitted without objection. I'm sorry, you said 74, Your Honor? Yes.
And how do you make sure when you brought everything into evidence that it's secure and nobody can just get to it?
Well, first of all, I'm the one securing the packages, and then those packages are taken straight to the property room. So nobody has access to those packages after I drop them off in the property room.
Who brought the things to the party?
I did.
Good morning, Mr. Hurtado.
Good morning, ma'am.
All right, is this witness excused or subject to recall?
Excuse me, State.
Excuse me. All right, the rule has been invoked. That means you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody, cannot watch anything regarding this case. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may step down, but please leave the exhibit for the court reporter. And everyone, just give us about 2 minutes while they exchange things, because there are certain things the court reporter needs to do. Are you ready? State call your next witness.
State Call Sergeant Christopher Lloyd.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury and the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Christopher Lloyd.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Can you please briefly introduce yourself to the jury?
As I said, I'm Christopher Lloyd. I've been with the San Antonio Police Department for approximately 11 years. I've been assigned to the homicide unit for approximately 3 years now.
What kind of training and schooling did you have to become an officer with SAPD?
Prior to joining the department, I went through the approximately 9-month academy classes. Inside those classes, we learned the different aspects of law application within policing in the communities. While in the homicide unit, I also attended classes for arrest, search, and seizure, and other technical classes for reviewing evidence.
How long have you been a sergeant?
I promoted to sergeant in November of 23.
Before that, what was your assignment and rank?
Prior to 23, I promoted to detective in November of 2021 or 20, I believe. And then I was brought over to the homicide unit pretty quickly. And inside the homicide unit, I worked in the aggravated assaults detail for approximately a year. And then I moved over to the murder detail in January of 22.
What kind of duties do you have as a detective?
As a detective in the homicide unit, I would be assigned cases where I would investigate miscellaneous assaults ranging from a person slapping themselves or slapping somebody all the way up to somebody getting killed.
At some point, did you become involved in a case involving Jose Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am. I was requested to assist Detective Size with an interview.
So just requested to do an interview, correct?
That's correct.
Was it your case or someone else's case primarily?
This case was assigned to Detective Size.
And what was the sole extent of your duties and involvement in this case?
I was requested to interview the defendant.
Jose Ruiz, correct?
That is correct.
Do you see him in the foreground?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please point him out and identify an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's in the blue jacket on the right-hand side.
Let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant. When did you become involved? Was it that day or later?
I believe it was that day. I was requested to interview the defendant at headquarters.
What day was that?
I believe it was February 27th.
Did you write a report as part of your involvement in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And would looking at that help refresh your memory and get testimony?
Yes, ma'am, it would.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you it's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 75. You want to just flip through that. Is this your report?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And is this a full and complete copy of your report?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, I would ask that you just refer to it to refresh your memory, but please don't read from it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at your report, what was the day that you went to interview Mr. Ruiz?
It was actually February 7th, 2022.
Where was the interview conducted?
This interview was conducted at SAPD headquarters in the interview rooms.
What was the demeanor of the defendant when you spoke to him?
He was pretty calm throughout the interview.
And was this interview recorded?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
How is it recorded? Like, how do you explain the setup of the room to the jury?
So the rooms have multiple recording devices that are activated prior to a person being brought in them. They're tagged with case numbers so that they're easily identifiable later on, and they run through the continuation of the interview process.
So the whole saving and tagging the number, is that an automated thing, or do you have to go back and do that?
It's generally, when you do start the room, you'll set up the tagging with the correct case number and CFSs, but you can go back and correct them if there's additional cases that are related later on.
And on the day of the interview, was the recording equipment in working condition?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
So was everything saved correctly?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Pardon me, Edward? Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 76. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is this the audio recording of your interview with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And how do you know that that is the audio recording?
Because I previously listened to it, and I also initialed it with my initials, my badge, and then a date.
And with the exception of agreed redactions, is this a full and complete copy of your interview?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd offer State's Exhibit number 76 into evidence. May we yes.
This guy doesn't look happy to be there. So the lawyer, huh? One of the elderly ladies? If so, they did it on purpose. Allegedly.
Right.
It's probably this one. The one with an added. Oh, sick of these commercials. There ain't nothing I can do about these commercials, you guys. It blocks me when I had my ad blocker. Maybe there's a new one out there.
about the weight. I'm not going to be on that whole situation, so I'm new to the situation, so I don't know what's going on. I start with your name. Who's Ruiz? J-O-S-E.
The past 40 days, who are the two voices in this stream right now?
The primary voice here is mine, and the secondary voice is the. You want to have like a big shirt or something? I don't. What's your name? What's a good phone on the screen? 4618 pencil rest code, 4618 pencil rest. And like pencil, pencil, and then R-E-S, zero, so okay. Alright, that had, right down the one piece side, where you can go, so you want to tell them, that's an 18 this is, that code. Do you have a job right now? No, I'm not on a job right now. Yeah, I'm kind of, just cut grass, right? Cut grass, yes. Do you have a good cell phone? 210, well, I don't have my phone, so. Yeah, but you'll get it back though, right? I don't know. What was the number you used the last time? 612 1116. 969? Oh, you had that phone? You're right. Oh, you're right. 25. Okay, what's your date of birth? 09/27/1996. 09/27/1996. Your deal election? Is that a number? Zero to life, 27/9/11. Your deal, president? Oh, no. I do, you know your social? 655, 54, 26. Are you married? No. Are you dating tonight? I was dating Katrina. Is it Kate? Yes. What's her last name? Mendoza. How old is she? 22. You know where I'm again? More than a year. A year? No more than a year. No more than a year. No, not a year. That's not a year. I was wondering how much it is. Nearest relative, we're trying to find you in Ryan. 210-689-7182. Ruiz. Irene Ruiz. It's a tongue twister. I read it. That's a longer. Where she was at? The address is San Luis. And horoscopes. Okay. All right. So we're going to do this, and then we'll see what goes. So we're going to arrest you. So before you ask any questions, because my duty as a police officer, advise you your rights and the one you're not these rights. You have the right to remain silent. You don't have to make any statement, oral or written, to anyone. Any statement that you make will be used in the instance of your parole or trial. You have your own right. You have a right to tell the lawyer present to advise you before answering any questions by police officers or attorneys representing the state. You may have your own lawyer present or if you're not employed lawyer, the court will find you for free of charge an hour at a time. If you decide to talk with anyone, you can, and you can stop talking to them at any time you want. You have rights to your rights, which are used in stages of proceedings. Understand the rights of everything. So what's going on here? Okay, I'm gonna start from the very beginning. I told her 3 days ago, I guess that was the last time I really seen her when she was in my apartment. When I seen the kids, good. Walking, talking, eating, everything was good, right? And I don't know, the last one fired or whatever, and she told me, because I'm in the middle of moving the apartment, because I just went to the apartment down there. Where are you moving from? 1156 Spencer, Nancy Jackson. 153 Durham, Nancy Jackson. Where are you moving to? I already moved in, and I'm living here currently at Fort Green Townhouse. Fort Green Townhouse? You know, the apartment, I'm just moved in yesterday night, so I was telling officers. Is it upstairs? It's upstairs now. Oh, this is okay. Oh, I see, yeah. Okay, so, and then, okay, and I don't know. We get this right, so I take off to go get the U-Haul, and what else? I don't know, I'm out on the streets for like a good 2 hours. And I come back home with the shoes on, kids on, all her shit's on. She goes and lives to Rick's house. She's the one that lives right next to me in the same apartment. She goes over there and I don't know, she stays over there for 2 days, I guess. And she was telling me everything's fine. And then today comes, and even Jeanette, me and Jeanette were talking, she says, yeah, she was fine last night. Mercedes, she was fine. She was fine last night. She was eating. One thing she was complaining about was hurt, that she couldn't shoot. Alright, this is already okay. And then, well, I left to go get something to eat from my little brother from the village. I was in line and Katrina calls me and she tells me, I need you to come right now. And I'm like, what's going on? And she's like, it's Mercedes. And I'm like, what? Like, you gotta explain to me what? She's like, she's having like struggling breathing or whatever. So I get out of line, I'm gonna get off, get out of line and take off. Go down the street from where I'm at, and I pull up to Jeanette's house, and I see Mercedes like, sitting on the couch like this, and like struggling to breathe with her. And whenever she asked, she told me to come, and I said, it's okay, maybe she just needs to eat, because she said she's just eating her fatigue. And I said, maybe she just needs to eat, just feed her. And I guess she fed her sweet applesauce and a diamond cup. And a diamond cup, because there was no weird things on cups. And I don't know, she fed her, and then she calls me, that's when she calls me, I need you to come, I need you to come. I'm like, all right, I'm coming. And I get there, and she's all like woozy, and I can't pick up her arms or anything. What the fuck happened? She said that she hit her head on the toilet or something. She went to the restroom, she heard a loud thud. Mercedes went to the restroom, and that's when Katrina heard a loud thud. And Katrina went to go check on her with her, and after that, that's when she said she was all like woozy and stuff, like she couldn't pick up her arms. And I was thinking, and I got there, and I was thinking, and I was like, maybe she needs like a CPR or some oxygen. So I started CPR and giving her oxygen, and she came like, and she started breathing. And I'm like, okay. And then Jeanette gets home, and she stays there, she's just like reading, it's like, just laying there reading, you know? And Jeanette comes home, and she's like, I want Jeanette to see this, so we go to my apartment. And my apartment is literally like, her Jeanette's right here, we go right here. So we go over there, and we're thinking, we drive it, like, it's under control, because she starts to breathe regularly, and...
Was she talking?
Yeah. At first, she was like, like that, and then, when we got to my apartment, I threw over my shoulders, because I thought maybe she was being burped like a baby. So I threw over my shoulders, started burping her, like air coming down, I'm like, what the fuck, and I keep going, and then, she comes up like that. And she's conscious, like she's talking to us, she's telling us what hurts, like this way we get a shit mask, you want us to stop patting her neck? She says yes. So we stop patting her neck, and she's like, you want us to, her feet were getting cold, her hands were getting cold. So every time we touched her hand or something, she was like, make that noise. And so we put a blanket over her, and just let her chill, she was fine. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, her eyes started going back. And she's like, food is coming out of her mouth. You see the noodles coming out of her mouth. And she was laying on my bed. And so I put her on her side, and everything's coming out of her mouth. And then her eyes are rolling back, so I turn around to give her air, like on her back. And I give her air, and I started little compressions with her, and she starts choking, I guess. I'm not sure if you know what. Maybe I wasn't doing the CPR right. I don't know how to do CPR, but I needed to help, you know? And I don't know. I don't know what happened. She just started, the fluid started coming out of her mouth, and I gave her CPR or whatever, and she just had her eyes rolled back. And I was looking at her, I was saying, and she was getting unresponsive. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm throwing, and I put her on the ground, and I'm CPRing her, hitting her, doing that in the chest, and nothing. And I told her, you need to take her to the hospital. You need to go to the hospital ASAP. And she says, okay. She was freaking out. She didn't say okay just like that. She was freaking out. I can't get my phone because she left it at Jeanette's house. She went to go grab her phone real quick. And put Mercedes in the car and picked up the train and then take off. And Jeanette says, I'm gonna call you. Because Jeanette was supposed to take her to the hospital. She's like, can I know the kid? And I said, and once we're on the way to the hospital, she calls her dad. She's like, Dad, I don't know what to do, Dad, I don't know what to do. She ain't never called her. Yeah, Katrina calls her dad. She's like, I don't know what to do, I don't know what to do, I don't know what to do. And her dad tells her, take her to the hospital. I don't know where we're going, I don't know, just that. How do you get to the south side? I live on the north side. That's mine. I asked her, who was driving? I was driving, but I didn't know what to do. So I was during. You did CPR 2 different times? No, more than 2 different times. So why didn't you call the police? Or because she was fine. She came up for the 2 times. Yes, I understand. Like you're doing CPR on somebody. Yeah, that needs to be being called in that second. Yes, sir. Honestly, I have no experience in that. And I don't know. You know, I thought she was fine. Honestly, I thought it doesn't help. So when you first tried CPR, you were at your dad's house? Yeah. And then that's when she came. She was good. So how long between the first time and then the last time you tried CPR before you guys left the hospital? Like 25 minutes. 25 minutes. And she was good. She like her eyes were rolling back, and then they came to normal. And she was looking around, talking, and everything. So let's back up your timeline so I can understand. You started fighting. You and Katrina had a fight. You said like 3 days ago. 3 days on Monday. Yeah. So Friday? Yeah, about Friday. So Friday night, Friday. So what? So you decided you were going to leave the house, right? Yeah. No. No. So Friday. So what do you do Friday? Friday we had a big argument or whatever, and then she's fine. I go to sleep, and then the next day, that's when Saturday. That's when I will get my UK strip, my or whatever for days. I'm moving. I come back home. She's gone. So you didn't see her. I didn't see her for 2 days. That's all I know. I didn't see her for 2 days, and then I get a call from her. I need you to go. When did you go back? I need you to come. When you go back today. Today's Monday. So you didn't see her all on Sunday. No. You didn't see her. Did you see her all Saturday? No, Saturday. What was the fight about on Saturday that caused this? So you. I was just. No. We were moving. Oh, together. We were moving. Like, I was moving out because my lease was up, and I was moving out my apartment. From Manchester. Yes. And she just didn't. I don't know what the deal was. We always get into little fights everywhere we go. You didn't know what it was about. She said she was tired of staying in the house. And I was like, all right. Well, she told me, I'm gonna get breakfast with Jeanette. All right, that's cool, go. Just don't, because she didn't have a key to my apartment. So yeah, that's Jackson. So wait till I get back. And then you can, I don't care if you go ahead. And then when I get back, I have a lock on my window so you can't pick it up. The lock's gone. The top lock on my door is locked. I'm Ben Jackson. Yeah, I'm Ben Jackson. And I'm knocking over. She answers the door, thinking she's gonna answer, and nothing. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I go look at my window, and I realize the lock's off. And I open it, and nobody's in the house. Open the door, everything's gone. All her shit, all the kids' shit, everything's gone. I'm like, all right, she left. Okay, fine. Everything was fine, literally. Everybody was fine. The 2 little girls, her, literally. We just separated ways. Okay. So that's Saturday. And Sunday. Then what happened today to bring you guys back together? She called me and said, come, I need you. And you hadn't seen her. No, I hadn't heard of her since Saturday morning. Yeah. Whichever one of those things. So you guys have a fight Friday to Saturday at some point. And then she moves herself out. She's gone. Yeah. And then Sunday. I don't see her, I don't see the kids, nothing. And then that day comes. Monday, yeah. So Monday, and then what drive through where you at? The Monday was on Karen Bottom. Oh yeah, no. There was some Karen Bottom. So you hadn't heard from her, and all of a sudden she just called you? Yeah, she called me and said, I need you. Two, maybe before 3? So 2 to 3 p.m. She calls you. So it's still daylight. Yeah, it's still daylight. Maybe, you know what? I don't know. So did you move out of Vance Jackson on your own, and you moved into? I moved on my little now, and I moved into downtown. Okay. So she calls you. Mm-hmm. You rush over to Jeanette's next to your new house. Yes. Or new apartment. Yes. So you go straight to Jeanette's. Yes. How long you know Jeanette? I don't know Jeanette like that. I just went because of the channel. I know Jeanette because of my friend Sweat. That's his girl. So that's how we met, and that's how they haven't been friends that long. Maybe no more than 2 weeks since Katrina's birthday. That's when they met. Katrina, you guys. So you get the call, 2 or 3. You go straight. How did you know where Jeanette lives? Because I've been over there with Sweat. He would always take me over. And the reason why I had that apartment was because of Sweat and Jeanette. Okay. It was for Sweat. And is that Jeanette's boyfriend? Yeah. Okay. I don't know. What is Jeanette's name? Is it Jeanette? I don't know. Janette. You know what I say? No. Is she black or Hispanic? Oh, Hispanic. And they spoke to her and she said, "I want to go to the eldership." Thursday, 25 days. And she got a boyfriend was Sweden. Can you spell it? Josué. And he's from so there she goes. So when you get to Jeanette's house, what did you see? What was going on? She was laying down on the side like that. It was like she was laying on the couch. She was laying on the couch. And she was like, help us. Anything went wrong with her? She was just having trouble breathing. Like, cause she told me she was feeding him all that food. And I was like, I put two and two together. And I was like, maybe, cause they're all like liquid foods. I was like, maybe it went down the wrong pipe. And that's what's making her having trouble fighting. Cause I know water that goes in your lungs. I know that's the situation. You know, so I thought about it like that. And I'm like, okay. So I go do the compressions or whatever. And then Jeanette shows up. I take her to the crib. Take her to my house. And she's good. She's talking to us, telling me where her toilet doesn't. So you don't move Mercedes from Jeanette's? Yeah, I'm not even a couple feet away to your house. Yeah. But then she was fine. You know, we made her breathe right. That's why I didn't call nobody, because I thought she was going to be fine. So that's probably, what time do you think that is? Your opinion? And she said that you got to call between 2 and 3. Yeah. I'll give it, we'll say 3. Like, it took me like maybe 15 minutes to get there. And did you do that right away? No, I didn't do it right away. I went there. She was laying down. I missed her too. They were fitting on her. It was a pulse where she was. And she was just struggling and breathing. So that's when I hit the compression. Has Mercedes ever done this before? Yes, actually she has. Yeah, she had a situation where she held her breath. Like that. And that's what I thought she was doing. So I was looking, I could give her air, you know, and nothing. She was good though. She was good. That was good. I had the compressions, and then she was good. She was laying on my bed. When we got to her, my house, she was laying on my bed. And she was all good. She was all good. And then her eyes just started rolling back. And that's when I did the compressions. And I gave her air. And when I gave her air, it shot up. And the food shot up out of her mouth. And like as quick as I could, put her head to the side. Because I know you saw her do it. And we kept doing that little process for a little bit, and then she was good. And then she finally laid there. She didn't want her to go to sleep. So she just laid there, and that's when she just started, her eyes started rolling back for the last time, and the shit was coming out of her mouth. She didn't get you. Never, Mercedes, those are both her daughters. And that's why what's her daughter's name? Mercedes and Jordan. How old is Mercedes, give or take? 5 of them. And the other one is 6, Jordan. Jordan's 6? Yes. And do you think they're kind of pretty similar to each other, like as far as mentality? No, not mentality. Both of them are very different. Yeah. One was, that's Jordan. Is Jordan right now? Yeah. She's older, it makes more sense. So, throughout your relationship with Jeanette, what kind of mom? I'm sorry, Katrina. How would you she was a good mom. She was a good mom. Nobody's perfect. Sure. But I never saw nothing that was to the extreme. Punishment. What's a normal punishment for her? Like a normal punishment, she'll go in the corner. That's why they get an ass whipping her hands. She'll eat sandwiches. Yeah. I'm sorry. Was she ever enlisted your assistance in discipline? I mean, it's a lot like penal code. You're allowed to give whoever you want to have authority to discipline. And you would never help her in all? I would help her because she would run like away from her food beans, or the food beans, like on her hands. So yeah, I would help her like hold her arms and her legs down. How often do you think she needs discipline? Either one of them, I guess. Not too often, but we'll say once a week. Well, one was better than the other. Which one was Mercedes was better than the other? Better? Better. The other one was Jordan was good. How would Jordan be good? She would just do what needed to be told. Yeah. She wouldn't rebel, I guess. Yeah. I tell you, I got a 6 and a 7-year-old. Like the second born child just runs the house. That's usually the way it is though. The first one's good, second one's all different. Yeah, the youngest one, she is a hellion and a half. Like God help me. God help the world when she gets to be 18, like she's just gonna run stuff. Yeah.
I know what you mean by the yarn watching the handle. So what would Mercedes do?
She would just be loud and sort of stop crying. Like she would cry over anything. She ate a sandwich. She got in the corner and she wouldn't cry like just a little. She not even cry. It was just like a moment. Yeah. You know what kids do. And she would just that, and then she would pee herself. Like standing there, just peeing herself. Yeah. And she just wouldn't listen. She would wake up, do whatever she wanted to do. Jordan would wake up, fix her bed.
Yeah. Jordan sounds like a good kid. Mercedes, it just doesn't quite get it. So. Yeah. So, 3-ish, you get to Jeanette's house. Katrina says, is Jeanette there too?
She's not there when I pull up, but she gets there.
Where was Jeanette?
She's at work, I believe. She was at work.
Okay, so it's just Katrina?
Yes.
And the 2 girls?
Yes.
Was there anybody else in the house? No. No? So you get there, Katrina, Jordan, Mercedes. What's Jordan doing?
She's just standing there watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's just, who kisses her? Who can't?
So you have Mercedes and Jordan and Katrina, you pull up. Mercedes is on the couch. So she's having problems breathing. You give her a little bit of compressions. Yeah. You think she starts acting normal?
Yeah, she starts like, when I see her, this is how I knew something was wrong. Her eyes were moving back. When I gave her the chest compression, her eyes came normal, she started looking around, and then she was speaking. And that's how I knew we're good, you know. I didn't want to go to the hospital. They didn't need to. Yeah. But now, she'll go to the hospital.
Yeah.
And I was not.
What's Jordan gonna say?
I don't know.
I don't know.
We didn't even tell her.
Gonna rip her apart. My kids are like this.
I know.
Like this.
No. We took her out the room. And we don't see her giving compression, giving her air. So she's saying that
at Jeanette's house?
No, at my house. Yeah. Jeanette's house, she was sitting in the living room watching. And that's when she was fine. She came. She was fine. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. But she was fine. I don't know how that shit works. And I definitely know.
think there's more. What do you think there's more to this?
That's exactly what happened.
That's it?
That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened.
What's Katrina gonna say about today?
Same thing as me, honestly. That's exactly what happened.
What's Jordan gonna say?
Same thing.
Because the end of the day, Mercedes is dead. And my job ultimately is to figure out what happened to Mercedes. And see.
I know a lot of people lie to you or whatever, but that's exactly what happened. There's no need, the officer, no need to lie, no need to lie.
Here's the thing, Jose. If I find one piece of evidence that says you and Katrina were together in the last 2 days,
That's fine, go for it, go for it. You're not, I promise you're not. I'm not. Oh God, I'm not lying. You kind of are, and I understand, but I'm not. I just feel like there's a little bit more.
Let's get it out there.
There's nothing going. There's 2 days. There's 3 days I didn't see her. She calls me. Hey, I need your help. I need your help.
Did you guys talk all of those 2 days?
Yeah, we had a little conversation, but that was about it. Talking about I need money to go get a loan. Yeah. Listen.
Is that text messages?
No, on the phone. We didn't make a text messages.
Yeah.
She was just telling me I need the fucking money to get a loan. She don't want to stay with you.
No, she wanted your money. She wants to stay with you, but she wanted your money. I was doing that shit. I just wanted that money.
And that's what I thought too. But that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you think Katrina's capable of overdoing
overdoing the discipline, or what do you mean by overdoing it? Like maybe I've personally never seen her overdo it, but like she didn't stay with me like that. She stayed with her father and her godparents. She stayed with godparents, and then she would just come over from time to time. And that's why this is like, if Katrina ever put her hands on the fake road, or or force things in her mouth, I've never seen that food. Like she tried to. See, I asked her too. I was like, "Did you fucking force it?" Like I got mad at her. When I was like, "How the fuck did you feed her? Did you force it down her throat?" What? No. I just fed it. Are you sure, dude? Because I know that if something gets in your fucking lungs, it's bad. You know. And you have to go to the hospital for that. I know. And she's like, no, I didn't do that. I ain't. So I just did what I thought was right. Thought what was helping. And look where the fuck I'm at.
The interview end after that.
What's that?
Does the interview end after that?
Yes, ma'am.
What was his? Was this the night that Mercedes died?
Yes, ma'am.
What was his demeanor when he first began the interview?
During the initial part of the interview, he was pretty calm, and then he had more emotions towards the end.
Who were you talking about when he became emotional?
We were talking about Mercedes.
Were you talking specifically about telling Jordan about Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
What was his attitude towards Jordan versus his attitude towards
Your Honor, I
Mercedes?
would object that the jury had had the opportunity to see the video, and there's no need for him to rehash it in the direct examination by the state.
Right, that'll be overruled.
You can go ahead and answer that.
He described Mercedes as being the battered child during the interview, and Jordan being the better child.
At any point, did you have anything negative to say about Katrina as a mother?
Your Honor, again, I would object. It's irrelevant, it's cumulative and duplicative of what's already been shown to the jury.
All right, your objection to cumulative, that will be sustained.
What was his body language during the interview?
Your Honor, again, the jury's had the benefit of the video.
They have not seen
him on the video. Well, that's.
All right, are you withdrawing your objection?
I will withdraw that.
You may answer.
I recall, but it's tough to describe. He was pretty open facing me throughout the interview, going back and forth with the questioning, so he was engaged in it to a degree, but it just seems like there was pieces missing throughout the interview.
During your time as a detective and now a sergeant homicide, how many people would you say that you've interviewed in cases like this or involved in the death of a child?
With
Your
children.
Honor, I would object to relevance.
That'll be overruled. You can answer.
With children, with just children, I'd say probably less than 30 interviews.
And including adults.
And if you expand into adults, probably closer to 200 interviews.
And in your training and experience, do you feel that you're getting the full story here?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, objective opinion.
Sustained.
May the jury be instructed to disregard the response, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you just to disregard the last answer.
I'm going to go ahead and pass the witness, Your Honor.
That's
How many people did you speak to before going into that room for the questioning?
I was contacted by Detective Size and Sergeant Diaz in regards to the investigation, and they advised I would be speaking with the defendant.
And in doing that, he gave you details of what he was, where he was going on this case, correct?
He advised what the circumstances were and asked me to conduct an interview.
Okay. And how many people at the station did you, so you spoke to them by phone or in person?
By phone, ma'am.
Okay, so where were they when you were speaking to them?
I'm not sure where they were at. We were coming from different parts of the city. Anytime there's a call out in the middle of the night, we're coming from our respective locations or houses. And this was approximately, according to my report, 11:30 at night. So I was coming from home. So what would have been on the phone?
Okay. So when you spoke to Size, so he was actively engaged in the investigation of it.
Yes, ma'am.
And is it fair to say, and you would agree with me, that Size had some idea of the direction of this case already?
No object to speculation and lack of personal knowledge.
I thought it'd be overruled if you now.
I'm not sure where he was going at it at the time.
You gave you information about the case, correct?
Yes, ma'am. You said we had a deceased child and we need to find out what led up the circumstances leading up to the child's passing.
Without saying speaking to what he said, just I'm asking you, how many other people? When was Katrina brought to the station?
I'm not sure when Katrina was brought in.
Okay. Did you participate in the questioning of Katrina?
I did not.
And were you at the hospital at all on this case?
No, ma'am, not to my recollection.
Did you respond to any crime scene on this case?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So the entirety of your involvement is at this interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I pass the witness at this.
State,
No further questions,
is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused from the state. Excused, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means, you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. You're not allowed to watch anything regarding this case. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please leave any exhibits with the court reporter. And do y'all have the audio? No, the audio and the
Yes,
photos.
yes.
State, call your next witness.
State calls Detective Lawrence Sides, and just for housekeeping, this is going to be a longer witness.
Oh, we're gonna proceed.
Yes. Can we have a break now, please?
All right, do any of the jurors, do you all need a break? You all need a
Go to
break?
the restroom, Your Honor. Sorry.
All right, we're gonna take a short break and we'll be back at 11:45. All right, remember my previous instructions. You're not allowed to do anything, not to start deliberating internally or with each other. You're not allowed to do any investigation. Everything that you need to know about this case is to come from inside the courtroom. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
Oh, man. Okay.
A team of X number of detectives, and we rotate when we climb the ladder on the rotation board. Then we're up at the top. That's when it's our turn to catch a case. We're on call 24 hours until we do catch that case. When we're on call, a case comes in, we're notified by a supervisor of where it's at, basic details about it, and we respond to that scene.
And so that's no matter what time of day it is, you have to go out the second you get a new homicide case.
Yes.
And did you get assigned a case on February 7th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got assigned that case, what did you do first?
The first thing I did was called one of the detectives that was at the scene, one of the night detectives, Detective Nelson, Chad Nelson. He explained to me.
Without saying what he told you, what did you do next?
I just made sure that I had some good information about what was going on, and then responded directly to the scene.
Okay. And what did you expect to be responding to?
A bad case, a bad situation.
Specifically.
A deceased child,
At this point, do you know how old that child is?
5 years old.
Okay. And where did you go?
It was a hospital on the south side. I can't remember the name of it at the time, and I believe it's been shut down since.
Did you do a report in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you do a report in every case?
Yes.
Would seeing a copy of your report help refresh your memory over the course of your testimony?
Yes.
No objection. I'm not admitting it to show you for purposes of recollection. Now, showing what I marked it States Exhibit 78. Is this a copy of your report?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and it is fairly long. So is it all 37 pages of your report?
Yes.
Okay. If you'll take a minute and refresh your memory, and then I think my question was, where specifically did you go?
Okay, I'll look at the beginning here. This may take me a little time, sorry.
That's okay. We can move on. Do you know the general location of where the hospital was?
I was on the south side, just south of Military Drive.
Okay, and when you got there, what did you do first?
First thing I did was contact Detective Nelson and the handling officers just to get all the information, people's names, that kind of stuff.
Okay. And what did you do next?
After that, I was directed and escorted to a room where Mercedes was.
Who all was with you when you walked into the room where Mercedes was?
It was myself, Detective Nelson, and some of the nursing staff.
Tell me, describe this. Describe walking into this room. What do you see first?
What I see is Mercedes laying on her back on an exam table.
Is she covered?
No.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Get this out of order. I'm going to show you some photos that were previously admitted into evidence. It's States Exhibit 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 27, 28, 29, 33, 34, 35 through 30. Actually, I'm sorry, 35, 37, and 38. Just take a look at those. And is this the condition you saw Mercedes in?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to put them on the screen and go over these with you. Okay. Starting with, this is States Exhibit 8. No, it's not better that way. Can you describe what you're seeing here?
This is Mercedes, a headshot of Mercedes.
Okay. And does she have injuries on her face?
Yes.
Can you describe what kind of injuries you see or what kind of markings you see in States Exhibit 9?
Scrapes and bruises and the hair loss.
States Exhibit 10. Maybe 10 and 12.
Those are photographs of her head that show that she's missing large amounts of hair.
Okay. And specifically in States Exhibit 12, is there an additional injury besides hair loss?
Yes.
States Exhibit 13.
Another photograph that's showing her head and face and her upper body.
14. What do you see here?
More bruising and injuries.
States Exhibit 17.
Where she's turned on her side, so you can see the backside, and that there are just more injuries on the back that are like the front.
Let's go to States Exhibit 19.
Another photograph of her backside.
In your opinion, of the 30 plus child deaths that you've worked, did she have an extensive amount of injuries in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, this is States Exhibit 20. What are we looking at here?
More bruising and scrapes.
What part of her body is that?
This would be her right side, arm and back.
States Exhibit 21.
I believe it's a photograph of her legs.
There we go. Okay. Her legs, and I think we see another part of her body. What else do we see in this photo?
Her right hand.
Okay. States Exhibit 23.
Another photograph of her backside, exposing her buttocks area.
And 24.
Another photograph of her right side that shows the bruising on her upper thigh, buttocks area.
In States Exhibit 27, is there anything unique about the bruises on her legs here?
This got my attention where it looked like a pattern mark.
Why does that catch your attention?
To me, that that indicates that something was used on her, a belt or some type of item that would leave a mark,
Okay.
a distinct mark.
States Exhibit 28.
It's a photograph of the backsides of her legs with the bruising and injuries.
States 29.
Her left forearm and hand, wrist area with more bruising.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was it not focused?
It was.
Okay. States 34.
Photograph of her right hand with the extensive bruising and swelling.
States 33.
It's a photograph of her left foot with the injuries to her toes.
Okay. And what about the bottom of her foot? Did anything catch your attention there?
It did. It appeared like there were small puncture wounds in the bottom of her feet.
Okay. And then states exhibit 37.
It's a photograph of her right foot with the toes. You see the scrapes and cuts and bruising.
Okay. And last 38.
A photograph of her left foot with the similar injuries and with some missing toenails.
After seeing the condition of Mercedes' body, did your case take a different direction?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, at that point there was no mystery what happened to her, and that the people involved with what happened to her were there.
At this point, did you have people that you wanted to talk to and concerns for causing those injuries?
I did.
Who were those people?
Katrina Mendoza, Mercedes' mother, and Jose Ruiz, Katrina's boyfriend.
Who else did you talk to while at the hospital?
While at the hospital, it was officers and staff. We did request Child Protective Services, and they sent 2 special investigators to the scene or to the hospital.
Why did you request Child Protective Services?
Any child case, we're required to notify them, and because of the severity of this and it being a child death, we needed them to come out. I also had knowledge that Mercedes' older sister Jordan was there, and we had to make sure she was protected.
And I know you've already testified that Mercedes was 5 years old. Do you know how old Jordan was?
She was 6 at the time.
So what did you do after leaving the hospital?
Well, I did a few more things at the hospital. If you want
I apologize. What did you do next?
one of the things I did is I wanted to make sure that Jordan was okay. So I did ask the medical staff to check her, examine her, make sure she wasn't injured. She was okay. And I also notified the medical examiner's office to make sure they were aware of Mercedes' death, and just to coordinate and let them know that I wanted to be advised of the autopsy when it was going to happen so I could be there.
And then, is that all you did at the hospital?
Yes.
What did you do after leaving the hospital?
After leaving the hospital, I had instructed or asked officers to transport Katrina and Jose to our office, the homicide office, so I could interview them, question them.
Okay. Is that where you witnessed?
Yes.
Did you have, at this point in your investigation, any indication of where the possible crime scene would have been?
I did not. I knew she was transported to the hospital in a vehicle, so that was one crime scene. And then I was told that Detective Lander from the night detectives got a search warrant for an apartment at 13013 Park Crossing.
Okay. Do you know whose apartment that was?
I was told that was Jose's apartment.
When you got back to headquarters, what did you do first?
The first thing I did was I spoke to Katrina.
Okay. Without telling me what Katrina says, what was her demeanor during this interview?
She was cooperative. She was talking to me, giving me a lot of information. But the feeling I got was that she was in the I need to take care of myself here because I'm caught. This is a bad situation. And how do you explain what we saw with Mercedes?
Okay, and then after talking to Katrina, what did you do next?
I talked to Jose.
Okay. Is that what was Jose's demeanor during the interview?
He was, of course, something we always see is they try to divert to other people, minimize their involvement in whatever situation.
Sorry, sir, I can't understand. Just a little slowly.
Yes, ma'am. His demeanor was something we typically see where they try to divert their, to someone else, or try to make us look at someone else more closely. In this case, he was trying to push everything toward Katrina. And quite frankly, he came off as very arrogant.
When you interview anyone at headquarters, are those videos recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they? How is that done?
We have in our interview rooms, each one is set up with a video and audio recording system.
Okay. And do you have to start those?
We do.
And did you do so while interviewing Jose?
Yes.
And was the video equipment working correctly that day?
Yes.
May I approach Judge? I'm telling you, it's marked as State's Exhibit 77. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. How do you recognize it?
It's marked with my initials, badge number, and a date that I've reviewed it.
Okay. Did you review it prior to coming here?
Yes.
To court? Okay. Is this a true and accurate audio of the interview you did with Jose Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sorry, was this done on February 7th of 2022?
It was.
No objection. Which exhibit number?
77.
Are you offering 77?
I am.
No objection. I spoke early. All right, 77 is admitted without objection.
May I publish the decree?
Yes.
I'm gonna fast forward a little before he comes in the room.
Besides,
Starting the video at 1:09.
okay, I'll say, this is the first time we've met. I'm Detective Sides. Okay. Yeah, we'll check up on we're sweating on. So I'm gonna buy about Mercedes. So I'm the investigator, trying to figure out what happened. Okay. I know you already talked to Detective Lloyd a little bit. I asked him to come in and talk to you. Just kind of get an idea of where we're at. All right. I appreciate you talking to him. You can still talking to me? Yeah. Okay. So I want to get a little more depth with you. Okay. First, I want to get to know you. Okay. Like I said, it's the first time we met, right? You live in San Antonio your whole life? Sure. Sorry. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. You born and raised in San Antonio? Got a lot of family here? It's not too many. Very close with it? My brother's here. Your brother? Yeah, my brother's here. What's your brother's name? Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, pretty tight. You close? Yeah. Okay. What about mom and dad? My dad's in prison. What's dad in prison? I don't know his charge, but I know what he's in. It's for breaking a little girl. His friends. How old was the little girl? I don't know. She was like 15. Oh, when that happened? Before you got born? Yeah, my mom was pregnant. Oh, wow. How old are you now? 25. 25. I seen him since. So you never visited him or anything? Okay, mom told you what he was in jail for? Okay. What was mom like? Mom? Yeah, you all on and off, you said? Yeah, this is really how I know. When you were younger, was she pretty rough? No, but I had a stepdad that was. Stepdad was? What was he like? He was like, he just was disabled. Oh, really? So you were abused when you were younger? How bad? Did you ever have to go to the hospital for them? What would you do to you? Get you on your knees and make you hold weights? Like it's a punishment? I mean, I hate to go to bad and stuff, but it's just to kind of get to know you and what you do through. How often would you have to go through that? Every day thing? Were you a good kid? I wasn't the greatest, yeah. Did you feel like you deserved that? Obviously not, right? Yeah, I was saying no. I guess so. We're bad, but we didn't deserve that. Right. No kid does, right? How old are you when this is going on? So he was around the whole time. A lot of people go through that stuff. I had abusive situations too. Not a lot on me, but a lot on my siblings. Sometimes it's weird. Sometimes when there's that kind of abuse going on, typically the abuser targets growing. I think it's a bad one when they do that. So not the good ones. I think I was a good one. I didn't really get it like my siblings. Which they didn't deserve it either. They were bad. They got targeted. I'm sorry to hear that. Everybody got a touch, huh? Yeah, yeah. So how long have you been with Katrina? 1 more than a year? Okay. You're at a strip club. Just hanging out there or she working there? She's young too. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was 22, 23. Yeah. So we met her, y'all started dating? Okay. Tell me about your relationship with her. It was good. It was good. Nothing too bad, but I just didn't want to do it anymore. She lied. She just texted dudes. I texted girls too, but I just texted one. Well, it's kind of the risk you take when you play a stripper, right? Yeah. I don't know. Okay, so but y'all still dating, so it's kind of enjoyed a little bit of that. Yeah, just a little bit. Well, the past time I've been trying to become just because I don't want to do it. Like, I didn't want to be in a relationship with her. Tired of lying, tired of my money was missing sometimes, and I didn't know who to blame. I didn't know if my sister took it, she took it, my brother took it. I don't know. But I was tired of having not be able to trust her, you know. And then when everything, like I told the other like 3 days ago, I just went into my appointment. I just went in last night. And then what's last night? Yeah, it was last night. And what is it called? She went with Jeanette. We're gonna get to that. Yeah. Okay, let's not jump too far. Yeah. I want to still kind of understand your relationship with it. Okay. So y'all been dating about a year. At what point did y'all live together? Well, we weren't living together. She was just calm because she lives with her grandparents. Okay. And I was just one people who should stay with me for a couple of days and go back. You know, that's somebody I do. She didn't want to stay there with me. So I was like, nah. We'll do whatever you want to do. You want to leave? You go do what you're doing and come back. I'm good. Okay. Okay, so she kind of come and go a couple days at a time or whatever. Where were you living at that time? I was living at Vance Jackson. Vance Jackson. How long did you live there? 6 years. Okay, for 4 weeks? Yeah. Okay. What was that address? 11520. 11520. Vance Jackson apartment? 812. 812. Okay. All right, so y'all are there, or you're living there, I'm sorry. She comes there, she occasionally, she bring her daughters. She would bring Jordan, because when she couldn't handle her, and she would just leave her there with that, which means her godparents. And then she finally started coming home. That when she started coming home? And I have for the 6 months at least. Okay. So like 3 months ago, I guess. Okay, we're February now, so around back in October, November. Okay. Okay, so about midway through your lease, she starts bringing her Mercedes and you over it. Yeah. Okay. At first, she was just enjoying managing the Mercedes. Okay. How often would you see the girls? No, not that often. If anything, maybe like 2 times a week. That's how much they were selling. If she bought them. Okay. At any point, did she ask you to take care of the girls so she could take care of something? Or? Sorry. She would let me ride around Mercedes and doing this. She would let Mercedes go with you? She would let me go. Jordan, yeah. Just to get him out and get in? Just to ride. Just drive? Yeah, just or she needed a time alone. Okay. So you had no problem doing that? Yeah. They're good girls. You can be honest. You can be honest. Mercedes was bad. You know? That's why she's not right now. Jordan was bad. But Mercedes just, I don't know. She just didn't listen to Katrina. She didn't think Katrina was her mom because of the way Katrina raised her. She raised her and left her there when she was on strip and everything. She left her there with her godparents, and her godparents has a daughter. And the daughter's like, they put all this shit in Mercedes here, they don't love you, we love you, we don't come with us, all this nonsense. And that wasn't what feeding into Mercedes' head. And she would just rebel, I guess, because she thought that really wasn't her mom. She would just rebel. What would she do? She would, like I told the other day, she would piss herself, like, go have a long conversation, she was like pissing herself. She'll start crying, like, not crying, like, whining. You have to give her a sandwich. Like if she don't finish, I'll give her something to eat. It's a sandwich. And she'll start crying. Lettuce, cheese. Like, I don't like lettuce. I don't like cheese. I don't like ham. Okay, so that's what you're gonna eat. And then, yeah, and then she'll just be loud until you go take a shower and start crying. Until you go sit down and sit there. She couldn't sit down and sit there. She'll move. She'll just move around, go to the kitchen, get some drink, do whatever she wants. You know, she wouldn't be bad, but she was bad. So she just had no discipline. No discipline. There you go. No discipline. No. And when she didn't get discipline, oh, it was bloody murder. It was bloody murder. She hated it. What kind of discipline would she get? She would get on her knees. She would get on her knees, not rage or anything, but she would get on her knees in the corner and stay there. And then she would just get ass whoopings on her ass. And then, with what? With what happened? To the hands and and sometimes with the, I would do this with the opposite house then. On the ass. So, you would see this happen? Yeah, she would be looking at you. And I would stop. You would stop her. What would you say? I just chill out. Just chill. Okay. Tell me all about that discipline, what you saw happen with Mercedes. Oh, that's all I would see. Like, that's what I would do. I really want to see her discipline. Like, just the time out, the sandwiches, and the ass whoopings. And that's it. And then the time out. Okay. So, you moved to your apartment yesterday? I believe yesterday night. I was in the middle of moving all this. Okay, so when you guys get to the hospital with Mercedes, you moved in the apartment the night before? Yeah, when you got to the hospital with Mercedes. So, this night, right? Yeah. During the night before? Yes, while we're here. Yes. So the night before that is when you moved into your apartment? Yes. So where's that at? The apartment townhouse. Okay. You don't know the address? Oh, no, that's all right now. I don't even know my apartment number. Okay. You live there with your brothers? No. Did he live with you eventually? No. Just in this one? Okay. So before he lived with my mom. They lived with your mom? Yeah. Okay. And then they wanted to get on my mom, so I was like, how old are your brothers? Oh, I was like 23, 24. Okay, so before you moved into this new apartment, when was the last time you saw 3 days? 3 days before that? Yeah, what I was telling him, 3 days before you moved into this apartment? No, 3 days before everything happened. Okay, so this is what happened. What's the name? Not counting today. Today. Last night. What's last night? Monday. Yeah. Monday. Friday, a little argument overnight, right? Saturday, I tell her, she tells me, hey, I'm gonna leave, I'm gonna get out of the house, I'm gonna go eat with you. I'm like, okay, but key, she doesn't have a key to my apartment. She don't need it. And so please, don't leave, because nobody's there, all my shit's inside, I have nobody to. And we just start arguing, I'm leaving. You see who's gonna let you lock your door and all this shit. All right, I take off, I go get my U-Haul, and I go get something to eat, and then I come back. When I come back, I'm knocking on the door, nobody's answering. I go look at my window, and there's a lock on it. So look on the side for it to stop coming up. That was on. And I put them together, she went out the window, locked my door. I was like, fuck, all right. So I go inside and lock my door, whatever. Everything was on. Not everything, but all her shit. All her stuff. Her stuff? Yeah, her stuff. Jordan, Mercedes, everything. Whatever she brought, gone. I'm like, all right, she left. Okay, cool, fine, good. And I'm moving all day with my brothers. And then we finally move in. Everything's good. I'm not talking to her. I'm texting her, but that's it. And there's nothing. Just arguing. Like, bro, I'm tired of it. That's one other reason why I don't remember. She loves arguing. And then I don't know. That's what I was saying. You got the point where you moved into your new apartment. Oh yeah, I moved in and I moved into the apartment. Everything was good. If I talked to her, I didn't see her. She didn't say nothing about Mercedes. Didn't see nothing. The next day comes morning time. What's that? What day is that? Right, so Sunday. Sunday was good. We're good. I'm chilling. and chilling all day, just smoking, you know. And then yesterday was Monday, right? Yes. Yeah. Monday calls. She calls me, hey, I need you to come over. I don't mind me. She was right here, and I'm right here. Right? So did you get? Yeah, Jeanette. She went to go stay with Jeanette. Okay. And I'm like, what's happening? Mercedes loses sleep. She's not using her body. And it's probably just fatigue. She needs to eat. Let's go get her some things, supplement shakes or whatever. Let's go get those. So that she can drink these and she'll be fine. So now when I went to Jeanette's, I pulled up. She said, I need you to come and remind you I'm over here and the man was trying to get support from my level. She said, I need you to come now. All right, so I get out of the man was mine and I take off. And I go, I pull up to Jeanette's home. She's outside waiting for me. So I go inside and then she's like, hurry. And I go, and it's Mercedes laying on the couch. And she's like having shoulders breathing. Remind me, like I told you, partner, she's done this before, like, so she's held her bread and like that, and we had to make her breathe, the shits, but she was doing that on purpose. So I was like, all right, just do what we did last time, compression, compression, because her eyes were going bad. And I gave her compression, gave her some air CPR. I don't know how to do that. Okay, this is the first time it worked, So I'm doing compressions or whatever, and then she's good. Like her eyes go, like they're back here, like up here. They go, come down the bars, and she's looking around, and she's talking, like normal. Like she's like, she was going, like that at first, and then after being able to sleep her or whatever, working her back, and she came to it. And I asked Katrina, I was like, what happened? She said, I don't know, I was feeding her, and she asked me to use the restroom, and I just heard a thud. And I'm like, what do you mean? And she's like, I guess she's hitting her head, and then I tried to stand her up, and she hit her head again. I'm like, bro, that's like common sense. That's like common fucking sense. And I told her, you need to take her to the hospital. You need to take her to the hospital. She's gonna get okay, And honestly, she was okay. Like, honestly, she was. She came good, talking, everything was good. And then Jeanette came, like maybe 10 minutes later. And then we didn't want Jeanette to see. So we just got her to go to my phone. And by then she was pissed. By then she was laying there on my bed, talking to us, telling us what hurts, what doesn't hurt. We're touching her hands, we're like, does that hurt? We're touching her feet hurt. And we're like, okay, we just kept touching her, whatever. And then I gave her compressions again because her eyes were on the back. And this time when I gave her compression and gave her air, a whole lot of food flew up. When I saw that happen, I threw her on her side and tried to make everything come out, And I was rubbing her back like that, and I felt it all in her, like in the middle of her spine, you can feel it all like liquidy. And you go like that, and every time you go like that, it comes up. Okay. And then she does that for a little bit, and then she's good. She goes back to breathing right, she goes back to doing good. Okay. And then she leave her there for a little bit, and then she starts doing the same shit. And this time, there was nothing I can do. And take her to the hospital. And the reason I couldn't take her to the hospital, I thought I had it like the first time. The first time was worse. She went unconscious, everything. It was secure, thank God she came back. And then this time, I'm guessing it was the food in her lungs because she was eating consumed the down cup and applesauce. But I don't know how she was getting that. So that's what I think it was. She was just kept telling me all of her food. And then she came over here, she called her dad. And her dad was like, bring her to the here. My dumbass go all over there, thinking I'm helping. Okay. Have you ever heard of 911? Yes. Okay. You know how that works? And it's a serious question. Some people don't know that you can call that number for help. Why didn't you call that number? She was fine. And then she didn't have a phone. She had left it at Jeanette's. Right. And she ran back to go to Jeanette's. And by then I was in the car, we're headed to the hospital. Thinking that, I don't know, I thought she was gonna go to one close by. Thinking that's better than calling 911, waiting there for calling 911.
You know, usually 911 takes forever.
Well, I mean,
it just depends.
honestly, it's quicker than from there.
Yeah, I know, but honestly, honestly, I didn't know she wanted me to go there. I thought we were going to the Northeast Baptist. Okay. And I asked her if she was the mother. You know, I know I'm driving, but I asked her, hey, what do we do here? Well, what do you want me to do? I'm freaking out. You know? And she's freaking out too, and she's like, I'll call my dad. So she called her dad. And her dad was like, bring her over here, bring her over here. And there we go.
So here's my dilemma. You know what the dilemma is? I'm puzzled. Okay, things I need to figure out. I've talked to Katrina quite a bit. So she's telling me all this stuff. And now I've talked to you. Okay. Your stories aren't making sense. Okay. I think you had this one initially that y'all had discussed or whatever, or this is what happened. That's really what happened. I have a lot of unanswered questions. One big question I have is at the hospital, why don't you go in with them?
She told me, I don't want my dad to see you. I don't want my dad to see you. Okay.
Why?
I don't know. I don't even ask. I don't ask. I don't know why. I guess her dad didn't know she had a dude at the time. I don't know. That's I do what I'm told. Just like I'm told to take her to the hospital, I take her to the hospital. Just like I'm told to give her CPR, I give her CPR. I help her.
Okay.
I try.
What did you think when you saw her?
I saw her and I was like, yeah, she's having trouble breathing. That's what I thought. She's having trouble breathing.
Yeah. You know what I saw when I first saw Mercedes in my body? Somebody, some devil has been abusing and torturing this little girl. That's what I thought. That little girl is tortured. And there's two adults that had access to that little girl. You and Katrina. So there comes a point, okay? And you, man to man, when we've talked, we've got to know each other a little bit here. You've been through it. You grew up in it. Okay? And we have an opportunity here now to talk to you tonight. This is going to be our only chance to talk. I'm not stupid. Okay? And there comes a time when you have to, I want to hear more. No. Excuses here and there. I know you're being that little girl. I know you don't torture that little girl. And it's sick. All right? And I need the truth. What's going to happen is they're going to do an autopsy. You're always going to tell me that everything's wrong. Okay? We're going to keep talking to people that's investigating. And we're going to hold people responsible. Because that little girl, I understand. Just like we said earlier, she didn't deserve it. I don't care how bad she was. No kid deserves it. No adult deserves what she got. Right? I don't think there's people who have been in war prisons who have been treated the way she probably was. But that's the impression I got when I first saw her. And I've seen a lot of bad things. That's all I do. That's my job. I see bad things. Okay? So I know what Katrina's telling me. And now I know what you told me. And I'm going to tell you right now, what Katrina's telling me makes the most sense. It lines up with everything. It even lines up with some of the things you said. Okay? So you can explain to me how this got so out of hand, so out of control.
I didn't see her.
Say this is me. Okay. I'm going to tell you straight at you right now. You beat the shit out of that little girl. You tortured that little girl. Don't put your head back. Look at me in the eyes. You know what you did.
I did not torture that.
Yes, you did, and you need to be a man and be responsible for what you did. Okay?
You want me
the way, listen to me.
to take this one?
No, I want you to tell the truth. Because there's a 5-year-old girl dead.
Yes, I'm
Beat the shit. Anybody that sees the pictures of her, the people that had to see her tonight, the nurses, the other officers, the other people that were there that had to see her, they're traumatized because of what happened to that little girl. By a grown man. No. Don't do that. Listen, we're going to talk man to man. We're going to talk man to man.
Her background before you come accusing me.
I know all about it. I know all about it.
All that shit.
I know all about it. I knew you were going to bring that up. But listen, we just talking. We just talking. Okay, we just talking. I know what you've been through.
So I know what you because I've been through that. That's me. I can go and that makes no sense.
It makes all the sense because that's listen to me. If you always you gonna be quiet and listen to me? Just listen to me.
It's not making sense.
It is making sense, and I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, these little injuries on your hands from the rings.
That's from my ring. It's too tight. Where? Bro, I swear to God.
Hold your tongue. Don't swear to God. Hold your tongue for a minute. And listen to me. Put your hands back now. Look at these marks from your rings, okay? All over there. You can't hide when you do these things.
I promise. They get tight and they gotta turn them and pull them off.
And this is what I'm telling you. We're also bringing the brothers down here talking to them.
That's fine.
They said they wanted to come back here.
That's fine. That's fine.
Because they know what's going on.
They do. They do.
Okay.
So they know. So
Tell me exactly what happened to this one girl.
I'm gonna tell you exactly what I told your partner. Exactly what I told you. That's exactly what happened. Her bruises, the past bruises she's had, that's something completely different. I don't know what the bruises are from.
Well, how do you know the bruises from the past if you don't know the
Because I've seen them before. They're not from this.
Here's the deal, Jose.
Yes, I'm listening.
You are now,
Yeah, I see that.
you are now somebody I see as a killer, as an animal. And you know I'm right.
No, you're not right. I swear you're not right.
So you want me to get Katrina, bring her in? We can
Yes,
talk about
all
that?
talk. Please,
All three of us?
all three of us.
What do you think I have with that?
All three of us. Because that was not my fault. Jeanette even said that little girl was fine. Whenever she seen her before she went to her, she saw her wake up. She saw her.
That little girl has been fine for a long time. If you think that you saw her this morning, wake up, and you saw her, and you thought she was fine,
Jeanette,
that girl's beat from head to toe. Head to toe. Slapped around. She's missing hair from somebody pulling it out. Mm-hmm. Right? Think about all the things you did. You thought you were disciplining her. You weren't. You were killing her. And now you're just demonstrating to me that you're a coward.
I don't even know what to tell you.
Tell me the truth.
About what happened? What do you mean about? I'm telling you what happened. She was fine. She was fine. She was fine.
No, she wasn't.
She was fine. She was good whenever she left my apartment. She was good.
Tell me about all the times you disciplined her.
I disciplined her.
Tell me all the times that you disciplined her. What you did to her to
I
discipline
put
her.
her in the fucking corner. I put her, smacked on her ass.
Well, don't minimize it. Tell me what you did to this girl.
I put her on the floor.
If you
I
didn't
put her on her knees. Put her hands out like that.
Okay,
Okay?
put her hand up.
Yeah, like that.
What
And
else?
that's it. That's it. Left it alone. Put it in the corner. You cry. Look on the foot.
What else?
And then the other.
Tell me everything you did to her.
Okay.
It's easy. I mean, have you done all these things? Tell me all of it. Tell me about the pinching everything. Okay, let's just get it out here. All right? It's tough, man. It's frustrating. You get frustrated. The things you've been through, I get it. So explain to me all the discipline that you need to this job. Now's your chance to tell me about it. What would you do to discipline Mercedes? There's more than what you just told me. Tell me some of it. Tell me all of it. With pinch, okay? Where would you pinch?
Right here. She was sitting. Right there.
On the inside of the style?
Right now. Right here. Right here. Right here.
Okay. What else would you do?
That's it. That hair missing was her little sister when we were gone. When we went to Austin, her little sister would be hers. I believe it or not. Her sister would pull her to the sides of her hair, the top of her hair, put her foot on her, and pull her fucking hair. And Katrina would let that shit happen.
You saw that happen?
Oh, yeah.
When?
Oh, when we were in Austin for her fucking birthday. I'm not gonna sit here and take all the blame like I killed that little girl because I fucking did.
So it was a team effort.
No, that's not the fuck I'm saying, okay.
So, and you tell me you injured her, but you also, what you want me to believe is that Katrina injured her as well?
How did I injure her? Pinching?
Yeah. That's one.
And then
You did other things.
Sneeze hands.
Mm-hmm. What would you do when you try to shut her up?
Nothing.
Come on.
I wouldn't do nothing. What was said that I did?
You tell me.
You tell me. You know everything.
I do. That's why I can't believe what you're saying. You're minimizing what you did in this
minimizing. I'm telling you.
Well, it's changed, right? In this little bit of time, from the beginning of how you discipline, all of a sudden it changed. You tell me a little more. You tell me a little more of how you discipline. And that's what I'm getting at. No, it's your opportunity to explain to me what happened to this little girl.
I'm telling you. I wouldn't know everything that's supposed to happen. I'm telling you what I did. That's what I would do.
And what else?
That's it.
That's not it.
What do you mean that's not it? What else would I do? What else would I do?
You're a controlling man.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, the stuff that you described, the stuff that you told me happened to you when you were younger, I'm sure you did like that to her.
No, I didn't. Because I know what the fuck it feels like. So I didn't.
You did.
I didn't push on her. I didn't do any of that shit to her. Yeah, maybe I put her on her knees. I didn't make her hold no fucking weight.
What about the car? She had hold the box.
A box?
Mm-hmm.
What box?
The stuff in it.
Katrina made her do that. I wasn't even in a car. What? Girl, okay.
Okay, size. I'm gonna go back over a couple of things on that video. You mentioned in the video injuries to Jose's hands. Can you describe what you saw in the video?
They look like scrapes and marks on his hands.
Okay. Were they on both hands or one hand?
I think they're on both. I can't remember.
Okay. Where on his hands were they?
On the exposed areas, not where the rings, under the rings, they were on the fingers.
Okay. I'm sorry,
And some on the knuckle area.
Okay. So not like the palm or the backside of the
Right.
hand on the actual fingers. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. There's also one point where Jose tells you that he would put Mercedes in timeout and have her put her hands like that. Did he demonstrate something to you at that point?
He demonstrated raising them to the side, keeping them lifted.
Up in the air.
Yes.
He also told you that he would pinch Mercedes on the leg, and I believe you say inner thigh, but he says no, right there, and I'm assuming he points to somewhere on his leg or what's happening there.
Yeah, I can't remember where he was pointing, but yeah, I did mention the inner thigh because that's what I'd been told.
I know you said you can't remember where, but was it drastically different from what you've been told, or was it around the same area of the leg?
Around the same area.
Okay, Jose mentions that he had just moved. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the name of the new apartment complex?
I don't remember the name of it. It's on Park Crossing.
Okay. And then I believe, does he tell you the previous apartment that he lived in?
He did.
And what apartments are those?
It's 11530 Vance Jackson.
Okay, do you know the name of the complex?
I don't, not off the top of my head.
Would referring to your report help?
I'm not sure if I put the name of them in here. I did get I think some floor plan
Okay.
stuff that was submitted to the district attorney's office. Usually I won't put the name of the apartment complex in my report just because they seem to change quite often.
And I'm sorry, you said you got a floor plan, correct, of the apartment?
Yes.
Can I approach Judge? Yes. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 79 and State's Exhibit 80. Do you recognize these?
Yes,
And 79 has two sides, I believe.
it does.
Okay, and the address here on the bottom of State's Exhibit 79, is that the same address you just testified to?
Yes, 11530 Vance Jackson.
And then what is State's Exhibit 80?
It's an actual layout of an apartment.
Okay, and is that I'm sorry, did you actually go to this apartment that Jose lived in at the Vance Jackson address?
Yes,
Okay, and is this layout the same or similar layout to the apartment that Jose Ruiz lived in?
yes, it is.
At this point, State would offer into evidence State's Exhibit 79 and 80 previously.
No objection. All right, State's Exhibit 79 and 80 are here. Can all parties approach you?
Yes.
They're located within the city of San Antonio in Bexar County, Texas.
And we also talked about an apartment on Park Crossing. Is that also in Bexar County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just to be clear, both of those apartments, whose apartments were they?
The two apartments that we visited,
Correct.
they were both leased to Jose.
Okay. Now sticking with the video that we watched, Detective Lloyd also interviewed Jose Ruiz. Did you review that interview before coming to court, or as part of your, putting together the case as a detective?
Yes.
Okay. In that, it is in evidence. So, in Detective Lloyd's interview, Jose tells Detective Lloyd that Katrina was a good mom and he never saw her do anything extreme. Is that consistent with what Jose told you, or inconsistent?
Inconsistent.
Okay. In Detective Lloyd's interview, Jose stated that they didn't go to the hospital because Mercedes was fine. Is that consistent with what he told you?
No.
And in Detective Lloyd's interview, Jose said that he had no idea why him and Katrina broke up and that she didn't want to live there with him. Is that consistent or inconsistent with what he told you?
Inconsistent.
I believe while you were talking to Jose, he said he put some blame on to Jordan. So is that correct?
Yes.
And how old was Jordan again at the time?
6.
Did you believe that was consistent with the injuries you saw in Mercedes, that a 6-year-old could have caused those injuries?
Objection calls for speculation. That objection will be overruled if you know the answer. You can answer.
I did not believe those injuries were caused by a 6-year-old.
Okay, after interviewing Jose, what did you do next?
The next thing that I did was attend the autopsy.
Okay, and and did you witness the entire autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, and who performed the autopsy?
Dr. Cannon with the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office.
Were you present when pictures were taken?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, to be clear, pictures of Mercedes' body?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we'll come back to that. After attending while you were at the autopsy, was anything specifically collected from Mercedes' body?
They were,
If you remember.
yeah, they did, I think, fingernail clippings, the typical things they do in these type of cases.
Okay. And how did they package it?
They treat it just like any other evidence. They package it, seal it, and it's a chain of custody is maintained until it's received in our property room as evidence.
Okay. Who does it go to after it leaves the medical examiner's office?
We have a non-sworn person who then picks it up from the medical examiner's office and immediately transports it to our property room where it's entered there as evidence, and that's to maintain that chain of custody.
Okay. And the property room, can you describe it to the jury?
That's it's a secure facility. There's an area where officers go in, they enter descriptions of whatever evidence they're bringing in on a computer, build a tag for it, so for tracking purposes. They package it, seal it with evidence tape, initial it. This way, that stuff is we know who's handled it and where it's been, and then it's given to the property room personnel, and it's in a locked facility. It's in a secure facility, no one can get to it.
Is it tied to this case, or well, in this case, is it tied to this case specifically?
Yes,
How so?
by the case number.
Okay. And did you observe Dr. Cannon do that with the evidence you collected?
They did that after I had departed.
Okay.
They would lay it out on a table, but then they would seal it and package it later.
I believe you said that you observed fingernails being clipped. Did you observe any other substances collected from the body?
Not that I recall. I think the majority of the autopsy when I was present was to identifying the injuries and getting information on that. Things he pointed out as far as injuries were concerned.
Okay, and did the medical examiner perform a SANE exam? Are you aware?
Yes.
And what is a SANE exam?
Basically, it's an examination to collect evidence in case someone was sexually assaulted.
Okay. And to be clear, I don't want to mislead the jury. Did you have any evidence there was a sexual assault that had occurred?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And do they also collect, the medical examiner, do they also collect DNA?
Yes.
Okay, what's the purpose of a medical examiner collecting DNA?
It's so they can have a standard on file in case we submit anything that we're asking for a comparison to the victim or other people involved in the case. They'll be able to develop a DNA profile from the deceased's DNA to compare to those samples they built from other pieces of evidence.
Did you observe Dr. Cannon collect a blood sample for DNA purposes?
Yes.
And were there items in this case that were submitted to a lab for comparison on DNA?
Yes.
Did you observe Dr. Cannon do anything in regards to Mercedes' hair or head?
Yes.
What did he do with her head?
Well, they do. They remove the skull and
Okay.
the examination of that.
Prior to that, what do they have to do first?
They'll make incisions to examine bruising to see how deep those are and check for fractures and whatnot.
Okay, and before they do that, do they have to shave the hair?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach? Okay, detective size, I'm showing you what's been marked as case exhibit 82 and 83. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
Okay, are these photos that you observed taken at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of the way Mercedes looked that day?
Yes.
State offers to admit case exhibit 82 and 83 into evidence.
No objection. States 82 and 83 are admitted.
Can I publish these?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. State 82, what is this a photo of?
That's a photograph of the bottom of the left foot of Mercedes.
And why is this important?
It shows what I believe the puncture marks on the bottom of her feet.
And States Exhibit 83. Oh, what are we looking at here?
That's the back of Mercedes' head after her hair has been shaved off.
Okay. Are there additional? Oh. Are there additional injuries that can be seen here that could not be seen when her head was not shaved?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do next as part of your investigation? Or let me.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Beyond that, then we move into a couple of days after. Some things took place. The next day, interview was conducted with Jordan, and I was given a child safe, an investigator there, or an interviewer there named Sam Abrego, I believe.
Okay. Are you present for that interview?
Yes.
Okay.
I say yes. Normally I am. I'm not sure that I was for Jordan's.
Okay. Let me ask you, did you obtain any search warrants in this case?
Yes.
What all of the are the search warrants that were obtained in this case?
By me? Just by me? Or do you want all?
Let's talk about the location, whether by you. or-
Okay. So the one for the park crossing apartment was obtained by Detective Landrum from Night CID. I eventually get one for the apartment on Mass Jackson, apartment 812, and I get one for a cell phone.
Okay. Just briefly, you said Night CID. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Night CID is a night criminal investigation detail. Those are detectives. They're assigned to that for the overnight cases that come in, and they'll go out and make start the preliminary investigation into any felony crimes that occur, and then provide that information to a follow-up unit.
Okay. You mentioned you obtained a search warrant for a phone. Where did you get this phone?
I seized that phone from Katrina.
Okay. And in your investigation, did you come to learn whose phone that was?
Yes.
Whose phone was it?
Jose's.
Do you know what type of phone that was?
I'll find it in just a second. It was an Apple iPhone 13 Pro Max.
Okay. Were you, after that search warrant was obtained, were you able to review evidence that was inside of the phone?
Your Honor, I would object.
No, ma'am.
Are you aware of any reports that happened with these people prior to this incident?
No, ma'am.
As I understand your direct testimony, you said that you left the hospital about what time before you went to the medical exam?
I would be guessing, but probably between 9 and 10 p.m.
At night?
Yes, ma'am.
And the medical examiner is about half an hour from that hospital on the south side?
Yes.
About that. And you were present for the whole autopsy?
That was the next morning. It wasn't, I didn't leave there directly to the autopsy. Does that make sense?
Did you, when you left the hospital, did you say that you went to talk to Dr. Kanan?
No, ma'am.
No, so it wasn't until the next day?
Right. When I left the hospital, I went to our office, the homicide office.
So when did you go to the medical examiner?
It was that following morning.
Following day. When you went to him, did you bring him any written reports?
No.
Did you provide a verbal report to Dr. Kanan?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
Just what I observed, and then the information that we had received after obtaining statements.
Did you know that Mercedes had accident?
I did not.
So when you spoke to Dr. Kanan, you didn't transmit any information about her bleeding history?
No, ma'am.
Subsequently, did you supply reports, I'm speaking to you personally, to Dr. Kanan?
If I did, it was just the offense report completed by an officer. They typically ask for that copy to be sent to them via email.
Do you recall though ever doing that?
I don't recall.
No. After the autopsy, I mean, you were there, but how long does an autopsy take?
They vary. When they have these kind of extensive injuries, it takes a long time. It can take 2 to 3 hours or longer because they're looking at all of them, and they want to give me a good answer before I leave at what they find.
How long did it take?
I don't remember. The better part of the morning, I'm sure.
Did you take any notes on this?
I typically won't because my observations, even though I'll get information from the doctor, I just rely on their report later to give the specifics.
Sir, I'm really more interested in what reports you gave him. The medical examiner's report says that part of his decision-making is based on reports that he received from the police.
Right.
So you had spoken to him, you did speak to him, you never gave him anything written. So the only thing he relied on is what you told him, is that right? I don't remember saying quick a minute, but maybe yes. Did anyone else from your department speak to Dr. Kanan besides you?
No, ma'am.
As far as you know. So if he relied on police information, it would have come from you. Is
Yes.
it fair to say?
It would have come from me or through their investigator.
They had separate investigators?
They do.
Do you communicate with them at all?
We do. When I called from the hospital to the medical examiner's office, that's who I would have spoke to was an investigator.
Did you ever directly interview Jordan? I'm sorry, I don't remember what you said about that.
I did not.
Did you ever see her video where she told about the food you stuffed in Mercedes' mouth?
Yes, ma'am.
Her mother shoving this food down?
I did.
About when did you see that? Do you remember?
I know her interview was the next day on the 8th, so I probably received a copy of that on the 9th.
Same 8th or 9th around that. Was that information ever transmitted to Dr. Kanan?
I don't recall.
Did you recall charge nurse Gustavo Cervantes made a report and he said that he took food out of her mouth to clear her windpipe. Were you aware of that?
I was aware he made a statement. I took that statement from him.
Did you transmit that information about the blocked windpipe to Dr. Payne?
No, that statement was obtained well after the autopsy being completed.
But you said you spoke with Mr. Cervantes that night, didn't you? Or
No, I mean, I briefly did at the hospital. He didn't give me any details like that. I got his statement quite a bit later.
would it have made a difference if you knew beforehand that he had to take food out of her mouth? She was blocking the windpipe.
Well, I had been told that she had food in her mouth. The blocking the windpipe, I didn't know about that at the time for Dr. Cannon.
You know that they found food in her mouth, is that correct?
I knew they had seen food in her mouth, yes.
Did you transmit that information to Dr. Hayman?
He was aware of that, yes.
Did you transmit that information?
I don't recall if I told him or if that's information he received through his investigator from them talking to someone at the hospital.
When you were at the hospital, was there an investigator from the medical examiner there then?
No, ma'am. When a death occurs at a hospital or the deceased is at a hospital, they won't send an investigator there.
So there's no investigator to your knowledge the night that were Mercedes pronounced dead, is that correct?
There was not a medical examiner's investigator at the hospital, no.
There was not?
No.
Okay, so, did you have communication with the investigator for the medical examiner?
I did call their office, yes.
Who did you speak with?
I don't recall. There should be a copy of that investigator's report with everything I submitted. But I don't recall which investigator it was.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall which investigator it was.
There's a lot of people you have to deal with. I don't mean to challenge or not, but I am concerned about what kind of information got to Dr. Hayman. And for that, that's the reason I'm completely, despite everything you said, that's really what I'm interested in, the medical examiner. So, did you actually have a conversation with any investigator from the medical examiner's office immediately upon Mercedes' death or somewhere later?
I called them from the hospital when I responded there, after Mercedes arrived at the hospital, deceased. When I go there and I get all the information I need, before I departed, I called the medical examiner's office to let them know, to make sure they had been advised about her death. And when I call there, the number we call goes to their investigators. We don't go directly to a doctor.
Over each other. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So, sorry, I'm sorry. You didn't speak to Dr. Hayman that night, though. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, some investigator from the medical examiner.
Yes.
Yes. So, as far as you know, Dr. Hayman didn't know during the autopsy that food was blocking her windpipe when she was in the hospital. Objection to stipulation.
That'd be overruled if you know the answer.
I don't know if he knew about it.
I only have just a moment, please. So I don't remember if I asked this, but did you ever give a written report subsequently to Dr. Hayman?
Not my report. If I provided one, it would be the offense report completed by the officer, the handling officer at the scene, at the hospital. The preliminary offense report, if that makes sense. That's typically what we provide to them.
We'll pass the witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
State.
Detective Side, you just said typically what you provide. Is it standard protocol for you to provide an offense report to a medical examiner for an autopsy?
Yes.
If you know, the medical examiner, do they work to determine a crime has happened, or are they a neutral entity?
They're neutral.
Then the medical examiner investigator, they don't investigate for a crime, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know, does the medical examiner collect anything else besides the police report to put together to make their final decision and determination on the cause of death?
It depends. Some cases they may ask for video footage if we have it of the incident, or they'll ask maybe for a copy of a video recorded statement, something to help them determine exactly what happened.
To your knowledge, do you know if they collect medical records?
Yes,
Yes, they do. Or
they
yes?
do look into it, and if they exist, they get them.
Okay. And so, to your knowledge, the cause of death isn't based solely on the police report.
Correct.
I'll pass the witness.
No further questions. Thank you, sir. Is this witness excused or subject for recall?
He's excused from the state.
Defense.
Subject to recall, I'm sorry, I have to go on the call.
The room has been open. That means you can't discuss your testimony or anything. You cannot do anything. The only questions you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state or the defense. Please make sure you're available in case you are recalled.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And if you, I think they put did they put the exhibits in? All right, thank you. All right, state, call your next witness.
State calls Losoya Robinson. Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Sorry.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury and the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record.
Losoya Robinson.
State.
Ms. Robinson, how are you employed?
Through SAPD Communications.
Okay. And what are your duties with SAPD Communications?
Paralegal / custodian of records.
Okay. And how long have you been employed in this role?
3 years.
As part of your duties, do you maintain 911 calls?
Yes.
Can you tell me how the 911 calls are recorded?
They're digitally recorded through MediaWorks.
What's MediaWorks?
It is a digital recording system or database.
Okay. So are they recorded automatically?
Yes.
Okay.
In real time.
In real time. Okay. And how are they stored?
They're on a secure database.
And are all calls stored?
Yes.
How long are they stored for?
6 months.
Can I approach that?
Yes.
Ms. Robinson, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 84. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
My initials and my date.
Okay. Have you listened to this prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Okay. And are these 911 calls that we asked you to listen to?
Yes.
Are they involving Jose Ruiz?
Yes.
Are they involving an apartment on 812, or I'm sorry, on Vance Jackson Road?
Yes.
Hold on, Judge. I'm sorry, were they called made to 11530 Vance Jackson Road to be specific?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, how many calls are on this list?
2.
And are they kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
You already said that. Are they fair and accurate recordings of the recordings that are automatically recorded?
Yes.
When were they preserved?
Which call are you talking? Because they're both on different dates.
Okay. When was the first one made?
The first one was made November the 30th, and it was saved at that time.
What year?
21.
Okay. And the second call?
December 1st of 21, I believe, also.
And are they connected to an SAPD number?
Yes.
And what SAPD number are they connected to?
SAPD 2202-6527.
Okay. And what is that case that number that you're referencing? What is that regarding? I'm sorry.
All right, the parties approach.
Yes, sir.
Specifically, these calls specifically tied to a case number.
How do we get? Well, under that case number, the calls will be appended or linked. When that 911 initial 911 call comes in, there's a document generated called the incident detail report. On that report, every time a call comes in that is related to that phone number, that address, they'll link it together.
So, in other words, these 2 calls were linked together on the basis of the phone number that initiated the calls.
Yes.
But how did it get marked as a case number?
I don't know how they generate the case numbers or how they come up with the case numbers, but because whatever it is that the 911 callers do or dispatchers do, and they link the calls together under the specific case number, that's how it comes to us. When upon request, when we're asked to pull that audio, we'll pull it underneath that SAPD number or case number.
So in other words, you're actually limited as to the information that you have before you compile this, is that right?
Yes, because we won't pull it if we don't know if a request hasn't come in. A request has to come in for us to pull that call and to look for that case number.
But who makes the request? You're saying Bear County.
Bear County made this particular request for these audios.
I'm sorry, district attorneys?
ADAs,
But we're not sure. I mean, you said Bear County, but there's district attorneys, there's courts.
the email said Bear County ADA's office. The email or the request that came in, the person that requested the audio, it said Bear County's ADA's office.
So you receive it by an email request or a specific person? Is that
Yes.
correct? And then they provide a case number. And then you file the case number with those particular calls. The DA's
No, we don't
office-
file the case number. Once they request it, the case number is on there. We look for those particular audios under that case number.
And that email would have said this date or these particular dates and these particular times.
I don't recall what the email said. I just know that it requested these particular audios and I pulled them. Or one of my coworkers pulled them.
Right, and that would be based on the phone number.
That would have been based under the case number.
But you didn't have the case number originally. It wasn't part of the process. that you-
If they don't send the request with a case number, we can't pull anything because we don't know what to pull. So as I said before, previously, whoever requested had the case number on the email, in the email or in their request. So that's how we know to pull that particular audio because it's under that case number.
But the case number is generated from the DA's office, not.
No, ma'am, it's not generated from the DA's office.
Who is it generated from?
I'm assuming because I don't know for sure.
Please don't assume.
Okay, well, I can't answer your question.
I object to this one, not in a foundation, insufficient foundation for the call. Location of it who made the call, object to that, introduction of evidence.
State.
Judge, she testified that it was the Vance Jackson apartment, number 812. She's already been in evidence that it was the apartment belonging to the Ruiz. She specified that it is a recording that is automatically recorded, kept in the regular course of business. We've laid the business predicate, or the business record's predicate, and she has tied it specifically to this defendant. And the case number.
There's no personal
Oh,
identification.
and y'all can remain seated when you do your objections. Yes.
There's no personal identification of this call. I don't believe the foundation is complete. Ms. Robinson, I'm sure is very good at her job, but we don't have the right foundation by the state.
All right. The objection is overruled. State's exhibit number 84 is admitted.
May I publish to the jury?
Yes.
Objection continued.
Dismissal. Can you please fire EMS?
I think this would be police.
Police, sir?
Yeah. This is so the neighbors upstairs. I think they're severely beating their kid up.
Why do you think that, sir? What's going on?
Because I live right under them, and the kid is screaming for the past 20 minutes, and she keeps saying ow, ow, ow every time, and the dad is just yelling at her. I think they're beating her up. I tried to record as much as I could, like voice record what's going on. And I mean, somebody just needs to come check this out. They always fight. The dad has just the worst temper ever. They fight almost every night.
What's the address, sir? Let's start there.
It's 11530 Vance Jackson Road. That's the Henry B apartments.
What,
They are
what apartment are they in?
812.
812. What building number is this?
No, it's 812.
Oh,
No,
okay.
88. It's just directly 812.
Right. What building 8?
Building 8, yes.
So the parents.
I don't know if you can hear.
Is it just the one child that's in there?
I have no idea how many child they got in there. I don't know what's going on, but it's only one child that's crying that I can tell from.
You said it's been 20 minutes, correct?
What is that?
It's been about 20 minutes.
Yeah, but that's not.
And you said she's just saying ouch, is that right?
Yeah, she just keeps saying ow, ow, ow. And she's like severely crying, like waiting.
Like hysterical?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a female?
I think the one that's crying is the female, yes.
Okay.
Can you hear them?
No, I can't hear anything, sir.
Oh,
What else,
okay.
other than the child that you hear crying, anything else?
No, I mean that's it. They're just super loud. Like I can hear the entire fight from right here.
Okay. Do you know if anyone's injured in any way, if anyone needs an ambulance?
I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on.
Do you want to speak with the officers when they get out there today?
If they want to speak with me, just give me a call back. I'll meet them somewhere. I just don't want them to see me with the officers, and then that'll be a bigger deal.
That's fine, 817-715-0454, is that correct?
Correct.
You said the father is known to have a temper, is that correct?
Yes. I mean, it's a male up there. I don't know if it's the father, stepfather, or somebody, but it's just there's a male up there with a very bad temper.
Okay. All right. No problem. You're gonna office out there to look for sure on her. Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, and Miss Johnson, what was the date of that call?
Miss Robinson?
I'm sorry, Miss
It-
Robinson.
It was 11/30/21.
Thank you.
San Antonio 911. This is Crystal. Police, fire, or EMS.
Please, this is about a very loud noise complaint.
Okay. What's the address?
11530 Vance Jackson Road, apartment 812.
Okay, you said 11530 Vance Jackson Road. And you said, what was the apartment number?
812.
812. Are these the Hennessy apartments?
Yep,
Okay, what's your name?
my name is Mo.
Your name is what?
Okay, further. I stopped the call about halfway through. He doesn't say anything else other than his phone number for the record. What was the date of that second call?
The second call was December 1st, 21.
I'll pass it.
Miss Robinson, do you ever obtain the name of who makes these calls?
Yes, he says his name.
He said Mo.
Yes, he said Mo.
What else do you know about his name?
That's it, Mo.
Subsequently, you look up the names of any of these people?
No.
I didn't hear him give the name of the person. Did you hear the name given of the person being complained about?
No.
Okay, witness.
No further questions. Judge.
Is this witness subject to recall?
No.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone or view anything. The only persons you're allowed to talk to are attorneys for the state of the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
Defense is doing that on purpose. There's only two people they said released from the subpoena. Let me tell you, these elderly.
All right, if you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. If you make sure you keep your voice up so that the jurors can hear and the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Mohammed.
Or full name.
Oh, Mohammed Hassan.
All right, state.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good
Can you
afternoon.
please spell your name? first and
Yes,
last?
it spells Mohanad. Last name spells Hasona.
Is there a name you go by?
Mohammed or Mo.
Mo.
Yeah.
People call you Mo?
Yeah, some people do it.
Do you refer to yourself as Mo?
Sometimes when it's really hard to hear my name, I do. Yeah.
Okay. And where do you presently live?
In Grenada.
Grenada, not Grenada.
No, Grenada, West Indies, Caribbean.
West Indies,
Correct.
not Grenada, Spain.
Correct.
And what are you doing there?
I'm studying medicine.
You're studying medicine.
Yes.
Did you ever live in San Antonio?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you live? Well, why were you in San Antonio?
I was studying at UT Health Science Center. I was in the Masters of Respiratory Care program
Okay. And where were you living when you lived in San Antonio?
at the Henry B.
At the Henry B.
Correct.
Apartments?
Correct.
Are those the ones that are located here in Bexar County, off James Jackson?
Yeah, 11530 Van Jackson.
Okay. And what was your apartment number?
811.
What was the apartment number right above you?
I believe it was 812.
Okay. And would 810 been below you?
I think so.
That's how
I
it did
think I think so.
810.
Excuse me, one at a time.
I do believe so. Yes.
When you were living at 812, I'm sorry.
I was at
you were
811. Yes.
811.
Yes.
Did you ever know anything about your neighbors above you in 812?
As far as like
As far as, did you ever meet them?
in passing,
In
I would say yes.
Do you see the residents of 812? Do you see him in court today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing?
Yes, he is wearing a blue jacket, blue suit jacket,
I'll let the record reflect.
or navy blue suit. Yeah.
I'll let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Jose Ruiz. Now, how long did Mr. Ruiz live above you in 812?
I'm not entirely sure. A few months, I would say, a year.
And what time period did you live in Henry B. Apartments?
I lived there for about 2 years, 2021 through a little bit of 2023, I believe.
Now, did you ever have any concerns about the individuals that lived above you?
Yes, I've called 911 multiple times for noise complaints, as well as the reason why we're here today, the child that was continuously crying. And
Excuse me, sir, could you speak a little slower and a little closer to the mic?
yeah, I mean, don't know how I can get possibly closer
I'll
than
break
that.
that down a little bit.
Yeah.
Did you ever call emergency personnel regarding concerns about the individuals in the apartment above you?
Yes.
Did you call them multiple times?
Yes.
Just generally, what were some of the reasons that you called?
Noise complaints, and the child that was crying.
Now let's talk about the child.
Okay.
Did you ever meet a child that lived in 812?
In passing, yes.
And did you approximate an age of the child?
Based on my medical experience, no more than 7 years old. I would say between, I don't know, 5 to 7.
And was the child male or
Female,
female? Did she have dark or light hair?
dark hair.
And did you ever speak to her?
No, she just pet my dog a couple of times, going up and down the stairs, and we would say hi. She'd say hi, and that's about it.
Did you ever see more than one child?
I want to say yes, but I don't completely recall. but I'd never seen any other children other than females. So if there was more than one child, another female possibly.
Did you know the name of the children?
No, ma'am. No.
You said you lived in Henry Louis 2021 through 2022? Is that correct?
To 2023, yes.
Okay. When did you start noticing a child crying, if you remember?
Around, I want to say around the November 2021 timeframe.
And what is there a particular time of day that you would hear the child?
Not a particular time, it's just I would say mostly during the day. Yeah.
And what was your work schedule back then?
It depended on what I was doing that day because I was in the program. So we would either be at the university, and that would usually be 8 to 5, and then like I'll come back home in the afternoons, or 7 to 7 at the hospital to do my rotations. But I wasn't always going to the hospital. Like it was some days yes, some days no, just depending on the schedule.
Did you ever work overnights?
Some yes.
What is it about? Well, let me ask you this. Have you lived in apartments before?
Yes.
Have you heard children crying before?
Yes, but not this way.
What was it about this crying that caused you concern?
Two things: the intensity, like the wailing and how severely the child was crying, and the duration was very prolonged.
And while she was crying, did you ever hear her say any words with it?
Not words, just ow, ow, ow.
You could hear her say ow.
Yes,
How often would she say ow?
continuously.
And did it? Are you able to differentiate a child that is crying because they're upset they lost a toy versus a child crying in pain?
Yes,
What was this cry like?
more definitely in pain.
Were there other noises that you heard that maybe led you to believe that there was something going on causing the child pain?
Yes,
What other noises?
there was a male voice yelling, and then there was the voice of something making contact with the body, some like a hand or a device, or I don't know.
How often would you hear a male yelling?
Quite often. There was fights in that home most of the time.
Were you able to hear words when he would yell?
Sometimes, yes.
Did it sound like he was yelling at the child?
In that particular time when I called 911, yes, absolutely.
And you said you heard some kind of contact. Can you, was it a banging noise? Was it a screeching noise? What was the contact noise that you heard?
It's more like when a spank happens or like when something is slammed. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Did you ever hear a female, an adult voice?
Yes.
What was the nature of the female's voice when you would hear it?
Yelling as well.
Could you tell if it was directed at the child as well or someone else?
I could not.
Specifically, and we listened to your 911 call. You had reviewed your 911 call today, correct?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
You had reviewed the 911 call that you made.
Correct.
Prior to coming to court.
Correct.
When you made that call, was there a voice that seemed like attributable to the pain and the crying that you heard?
From the child?
Yes.
Yes.
Was that the male or the female voice?
The female voice was saying ow, and she was just continuously crying and wailing, and the male voice was yelling at her.
Do you recall what
Yes.
What was he saying?
He was saying, "Do not cry, do not cry." I can't really tell if he was saying, "Do not do that," or and then definitely saying, "I am talking to you."
Do you recall if you heard the adult female voice during this interaction?
I do not recall that.
How often would you hear the child crying accompanied by another individual, an adult yelling? How often would you hear that?
I don't recall how often, but I recall that the time that I called was the most severe time that I've heard it.
Do you feel that it was the male or the female who was causing the banging noises?
The time that I called was definitely the male.
And can you recall how many times you called 911?
For the noise complaints or for the incident in general?
Specifically regarding just any concerns with 812?
I want to say 3 times.
Okay. And did you ever observe any injuries on the child?
No.
I'll pass the word.
Good afternoon. sir.
Good afternoon,
My name
ma'am.
is Teresa Conley, and I have no further questions.
Thank you.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
No, sir. No, you're not subject to recall.
Yeah, he's excused and can fly home.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anything or do anything, and you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. State, call your next witness.
The state calls Gabriella. Iturbe.
Oh, if you'll take a seat here, please. All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury can hear, the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
Gabriela Iturbe.
All right, state.
Good afternoon, Gabriella. Can you please spell your full name for the court reporter?
Gabriela. Last name Iturbe, Iturbe.
Can you please pronounce your last name?
Iturbe.
So, do you live here in San Antonio?
Yes.
And was there ever a time when you lived at the Henry B apartments on Vance Jackson?
Yes.
What apartment number did you live
I don't remember the
in?
number.
Do you remember what building it was? Remember building?
No.
No, that's okay. That's okay. When did you live there?
It was about 2020, 2021, around there.
Okay.
Mayor, would you mind speaking up here, please?
All right, make sure you speak up.
And do you go by Gabby?
Yes.
Can I call you Gabby?
Sure.
Okay. Gabby, are you, do you have anyone living with you at the time?
Yes. My fiance
and my daughter.
And how old was your daughter when you lived at Henry B?
A couple months.
A baby.
Yes, she's little.
When was she born?
In 2020,
I guess what month?
in December.
Okay. So, in,
Sorry, I'm here doing this. Could you just try to speak louder, please? And it just speak directly to the microphone.
Okay.
Next question.
yes. So, December 2020.
Mhm.
Okay. So 2021, she was a little baby,
Yes.
right? Did you ever, while you were living at Henry B, start having concerns about the behaviors of a neighbor?
Yes.
Do you, did you ever see this neighbor?
Here and there, just kind of mainly in the stairwell area, parking lot.
And where was your apartment related to the neighbor you had concerns about?
If you were facing the building, our apartment was on the right side. We shared separate stairwells though.
Did you share any walls?
Yes.
What was the layout of your apartment?
If you were to walk in, there's like a little hallway. On the left side, it was the primary bedroom and a closet. And then it leads into a Jack and Jill restroom. And then the spare bedroom.
So it was a 2-bedroom?
Yes.
Did you have a fireplace?
Yes.
Did you have a balcony?
Yes.
Do you see that neighbor in court today?
Yes.
Can you please identify that neighbor by marking the building?
Suit and tie.
I'll let the record reflect that she has identified the defendant as in Ruiz.
All right, is she the only person with a suit and tie?
Can you add another description, please?
Glasses and beard.
All right, is he the only person with glasses and beard?
Where is he?
On the far
What
right
color-
side, far
what
right.
color tie?
Black.
Okay. Let the record reflect that she has identified the defendant as in Ruiz. Okay, so generally, at first, what were your concerns about Mr. Ruiz?
Like in general, all over.
In general, well, I guess, what was your first concern about Mr. Ruiz?
Mainly it was just the loud music at first. It was just random hours, like 12, 2 in the morning. And I mean, then it was like the parking.
Then it was the parking?
Mhm.
Okay. Was there ever anything that caused you so much concern that you wanted to call the police?
Yes.
What was that?
The screaming, the sounds of hitting, yelling, kids crying.
What kind of screaming did you hear?
Like just cussing, yelling at them, just yelling in general. I don't know.
Did you hear a male voice yelling?
I heard both.
And you heard a female?
Correct.
Were these adult voices?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever hear children yelling?
Not so much yelling, but more crying or screaming.
And you had a baby at the time, right? Can you tell the difference between crying because they need something or crying from pain?
Yes.
What was this crying?
It was harmful, like pleading. It would, yes.
Did you ever hear, as the child was crying, did she ever say anything?
I did refer to hear him refer to her as dad. So I assumed he was the father. Yes. It would be like, "No, dad, stop," or just crying in general, saying stop, or just tears or screaming, "No."
Did you ever learn the child's name?
Yes.
How did you know the child's name?
I heard the female voice scream Mercedes a lot. Like she was blaming her for a lot of things, saying things were her fault and like Mercedes stop or just really loud.
Was there another child with them?
Yes.
Did you know the other child's name?
No.
Did you ever hear another name cried out?
Mm-mm.
It was always Mercedes.
Mm-mm.
Oh, I'm sorry. You'll have to say yes or no.
Yes.
It was always Mercedes.
Yes.
And you never heard any other children's name?
No.
And you didn't even know what the other child's name was?
No, I didn't.
So were you ever introduced to the children?
No.
You only know Mercedes' name because that's what you heard screamed.
Yes.
How often would you hear?
At least once a week. I mean, it was a while ago, so I can't say specifically the days, but it was quite often. It was a little too much, you know.
Were there ever any other noises accompanying the crying?
Yes, like I said, the loud music a lot of the times. Hitting, you could hear like slaps or punches.
And the slaps or punches,
Mhm.
Would it be a slap, small slap, or what makes you think that they were slaps or punches?
Well, punches are more muffled, you know, you kind of hear like a ugh in the end, and then a slap is a little bit louder, higher pitched. And I mean, it has to be loud for it to be going through the wall.
And was it at the same time you heard the crying?
Pretty much most times, yeah.
Okay, so hearing the yelling and the crying and the noises put together, that's what led you to believe it was a bunch.
Yes.
Did you ever document anything when you would hear these?
Yes.
Why would you document?
It just felt wrong. Like I had just had a gut feeling that something was wrong, and it just better feel safe than sorry kind of thing.
And did you call the police?
Yes.
And did an officer come out?
Yes.
Did anything happen with that?
No.
Did an officer ever talk to you
No.
before it was too late?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Flipped the other way.
Mhm.
Which wall? Well, you said you shared a wall
Yes, the whole line on this far right side.
on the right side. So the wall with the bedroom, the study, and the bathroom.
Correct.
Okay. Was there a particular part of that wall that you shared where you heard more screaming than the others?
Mostly in the bedroom.
In the bedroom. Was there a particular? So it's fair to say your floor plan was just flipped.
Correct.
So yours was bedroom, and closet, bathroom, study,
Mhm.
and everything was just flipped.
Yes, ma'am.
So was your bedroom? Was it your bedroom where you heard it?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a particular part of the bedroom?
I would say mainly along the line that we shared, and then I think maybe sometimes in the closet, just maybe it just muffles through or.
The closet.
Mhm.
Do you remember any words in particular that were screamed that stand out to you?
The little girl saying, "No, Daddy, stop." Am I allowed to talk about the mom as well, or?
I'll stop you right there.
Okay.
When the mom, you heard the mom yelling. Though.
Yes.
Was it yelling directed at Mercedes?
Yes.
Was she referring to her other daughter in any way?
Not on most occasions. No, it was mainly at her.
And did the noises that you heard, could you tell if they were coming from the male or the female at all?
Yeah, they're pretty distinctive.
And so, what do you feel was more frequent?
I would say the male.
And when the noises that sounded like a male banging would happen, was the crying different between the male and the female?
I believe that the crying was just more somber. With the female, it was more like yelling words back versus just kind of quietly.
So, did it sound like she was fighting back?
I think she would just kind of talk back to the female in certain ways, but of course I couldn't make out exactly what she was saying to her.
So when the female was yelling and there were sounds of maybe banging, you're saying that Mercedes would talk back?
On some occasions, yes.
When the male, in your opinion, the male was making banging noises, did you ever hear Mercedes talk back?
No.
I'll pass the witness.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruiz. You did call the police.
Yes.
Did they come?
Yes.
Did they interview you?
No.
Was any action taken to your knowledge?
No.
Did you hear them go upstairs?
I believe once they did.
Once they did?
Yes, they never went inside though. They just talked to them from the door.
How do you know they never went inside?
Because it was a quick conversation and then they closed the door. We can hear when the door opens.
A quick conversation.
It seemed like it was very short. It wasn't like they came in.
Do you have any idea what the nature of the conversation was?
Not entirely, no.
And you're sure that police did not go into the apartment?
Yes.
Did they interview the child, you know?
As far as I know, they did not.
Did you ever call the police any other time?
I believe I called 2 or 3 times, yes.
Did the police ever come other than this?
No.
So what did you do? You called 911 or you called directly to SAPD?
911.
You called 911. At least twice more.
That's correct.
And nobody ever responded?
No, ma'am.
Even by phone?
Nobody ever gave me an update on anything, no.
Did you ever see the police at any other time other than that one night?
I believe when we first started calling about like mainly noise complaints, they did show up once, but I think because it was just like a reoccurring thing, they stopped caring.
The only time you ever called about a child crying was that one time when they did come, but they only stayed outside to the best of your knowledge.
I believe I called twice about the child crying.
Twice.
Yes.
The second time they never showed up?
No.
And the first time they never interviewed the child.
They never
as far
saw
as
her,
you know?
no. Yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Sherman. I'm finished. Yes, witness.
Maybe you have a few more questions, Sherman. Did you ever see the child?
On I believe the last day she left the apartment complex, yes.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I want to say February
Of what year?
of 2022 because it was just the new year.
And what was she doing?
On that day, they were coming downstairs with the female, and I remember it was weird because it was a really hot day, and they were wearing big coats, like really big puffy, like parka style jackets with like fur or something on the hood.
Could you see Mercedes' arms?
No,
Could you see her head?
not really, no.
Did she have something on her head?
Just the hood.
And was it just Mercedes?
It was, and the other little girl as well.
Was the mom there?
Yes.
Did you speak to them?
No.
Was Jose there?
No.
And where did they go when they got down the stairs?
They got into a black SUV with somebody else driving. The mom got in the passenger side and the girls got in the back seat.
Did you notice anything about the way they were walking?
Just somber, really sad, kind of kept their heads down, not really. I could tell the mom was rushing them. And I mean, personally, I always walk behind my daughter, and she was walking in front with them trailing behind.
So the daughter, which daughter was trailing behind?
They were both behind her.
And you said it looked like they were rushing?
The mom was, yeah. Like it was kind of like, get in the car, let's go.
No further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You're saying it was February. Are you sure it was February?
I'd say around then, yeah.
You said it was a hot day.
It was a random hot day because it had been like cold and hot and cold and hot. Yeah.
San Antonio. You're thinking around the beginning of February or the end of February? Or
I don't recall when.
I recall they were wearing heavy coats.
Yeah. Yeah, I just remember it was a hot day and it was weird because they were wearing really big coats.
Were they carrying luggage or bags of clothes or anything? You know?
Mm-hmm.
Did you speak to these people?
No.
Yes, please.
All right. The rule has, any other questions? The rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state and the defense, and you're not allowed to do anything about this case. Do you understand? All right, you may step down. State, call your next witness.
The state calls Gabriel Donato.
All right, does someone want to move state's exhibit number 85?
Yes, Judge. And can we approach very briefly?
Yes, but you want to remove state's exhibit number 85?
Sorry for Teresa. Did you ever hear any, when you would hear yelling or crying, did you ever hear any words accompanying that?
Yes. Most of the words were gentlemen, yelling at a kid and cussing at a kid, and I don't know if I should say it, but like saying, shut the fuck up, and and so forth on that.
Did you ever hear any music come from that apartment?
Oh, very frequently, yes.
Was it ever in conjunction with the crying?
2 times there was.
Okay. And was it just the crying? Was it the same time as the music, or was it clear that there was another connection there?
So it was crying and with music and the sound of something getting hit, right? Something getting punched.
Did the crying start before the music?
It was usually during the music.
Okay. And how loud would the music be?
Enough to where I had to move to the living room to technically sleep and so forth. So I don't know what that would justify loudness.
And I know your wife called police. Did you ever call police?
Yes.
Did you ever see the children?
Twice. Once, twice, both outside out of our, in their parking area where we're parked.
Did you ever see the children with Mr. Ruiz?
Yes.
How did they appear around him?
They wouldn't really be directed towards him. It was just more towards the mom. So they wouldn't go to him as like the primary.
Everybody should start that. The rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of defense. And you're not allowed to do anything about the case. Do you understand? All right, thank you. State, call your next witness.
State calls Ralph Schuckert, and he is on.
All right. Mr. Schuckert, if you'll show your video, please. And you need to unmute yourself. State, you want to call your witness and let them know that we're recording.
Sorry, Judge, just one moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, normally witnesses must appear in court. However, Mr. Schuckert could not be in court, so both parties have agreed that he be allowed to appear by Zoom. Defense, do you have any objections to Mr. Schuckert appearing by Zoom? And State, do you have any objections?
No, Judge.
And Mr. Ruiz, do you have any objections to Mr. Schuckert appearing by Zoom? All right. Mr. Schuckert, I need you to unmute, please. All right, could you say something for me, please?
Yeah.
All
Good
right.
afternoon.
All right, thank you. I need you to keep your voice at that level so that the court reporter can hear. Could you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Ralph Schuckert, Schockert.
State.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Schuckert, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Can you tell me, have you ever been on grand jury?
Yes, I have.
And when were you on a grand jury?
It's about 2 years ago, May, June.
Okay, so 2 years ago, so 2022?
That is correct.
Okay. Just briefly, can you explain to the jury what a grand jury does?
A grand jury hears from the, was there something said, the lady?
Yeah, hold on just a second.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like an offer of proof on this witness.
Offer proof as to what?
As to what is testifying.
I believe he's here to testify about the finding of matter and means unknown. I could be incorrect about that. Is that what he's here to testify to?
That is what he's doing.
No, I object to that. I don't think his testimony is relevant. There's only one person on the grand jury. Why not bring them all?
All right.
Somebody might dispute what he has to say.
All right, that objection will be overruled. State.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Schuckert, I'm going to ask my question again. Can you just briefly explain to the jury what the purpose or what the duties of a grand jury was?
Yeah, the deputy district attorneys are presenting cases and circumstances that found out through different means, police.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, how is this witness qualified to say what the procedures are for the grand jury? He's a man who's there maybe one time.
All right, do you want to lay the foundation?
Yes, sir. Mr. Schuckert, how long were you on a grand jury?
In a total of 8 weeks.
Okay, and how often do you come and perform your duties as a grand juror?
That was two times a week.
Okay. So for several months, you're here and twice a week, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do we want to address the objection now, or is that sufficient?
Is there another objection?
Your Honor, he was there for a total of 8 weeks, twice a week. How does that qualify him to be an expert on what happens in a grand jury?
All right, that objection will be overruled. Ask your next question, please.
Thank you, Judge. And Mr. Tucker, just to be clear, you're not there to establish guilt. You're only establishing probable cause. Is that what was explained to you?
Right. We were instructed that as a grand jury, we only have to come to a decision whether a crime is probable that a crime has happened, and that the accused are probably being the perpetrators in these cases. So only probability.
Yes.
Objection again, hearsay.
All right, that'll be sustained. Could parties approach, please?
So I don't even think it's going to be an issue. We can get it through potential claims in the morning.
All right, so how many witnesses, where are we as far as completion of the state's case?
Let me give me a little bit of an estimate. So we have, we've got the neighbors.
All right, I'll let you all look at that. What I'm going to do is, if there's no objections, I'm going to excuse the jurors from back there instead of bringing them out. Then we'll come back and see where we are as far as completion. All right?
No objection, yes, Your Honor, no objection.
All right.
All right. So there's that for now. And we will continue tomorrow. I had some things come up tonight that I need to take care of. Otherwise, I would continue on this. I think we have day 3 yet to do. Look at that precious little girl. Okay, everybody. Thank you for being here. Love you all.